LOL.
Is this easy mode?
LOL. 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 LOL.
Boys, the prompt was Diva Day.
LOL.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three. Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage for Smurf.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome, you beautiful people, to another day here in the Overwatch League. This is the last regular season match day, and here to walk and talk you through all the action are my trusted analysts and friends, Danny Lim, Jack Lyon, Johnny Snowden, and we're here to break it all down. Today, a lot of seeding is on the line. Those glasses, man, it's a lot.
So fly. You're looking good.
Yeah.
LOL.
Serving.
Very pretty.
Serving. Yeah, seeding is on the line. We already did determine which teams are locked in and which are unfortunately locked out of
Iced
the
out.
play-ins and playoffs. Iced out, as they would say.
It's
That's
top
right.
fire.
Florida Mayhem are currently on the top together with Atlanta Reign. Atlanta Reign need to win their match against the San Francisco Shock in order to reclaim that #1 seed. That's definitely something you do want to do because seeding will be important. There are some stakes on the line. There's definitely a definite advantage to be had. These are the matches today. As I said, some seeding will be played for overall. But let's talk about the seeding relevance here because, as we said, like, they're not just playing for nothing. Like, yeah, they are already going through the playoffs, but you do want to come in as a #1 seed because, as I said, with Mayhem's victory yesterday, they put themselves in a very good position to vie for the #1 seed right now. And if we're looking at the relevance for the seeding, the #1 seed in the West can pick which team has to move over to the other bracket. So you get to get rid of the strongest team essentially, and you don't have to face them in your group, which is a real advantage here.
It's interesting because let's assume if Atlanta does win today and they maintain that 1 seed, it sort of gives them an opportunity to indicate who are they more scared of. Is it Florida? Is it Houston? Probably the most likely teams to be sending over to the other bracket. But I think from there, I think things start to get really complicated as new meta. It's hard to say how the teams rate each other, and so I think that'll give us a clear window into how they see each other as who's the most dangerous opponents going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and after the #1 West and the #1 Eastern seed select the teams who they selected will then get to choose. So it goes all down the line there. So there might be an advantage even to be selected because you then also have a choice which you can
You
make.
get to fire back, send a good team right back to the 1 seeds group.
Which teams would you send over? If you were, let's say you are Atlanta Reign.
I think it's all about getting rid of the strongest teams in the West. The interesting question will be, as far as teams qualifying from play-ins, like, how worried are people about, who knows who's going to qualify from play-ins, but whoever does qualify, how are those teams being rated against, the Outlaws and the Mayhem who are already qualified to playoffs and have just been scrimming? I think that'll be a really interesting tell, assuming Atlanta gets the 1 seed. But as we said, if Atlanta loses today to the Shock, they'll be dropping that 1 seed. Florida will be the team in control starting off that draft.
I do think it's worth noting that we are relatively new to this meta and it is still developing. So these teams that are directly qualifying for the playoffs, they will have another opportunity to see the teams participating in the play-ins, and maybe a team like the Boston Uprising, for example, could end up being really good in the play-ins. And maybe at that point, you want to stay away from a team like the Boston Uprising, who have looked really solid so far in the summer stage.
Danny, what would you do?
I would just play the best I can and get the highest seeding you can.
and then worry about things afterwards. Honestly,
I think if you, I think winning your matches, I think if you win all your matches, eventually you'll just be the champion. Yeah. So you should win all your matches.
I mean, yeah, if you just do it, right?
You just gotta do it.
Right.
Just win more. Just do better. Get better. Improve.
Do one of those traditional sports teams where you write down how many more matches you have to win. So it's like, oh, we need 5 more wins, and then you do like countdown everyone.
Check it off.
Yeah, you cross one match off, and then you count down. So it doesn't matter who you beat. You just gotta win 5 matches. Can we win 5 matches?
I don't know if it's 5. Bro, just win.
5.
All you need to do is winning, and then you get to play in front of a crowd. And you out there can be part of said crowd. All you have to do is grab your tickets now for the grand finals. You can get yours at overwatchleague.com/2023/playoffs. And we hope to see you there in Toronto. It's going to be so much fun to watch those teams clash. The East and the West will be facing off against each other, and we will be there no matter what. And we hope to see you there as well. Now, speaking of teams who will be in Toronto, we have breaking news from the East, and here to catch us up on all the action are Achilles and Avro.
Hello, we're back again to break down the action from APAC that you might have missed, and good God, did we have quite a bit of it here today. Starting things off, we had the Hangzhou Spark very easily taking down the Dallas Fuel with a 3-0 scoreline. Then we got a very much closer series between Poker Face, who were able to best Dreamers 3-2. O2 Blast were able to take down the Seoul Infernal, who didn't quite look like themselves, with a 3-1 scoreline. And then we got down to the nitty-gritty. Sinprissa fighting against the Seoul Dynasty, but were unable to best them, a 3-2 scoreline to round out that set.
All that means is we are heading into the real business part now. Hangzhou Spark have already clinched their spot into the playoffs. They are the first team from the East that will officially be representing the region at Toronto. Still one spot remaining through the knockouts before you head into play-ins, though. And to figure that one out, we've still got a few games ahead. Dallas Fuel still have an opportunity, as do the Seoul Infernal. Strangely and interesting enough, O2 Blast are currently in the Grand Finals Group B, and they are a contenders team that have a legitimate run and a legitimate pathway into the playoffs. Of contenders teams at the Grand Finals, at the Toronto Grand Finals. I mean, imagine that. If O2 Blast can win their bracket, there is a real shot.
It very much is, but of course we have to figure out who they're going to be playing against, and that means that we have to wait until next week to find out. We're going to have Poker Face going up against Dallas Fuel. We're going to have the Bibimbap Brawl, yes, that's what it's called, of the Dynasty going up against the Infernal to see who is going to be going into those grand final matches versus the Spark versus O2 Blast. So plenty more Overwatch action here in the APAC region to watch, so make sure you guys tune in next week.
So thank you guys so much for catching us up on all the action. Wow, some movement over there in the East. I'm very excited to see who's going to make the playoffs in the very end. I hope to see a contenders team. O2 Blast. O2 Blast making a good point for themselves. Exactly. So that'd be really cool in terms of how storylines go. And a lot of players, even in the Western region, are coming from O2 Blast. There's a lot of former O2 Blast players. So that might just be an interesting thing to witness.
You gotta respect that they've had so many players signed to the Overwatch League. For most teams, that would really hurt them. And then, like, you know, losing some of your best players to Overwatch League teams, yeah, it's the goal for contenders teams, but it should leave that team weaker, right? Losing their best players. But O2 Blast is just constantly restored with top talent and able to continue to deliver. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I don't know where their source is. There's a nest somewhere out there. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. Speaking of interesting things, yesterday we did talk about our MVP, potential MVP candidates who we would rate where. And everyone out there loves tier list. We know that.
People love
today,
a little too much.
Yeah, that's a little too much almost. So like simmer down out there. We thought we might just talk Alarm Rookie of the Year contenders today. So let's have at it. We made a little tier list as well. Danny is going to have a crack.
All right.
And
Danny on the
find out.
there. Everybody watch out. Everybody watch out.
No one's ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I don't know what I'm doing. But hey,
that's great.
We got the tier list. This is for the Alarm Rookie of the Year. Just letting everyone know this is our opinion. If you guys disagree, you guys are probably right. All right. All right. So let's go in just alphabetical order. We got 10 Rookie of the Year candidates. That's starting with Bliss. What do you guys think about Bliss?
Yeah, good potential. Good potential.
Playtime.
They're on the up. They're on the up.
Star is Born?
No.
They're on
Not
the
that
up.
up.
They're in the up, okay.
It's between good potential and need more playtime.
Agree.
It's
You want to
between.
start with one between?
I will start with one between.
Majority vote?
Breaking
I
the
vote for
format
needs more
immediately.
playtime.
Needs more playtime.
I'm a hater.
Johnny?
Yeah, good potential. Yeah.
Potential.
Yeah.
How about you, Zoe?
Between the two.
Between the two? Okay.
So we
I'm
have
gonna
an
see that.
actual tie.
I'm gonna go
Danny.
for playtime.
All right, thank
Okay.
you, Danny.
Okay, executive
Great
decision.
player, but yes, this is majority vote. And again, if you guys disagree, you guys
That's
are
a
right.
you problem.
Tweet
yeah.
at Zoe.
Tweet at Zoe or John.
No, please do not.
All right, moving on. CJ. CJ.
Could use a little bit more playtime, maybe.
I mean, I think he had enough playtime.
Well, maybe more. Maybe more.
Wait.
What happened?
All right, quick reset.
Okay, it's okay. We're just starting. Okay, we're just starting. Okay, there you go. Okay.
It could use a little bit more playtime.
I'm gonna
Let's
say
go
he needs
with
more
playtime.
playtime. I'm gonna say he needs more playtime.
Yeah.
I think he was good with what we saw from him, but I don't see it this year with the results from the team just not being up there, frankly.
It is. So you agree?
Yes.
All right, moving on. Donghak.
Star is born.
Star.
No, yeah, you can't. Yes.
This has to be the favorite. It's everyone is competing with Donghak. Everyone is second place to Donghak.
But we have to talk about this, how amazing this is for him, like personally as a storyline. Because heading into this season, I think a lot of people question Donghak's readiness.
Was he the
for
weak
Owl.
link for Atlanta
Yeah, was
Reign,
he
right?
the
That's what
weak
people
link for
are saying.
Atlanta Reign? And no, he really wasn't. He's not just been able to go toe to toe with veterans of this league and the greats, and we have many great tanks in this league. He made them look bad, even. So Donghak, honestly, way up there, way up there.
I don't think anyone could disagree. Donghak, being the main.
And he's just 17 years old too.
True.
Like, what am I doing with my life?
Incredible talent.
Yeah, what were we doing in 17?
What are we doing?
I was just picking my nose. This guy's built different. All right, let's move on. Donghoon is our next Rookie of the Year candidate.
Maybe some more playtime. I mean,
Playtime.
I mean,
Yeah, I actually think
Good potential?
I would kind of go good potential, but playtime, good potential.
I want to see more.
yeah, I want to see more. I mean, look,
I'm happy that he's nominated, but I just don't see it on the.
It kind of just doesn't sit well with me that I just remember him being subbed out for Ben Best. I know it wasn't his fault because he was in Korea.
He was on iPing.
Yeah, he was
and they
on
also
iPing.
got smoked when they took him out,
Yeah,
to be fair.
but it needs more playtime.
So
All right.
I'm hearing you guys want him in needs more playtime.
Yes.
We need
Yeah.
to see more from Donghoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. All right. He's saying.
Ooh, this is a controversial one.
For me, I want to put him in good potential. I think we've seen enough from him throughout the whole season.
Maybe this is a hot take, guys, but my thought on Heesing is that despite struggling on the Shock, he goes to a team in the Titans that I think is not as star-studded. I think it's fair to say, like lower expectations of a team, and he's been going to the next level. So a team that I think focused on him a little more, enabled him a little bit more, and he's been taking over, having insane performances. I like Heesing on A Star Is Born. I think he's up there. Maybe you could argue that those weaker first half of the season with the Shock hurts him, but I just think recently we've seen such great stuff from him. I like him.
Here's how I kind of want to put it.
All right.
If Heesing had been on Vancouver Titans all year, he would have been up there. And so I don't think you can hold Shock against him. He
Can't hold Shock against
he deserves to be up there.
All right. He deserves to be okay. You know
Why
what?
not?
You know
Just do
what?
it. Just do it. Be
All right.
generous.
Let's do that.
Hello.
He's saying along with Donghak is going to be in the A Star Is Born tier. Moving on, Junbin, another Shock player.
Junbin was a Rookie of the Year
see good
favorite
potential.
in that start. Yeah, going into the year, we thought it'd be a front runner, but they
To be fair, though, he playing for the San Francisco Shock early on this year, that just does not make any player look particularly good. So I think.
And I feel like Junbin was good even when Shock was struggling.
Exactly. So I think.
But
Just
was
like
he-
what he's saying, you can't hold the
But
Shock
was he
against
so good that
him.
he should be in the same tier as Donghak?
No, that's what I mean. I think
No,
he's
no,
good
no.
potential.
Good
I just don't think
potential,
I think he's in the middle.
Yeah.
Agree? Everyone good potential?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, good potential for Junbin. Knife. All right.
Oh,
He had some pop-up moments on Trickster.
Let me cook.
I was
Let
like, yo,
him
this
cook.
guy could be a Rookie of the Year candidate, but I think after that, he sort of started to struggle a bit. We barely got to see a lot from him. I think he was like the last, sort of in the last category of newer players that joined, right?
Guys,
I mean, he joined in late July.
Yeah.
Let me
Yes,
defend-
a few weeks ago.
let me defend Knife. I'm
Please
not
have at
saying
it.
A Star Is Born. The results weren't there, obviously. I just want.
He's winless.
I want to put him in good potential because I think very few times in the league have I seen a player do more with what he was working with. Like how bad the scenario is. He almost single-handedly made these games close.
But at the same
Almost.
time,
It was absurd.
Literally,
Almost.
I'm saying literally he needs more playtime. Like we barely.
But I think he also has good potential. All I'm saying is I defend
in between. He's winless.
In between. All right. Fine. In between.
How dare you putting him in between? But not
Go to the right. Just go to the right.
Well, it's done. It's
We're
done.
committed.
It is done.
All right,
But he is a great player.
Star is born. Star is born player.
No, veto.
Star is born. He single-handedly reverse swept the LA Gladiators.
I would say good potential. A Star is Born, you're
potential.
cooking. You're
I
cooking.
agree.
Like, I don't put knife in A Star is Born. Don't put liar there either.
Zoe tiebreaker.
Am I the mean one? I put him.
Star is Born.
I put him where knife is. Honestly, I
Really?
think it's
That's
between
fair.
the two.
my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I'm sorry.
Oh my.
I can't give him good potential for just one fantastic match
All right,
he had.
next, another Valiant player. N2S Nos.
Nos. I feel like needs more playtime. I do
Yeah,
feel like
needs more playtime.
he was put on Tracer on a role that's like not his specialty, and he still did pretty well in my opinion, given that. And so I do want to see more from him.
Same. All right, next one. Ooh, Spectra.
Star?
Spectra.
A Star is Born. Star is Born.
For me, I think I want to put him right in between good potential and Star is Born.
I mean, Toronto's been amazing in the summer
True.
stage, and Spectra
Ever
has
since
been
Spectra joined.
a really large part
He has
of
some
why Toronto has had a glow up.
plays, as we're seeing right now.
I feel like if you just look at Spectra and like his performances since he's joined the league, I think it's A Star is Born.
Yeah,
I think he's
so too.
really up there.
Star is Born. So you agree?
He got also super lucky that he joins in the meta as like right in his wheelhouse. He gets to play those Echoes, he gets to play those Genjis. So like he had everything. He had everything going for him there. I agree though. In between good potential and Star is Born. I can
Star
rock
is
with that.
Born.
Star is
Agreed.
You know what?
I think so. He's too critical.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys make me look
Star is
so
Born.
mean. I'm not the
Alright.
mean one.
Sugar free.
A Star is Born.
Yes. Star is Born.
I 100% agree.
For real.
I'm not even gonna listen to you guys. I'm putting him right here because I mean.
To me, it's like almost like Sugar Free and Donghack should almost have another tier above because these guys I think are the clear favorites for the Alarm Rookie of the Year. Donghack, his results have been so good. I think he is the front runner.
Right.
But I think Sugar Free, probably the most anticipated rookie of all time because he's been in the scene for so long.
Yeah.
But he didn't disappoint this season. Like it was
No.
a very, very impressive season from him, all things
And
considered.
he's one of those players where you almost expected him to flop, which sounds awful, but because he was so young when he started his professional career in the competitive scene. And he's played on Fusion University, I think, right before Owl started. He played on the Atlanta Academy team as well. And he made a name for himself in those contenders teams. But then the big question, obviously, like, is this enough? Is it our level? Yeah.
Yeah, this
100%
season proved
yes.
it. Yes,
He
agreed.
proved everyone that he can get it done.
Last but not least, we have Viper.
I'd say good potential.
Yeah.
I'd say good
A solid
potential.
good potential.
Yeah.
Good potential?
Look, Shanghai, it's not been great.
But Viper has been impressive, really impressive.
I agree.
Especially that the Tracer, really
All right.
insane.
Well, I agree too then. All right. So this is our Rookie of the Year, Rookie of the Year
not mad.
What are-
candidates. This is
So
how
beautiful.
we rank them. Yeah, feel free to disagree, agree, guys. It's
That's right.
No, this is the right list. This is correct.
Yeah, this is like a fact. It's not our opinions.
Yes.
We just meet out the truth here.
Exactly, it's a factual opinion. Either way, you can get involved into the conversation here as well, of course. So please just head on over to socials and use the hashtag OWL2023 and let us know how wrong you think we are. Maybe your opinion makes it onto the broadcast if we like it. We have choices, you know. We don't have to show your opinion. Either way, what we do want to show is, of course, team jerseys each and every day. They are on sale to up to 20% off. You can represent your favorite rookies team, for example, if you're headed over to Toronto. I guess that
Headed out to
worked.
Toronto.
Yeah, I guess that worked out.
That worked out.
Yeah, well, whilst I'm recovering from that one, we're going to head into a quick break, and afterwards we're going to break down the action of our first match, so stick around.
Hop over to Timmy's, grab a coffee.
We're about to see them play against Washington, but we've been seeing them in all of our ranked games. Toronto won the skins in the game competition with over 8,000 submissions, which is crazy. And they will thus get a custom spray thanks to everyone who submitted their skins in the game. I personally think as well deserved. The color combination for Toronto Defiant just looks really good in game. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like that's
like classic kind of
it's a classic,
badassery.
exactly. Like you can't go wrong with those. So I'm excited to see that spray. I'm also very excited to see those guys you see on your screen right now play against Washington Justice. Toronto Defiant, I mean, ever since the meta shift, they've been hailed as one of those big teams. Is it time to cash in our Scrimbucks?
I mean, I do think they're the favorite today. I think they have looked insanely good, and we can't underrate that. I'm also a little bit curious to see. The meta has shifted more and more towards Lucio since we saw the patch drop. More and more teams have been playing a fast style and punishing the Iari. And so I wonder if we'll see Toronto do that. So far, even on Flashpoint, when they played Vancouver in their last match, they run double flex support. They lost Flashpoint, where it feels like Lucio is really, really effective. And so I wonder if they will continue to not run Lucio at all. I kind of want to see that style from them. I think as time goes on, they're going to need to.
What do you expect to see from this one?
Well, I'm expecting Toronto Defiant to hopefully be perfectly mid after this game, Zoe. It's the biggest storyline of the day. Toronto Defiant, once more, 8-8, win-loss, 0 map differential. It's the only thing that matters for me in this one, really.
Yeah, do it for the memes, please. Be perfectly
What do they need to be perfect?
3-1.
3-1?
3-1 to be mid.
I might not have predicted 3-1, but I hope for a 3-1.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions. I went for a 3-2. Sorry, it would have ruined the perfectly mid storyline. But yeah, I think Toronto has to be considered the favorite here. Alpha Yi and friends have to put in work to take him down.
Johnny,
Yeah?
I agree with you. I want that storyline, you know, do it for the memes. 3-1, baby, Toronto Defiant.
Perfectly mid.
Perfectly mid.
I've got even more faith in the Defiant than you guys. I went 3-0. I think they're looking really good, and I think they'll correct their mistakes and bring out a Lucio on Flashpoint.
Wait, I think I copied Jake's spread here. Did I go 3-0 too?
No, I think
remember.
you copied Danny's spread.
Yeah.
Did I? Oh, 3-1. That's right. Toronto,
Yeah.
perfectly mid. That's what I'm talking about. The franchise reputation is maintained. Okay, keep it perfectly mid. This is how we know the Toronto Defiant. Perfectly mid. Bring it home.
That's better than at the bottom. I'd go for mid. I'd love to be just
They
mediocre.
were garbage in the spring stage. So.
Wow.
Now they're good. Now they're good.
They're back.
All things in balance.
Wow, what a
All things in
Cinderella
balance.
story from garbage to mid. Let's see if they can get it done against the Washington Justice, though. You want to see more Lucio being played. Was there anything really standing out looking at the Washington Justice thus far in this meta?
I mean, it's been tough for the Washington Justice. I mean, we talked about Alfie all season, right? But I feel like now more than ever, it's about the supports and really fitting into this meta, right? I mean, maybe if Mirror picks up some more Jungle Queen play, maybe that could be something you rely on, so Washington Justice. I feel like the fact that you locked in your playing seed, that deserves mentioning, of course, with the Gladiators losing yesterday, Washington Justice are in, they don't necessarily have to win this matchup. Just gives them some more time to figure out this meta and what is really good for the Washington Justice. More than anything, as Jake mentioned, these are two teams that are trying to figure out what to bring to the play-ins, so this could maybe be a hint towards where the meta is going and what we'll see from both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm just curious if Toronto can hold out on this no Lucio style and keep playing greedy. If they can make it work, it could be strong, but I'm just worried for them. I think certain map types are just not going to favor the slow pokey style. It's very unforgiving. If you play perfectly, it might be strong, but against some of these best teams in the world, like they're going to force mistakes, and sometimes that speed just can be really valuable, especially in a playoff situation on LAN. I think they want to be ready for that style, even if they're not going to use it too much.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the small sample size we have thus far in competitive play on a Flashpoint, teams with the Lucio getting that extra fight in, having that additional speed, it did make a difference versus teams which did not have that as a utility. However, we'll see. Maybe they can roll with it. Maybe they pull a London Spitfire and just do their own thing, and it somehow magically works for them. For now, however, we head into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we hope to get that first match of the day started. So stick around, and we see you on the other side.
cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the.
Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. And stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my please.
Welcome back. Sorry for the brief break, but we are jumping into the first game of the day. Toronto Defiant, the Washington Justice. It's going to be a good time. And do you know the best thing, Scott?
What's that?
Is that the desk can't talk to us right now, so I get to flame Johnny a little bit. Can I just say, Johnny, every single time we come to predictions, he's forgotten what he preds. And he's looking at me right now. And Johnny, you know what I'm saying. He's going to me, no, Johnny, no.
No, Johnny, stay away from him. He's just a small boy.
Why do you always forget? Why do you always forget? Why do you always copy other people's preds?
I don't copy You always copy everyone else on the desk spread. I've never seen you with an original thought. You know,
an original thought, not on my Overwatch desk. All right, we jump into the first map. Like I said, sorry for the brief pause there between the desk and the actual game, but we are about to go into Antarctic Peninsula, Eichenwalde, Sorabasa, Colosseo, Route 66. And Scott, it's been an interesting time. I think Toronto have been one of the more interesting teams to watch because so many teams right now are just changing, swapping around either players in the game or just like metas and comps from map to map. Toronto, not so much.
Yeah, Toronto are one of the few teams in this meta, obviously very small sample size of just one match, but pretty much exclusively played the Alari with the Baptiste, these high damage shooter compositions, exactly what you see on your screen right now. This is supposedly their bread and butter, and it's been very successful for them in scrims. We saw it in their last match. How are the Washington Justice going to be able to deal with this? Because as the desk highlighted, this weekend we've seen a lot more Junker Queen and Lucio finding value on maps like Flashpoint and Control where you can use that maneuverability. Are the Toronto Defiant that confident in their own play and their style that they can overcome those obstacles?
Well, here we go. It's going to be the JQ, Scott, like you were saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see JQ back in the meta too, in a way. It's not like the JQ Winter or JQ Summer, I suppose, last year when it was just perma JQ Rush. A lot of variance this time around, and sneaky TP play right onto the back line. Nice wall though from Spectra, stops the initial wave of damage. Alfie just chewing through Hydra right now. Lab's going to save him. Alfie jumps back. A nice little bomb lands on his chest, and Alfie booped up into the skies. Throws a grenade out for himself. Unfortunately though, Flora and Terror end up going down as the wall to stop Mira from doing all of anything, as Majet heals up the rest of the team with the right click. That will be the fight over. Rather cheeky from Justice there. Wrapping all the way around with that teleport, Scott, but it didn't work out.
I really love the idea. That's what you need to do if you're playing the Lucio and the Symmetra. Get onto the backline of the Defiant, but you could see how resilient just the Alari and the Baptiste is. They have so much healing that just keeps Hydron alive long enough to be able to take down the Justice. And now they're playing very aggressively, the one stepping up first.
Oh, here comes the damage. Hydron with the window in front of him. Terror, you gotta get down, man. Okay, a Dogman, if he goes down there, yeah, that's a report for sure. Hot strike available from Hydron too. Very aggressive play right now. I mean, they can do this again. You could just push all the way up, maybe even use Sermagetto if you pop that.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for the Justice. They need to find value with their application matrix. It's going to force everyone to maneuver away, but everyone's just sort of looking at each other from a distance.
Oh, wait, Alfie and Hydron. They traded. They traded their ults, they traded their lives. Terror in a little bit of trouble, though, as Sermajev forces the land with a couple of nice right clicks. Sound barrier comes through from the Washington Justice. It's only a 4-man since Alfie died earlier on in that fight. The Rampage comes in, but the Blizzard is just absolutely spectacular from Spectra. And Mira, none able to follow up after that Rampage. And even Collusion, he's just kind of standing tall there. Scott hits the Terror Surge. Not much Mira can do after that. He's slowed down by the Blizzard and the Orisa ult, and then he can't move.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened with the Mira Rampage either, but it didn't get the value that it really needed. But as you said, Jack, Spectra's Blizzard was just the thing that really put the nail in the coffin for the Justice. Once again, Symmetra TPing, trying to get to the point. They're in last fight territory. The Flora wall needs to enable them to get into this fight.
There's the wall and the window too.
They might be able to break this wall. Very rarely do you see a wall go down, but through an amplification matrix, it can be done.
1 million DPS from the Bastion through the window there. Here come the turrets, and here comes the flank. Mira trying to find a knife pull in, but Those knives are landing, but the Walters and Spectre are just too good, blocking them most of the time. Mira trying to enter onto the point, does use the TP to get behind as Hydron ends up going down. Lamp to save Ultraviolet, but now he's a little bit more vulnerable to Teru's Tri-Burst rifle on the other side of the map. Now Sermaged ripping the ultimate, and aim just spectacular too. Toronto Defiant going to take that first round. Rather messy game there from both teams, but not messy as in like bad play, just messy because everybody is all over the place. They're teleports, and Toronto Defiant kind of playing around them. Like, you don't really see that all too often. Normally the team that teleports on you with a JQ, with a Bastion, are able to just cleave you in twain, but the Toronto Defiant playing around it perfectly.
Yeah, the Justice, honestly, I love the idea of how they're trying to execute the composition. They're just not finding the picks. They need to be able to punish Sermaged and Ultraviolet. Those are the primary picks, because if they get caught in the front line trying to take down either Spectra or Kaluj, they're just too durable. They're not going to ever be able to bring those players down. So we move over to Labs, where we actually see Sermaged moving to Lucio, Nevermind, just speeding everyone out for a little bit. Similar compositions, but this time Mira's going to go to the Orisa of his own.
Need that durability, Scott. It must be said. Hydron on the Soldier too. It's nice to see a little bit of Genji as well. Really good at kind of following up kills, and if Orisa lands a spear, good target to kind of jump on, get a reset.
Yeah.
High ground control. Right now, trying to be claimed by the Justice. They do TP, kill the pylon. Here comes Mira, spear spinning into the back line. A lot of low health members for Toronto Defiant, but the lab is going to make sure everybody's 100%. But those small turrets slowing down Ultraviolet as he leapt into the air as Alpha E finds 2 clean kills on the back line. That'll be the point going over.
I like this Genji switch. It allows them to just go that extra step further, right? He can get those dash resets. He can be the one to get on the back lines alone, and let's be honest, it's Alpha Yi. Like, he has been the carry for the Washington Justice throughout this entire year. Put him on a hero that allows him to solo carry just like that. He takes down both backliners and opens it up for the Justice.
Oh, they know where Hydron is.
Yeah, they can hunt him down.
Oh, they know.
Did they miss him? I think they flew over him.
Yeah, they... What?
What?
How did they miss him? Sorry, Splinter Cell? Sam Fisher, is that you? Okay, well, there goes the teleport. Terra might be in a little bit of trouble. Kalusha's going to run him down. Mira's already used the Fortify there. Alpha E, though, dispatching again with the backline. Sermaged and Ultraviolet fell. Well, it's Terra falls. That's a 2-for-2 trade. The Washington Justice, they're going to be able to touch the point again. I'm not sure they are, no.
It's just not enough. As much as we found Alpha E getting the picks, everyone else on the Justice fell. And that will be the Defiant taking it over. If you are the Defiant, though, look at their support ultimate charge. Neither of them have been able to play this game so far. They need to find a way to help themselves so that Alpha E can not just tear their team apart. He's even coming up to a Blade, which will make this fight even easier.
Blade, wall, and the window. So Amp Matrix, I mean, you're looking great right now. Hydron once again on the edge of the map as Soldier players do.
He's literally playing like one of those hide-and-seek games.
Okay, they kind of know where he is now. Yeah, they can hear him. Now they definitely know. All right, Alfie calls that out. He's too far away. I think you're right, Scott. Alfie, you can just go in with the Blade. Doesn't really need to worry about the Soldier damage. There's the Blade. It's been pulled. Sermaged in trouble. Instantly taken care of. Alpha Yi, true carry of the Washington Justice. Even a couple little small shurikens there. Come on, Alpha Yi. Spectra, the only one left alive. Is it going to give him the 5K? Of course they are. Alpha Yi with a team kill.
And this is really a big issue with the Alara. You can see Alpha Yi understands it. As soon as the healing pylon goes down, if you take that out, the Alpha Yi doesn't really have anything to protect herself. So right now, it feels like Alpha Yi is just being able to kill Sermaged and then goes on to Ultraviolet, gets out the lamp. So right now, Justice really coming in with a much better game plan than we saw in this first round. Donghan does have the sound barrier that should be able to give them at least a little bit of extra health that can enable this dive.
Oh, Sermaged's in trouble though. Alpha Yi is just hounding him down right now. He ends up going down to Donghan of all people. These Alpha Yi explodes, but I mean, will it be enough? Spectra's still got the block, puts himself on the point. Most importantly there, stops Mira instantly capping. Spear spin away from the heals, and there's the kill eventually coming through. However, now Kalush has decided to join the party on the point.
That's really bad that they lost the capture there, the Washington Justice. They were in control but lost it at the beginning of that fight, which means that they weren't getting the capture percentage up. That potentially could have been the last fight, but because they lose that control, the Defiant will get another chance at this. But no, neither side really has any ultimates to work with. It's going to be a pretty dry fight, and a last fight at that.
And no blade for Alpha E, sadly, but Hydron is still behind him. My word. Ooh. How many seconds has he spent with the rest of his team? Probably near 0. Nice little damage onto Alpha E, forces the dash up to the high ground. They know where he is, of course, at this point, but Alpha E's got to get healed sooner or later. No healing in sight, apparently. Terror is focusing on the front line right now. They do trade DPS for DPS. This window could be devastating for Kaluj, but Summerjed ends up killing 2, 3. Keep going. Might as well. Hello. What's up? Yeah, Alari does a lot of damage, by the way. 86%, Scott, last fight.
And when we talked to RuPaul and we asked him, who do you think is the best Alari right now? He said Summerjed. We know how mechanically talented he is, showing it right now.
Luch going in, hoping maybe lands a spear there. Gets the ult, but backs up. That pylon's going to do a lot of work for the Toronto Defiant, that is for sure. High ground, window, Flora, railgun through it. Ultraviolet not expecting the burst damage coming in. Kaluj a little bit more vulnerable now with only one healer. There is the ultimate ripped, and instantly Alpha E just dashes out. Flora in a little bit of trouble though, does get struck with the Alari ultimate as Summerjed takes him out. OT for Toronto Defiance as they just clean the Justice straight up. I mean, that couldn't have been more one-sided.
Yeah. Toronto, as soon as they were able to keep their backline alive, as soon as Summerjed had any freedom to shoot, the Justice just could not stand up to the sheer amount of damage coming out. Honestly, Justice played it quite well, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. And Alpha Ye's Genji, it went heroic mode, it went sicko mode, yet it still wasn't enough. That's a problem, Jack, as you move further into this series.
Oh, yeah. And further into the play-ins, playoffs as well, right? Can't rely on Alpha E getting double kill in the backline over and over again to find a win condition. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you're sticking with this one comp, you're getting the best with it, right? Okay, this is a clip for the day. This is a clip of the day already. Was there a lamp that tried to come down? I think so, maybe, yeah.
I think both supports tried to drop a lamp, but it's just not enough to be able to... if you're in the center of that explosion, it does so much damage.
But yeah, if you're practicing one comp, like, and drilling it over and over again, rather than doing what a lot of teams are right now, is in switching comps up, you're going to get way better than most other people. So, you know, maybe sometimes sticking with things is better than changing things up over and over again. And as we head into the playoffs and play-ins, will the meta kind of solidify, or are we just going to continue to see this variance? Right now, Toronto Defiant, they look great, Scott. You know, Johnny put it a little bit more harshly on the desk, but they weren't too good to start off the year at all. They made some substitutions in their roster, and now they're looking like a surefire bet going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and you say surefire bet, but the question that still hasn't been answered is, yes, you can play one composition. It might just be the best composition in the world, but if it isn't, and we go into the playoffs and they really pigeon themselves into this one composition, that could be a problem as we go further down the line into the playoffs.
Right. Icon Valda up next. A clean 2-0 for Defiant to start off the series. Justice, what you got for us? Toronto Defiant with a 2-0. And Scott, they are looking for one thing in this series, and it's 3-1.
Yeah,
well, so they are perfectly mid.
I think they would prefer to go 3-0 and be better than mid. And speaking of someone better than mid, look at this Majed. This guy has been making names for himself ever since he came into the league last year, known as just a hyper-aggressive flex support player who doesn't really care about the costs of going aggressive.
Yeah.
So that's why this hero, Lari, coming into it, we knew he was going to be great at it. And he's honestly been one of the players who's adopted it the most. And that's why the Toronto Defiant have been playing around it in a lot of different ways. While on the other side, Washington Justice making some subs. Ben Best coming in, I don't think we saw that at all last weekend. And then Mira making the transition to support once again. We've seen this in the past from the Justice to varied success.
Yeah, Mira was actually the first player in the Overwatch League to play all 3 roles in a game. Like, this was way back when.
Yeah.
And he played support, tank, and DPS. And it was kind of a... What is Mira up to? Like, what is he doing?
What is he cooking?
I mean, he's a talented player.
Yes.
But it's kind of crazy to see him just consistently swapping between all these 3 roles. Traditionally, very much traditionally, a DPS player. Was very good at like the original Doomfist Fire, like projectile stuff.
Silly hero specialist.
Basically, yeah, like silly hero specialist. Now jumping onto a tank role, but now obviously playing with Teru on the support role. Like, yeah, it's maddening. But honestly, yeah, I will see how it does. Because at the end of the day, you need big kill potential with a lot of these new support heroes, minus Life Weaver, right? Like, Alari is just, as Sermajed was demonstrating last game, is just aim skill. Like, you're just getting in people's faces, just winning duels, doing a lot of damage. And what better than have a DPS player on a support player that does a lot of damage, right? So, I mean, Mira and Teru, exactly the same kind of storyline in that regard as well.
Yeah, and that really levels them up because they have the mechanics to be able to play all these like high mechanic support heroes. But the question I have for the Washington Justice is this really a great choice? Going to Eichenwalder, they're going to mirror the composition from the Toronto Defiant that, you know, Defiant have kind of dubbed themselves as the best at this mirror. So they're going to go toe-to-toe. Let's see how they play. Because let's remember, this match overall doesn't have wild implications. Both of these players and teams are already into the play-ins. They're going to be able to have the opportunity to qualify to go to our event in Toronto. So I want to see what different looks they have. Are they one tricks? Are they really just focused on playing one thing? We've seen the diversity from Washington Justice, while Toronto Defiant still just sticking with the one thing.
Oh, Teru forced a lamp already. See Sermajed not doing much healing right now. Doesn't need to. He's got that pylon up on that clock tower. Taking the 1v1 with Mira there for a brief moment. Nice wall onto Ben Best. Can he get away? Already used the spear spin. No, he turned around, thought maybe a pylon had broken, but nope, not to be. Sermajed takes his life, and that will be Defiant pushing on to the points.
Very easy. Ben Best just, even though he goes aggressive, you need to play that way, but the rest of the support wasn't there. No healing, nothing to back him up. That'll be a very quick first point capture here for the Toronto Defiant. Majed just once again taking names. Ben Best is going to re-aggress at the point. They're at a player disadvantage. This could be ill-advised.
Yeah, did use Fortify, now use the spin, no CDs at all. They gotta know this, but they can't push forward just yet. Flora with a snipe across the map actually takes care of Sermajed. Both those winners coming up exactly the same time to the frame by the sounds of it. Gotta be careful though, Flora on the side. Now got a railgun charge shot in just a moment. Wow, Alpha E comes back somehow, some way. Justice managed to hold on to that point. 91.5%. That was almost a cap. Fine.
That was a great play. Justice got a couple of stray picks towards the end of that fight, which allowed them to re-enter into the fight. They were the ones who found the picks at the very end as well. So now that's 2 minutes. That ended up being a very long, drawn-out fight for the Defiant to not cap. And now both sides are coming up to ultimates. So we've seen time and time on Hybrid, it's very easy to just sort of get snowballed away. Captain's Son?
No value. Some detonations across the map. Ultraviolet's pretty low. Same with Spectre. Pops in the block, instantly pops himself out of it. Pylon to the floor, and Ultraviolet just feeding to make sure he can respawn in time. Looking at maybe only a couple of fights left. Minute and 45 seconds to go, Scott. And Justice got big ultimates coming up now.
Yeah, they've only had to use their support ultimates so far. Well, support is ultimates are a loose term. Yeah, these days, because they are both offensive focused in a lot of respects. And they also charge up very quickly, so it hasn't cost Justice that much. So they're not at an ult discrepancy as much as you would expect this late in the round.
Ben Best! Open! He's good. Encore coming out. Stops Hydron from getting a free angle. However, he's still jumping over the top of the tank. Kills Alpha Yi, and now Bembest suffered again. And the Icy Fate just back against the ice wall, ends up falling. Hydron almost goes down to the molten core then. Jeez, global warming is happening. It's happening on Eichenwald. There's lava and there's ice walls coming up. Like, what's happening? Trying to define, you end up capping Scott, luckily. Flora unable to get that overclock out. Could have been the difference maker.
Yeah, honestly, Defiant just went first. Hydron found instant value with his own overclock. From there, it's just hard for Justice to really get into the fight. But that's not a bad hold. If you're the Justice, you held pretty well. You still held onto that overclock, and now they can control the positioning of the top of the castle. How do the Defiant assail? They don't have speed, they don't have a teleporter to really get into position, so they're fighting an uphill battle, literally.
Oh, they got Blizzard, that's for sure. I can hear Savage, yeah, robbing the ultimate again. God, every single time he's got it up, just instantly rips it. Takes a headshot though, he's got to be careful. Healing Hydron with that right-click beam. Now Pylon on top two, almost indefinite healing if they can keep it alive long enough. Meanwhile, on the payload though, Scott, Bembest is just getting bullied by the front line of Toronto. Alfie and Flora still come up with big kills though. No supports now for Toronto, so playing it a little bit more safe is the order of the day.
Both teams are just spreading the other one incredibly thin. A lot of players taking off angles, taking flanks. I think both support players for the Defiant were flanking there. And that's what sort of isolated Bembest got them picked, but they ended up paying with their own lives as well.
Yeah, Bembest is almost like cannon fodder at this point. It's like, okay, Bembest, just survive as long as you can on the point. We're going to kill everybody else.
Yeah, as much as it feels like, oh, Bembest is kind of feeding. He's dying first time and time again. That's how you have to play Orisa. Force the Defiant to look at you, commit their resources. You need to find that balance, and you can't fall for free. And so far, Bembest has actually been doing quite a good job.
Oh, here comes Kalush's turn to feed. Oh, a spear. Goodbye, Alpha Yi. Yeah, did not see that one. There you go. Kicked right into the pit there, almost. Washington Justice now. They've got to deal without a life without Alpha Yi, sadly. Flora over to the top of the wall. Surfshed in trouble. A nice double tap to the body. Takes care of one of the main carries of the Toronto Defiants. Flora doesn't run out of overclock though, as Kalush just marches on forward. There's the ultimate, but Flora, luckily enough, did save the dash there, Scott, so slid away. However, he's still pretty low, waiting for heals to come in and land on top of him. Luckily, Bembest was there to tank some of that damage. The cart now pushing onto the bridge.
Alfie is in such a good position. He's holding this high ground. He loses the duel to Ultraviolet. Now Ultraviolet's in a great position with his amplification matrix.
Sun from Mirror takes down Spectre, but Ultraviolet on the high ground with a pylon, a window, every single support tool you could possibly want up there to keep the high ground in control.
I feel like these team fights are never ending. They're just changing constantly. Both teams at number disadvantages. Right now, Defiant do have the control, and Kalush is pushing it in. 45 seconds are remaining, Jack.
Flora and Mirror on a flank on the high ground again. Surmaged trying to check them. Ooh. And it is go time for Hydron. Body shot. Headshot to Alfie. Pops the E, but it wasn't enough. Another nice blizzard from Spectre actually stops the retreat of the flankers. Flora and Mirror now in trouble. Payload is inching back ever so slightly, but now is in firm control of the Toronto Defiant as Bembest. Not falling first this time, Scott, falling last in this fight. 20 seconds to go, but the Toronto Defiant will break those doors down, push on to point 3, and this has just been a slugfest. I mean, it's called the shooter comp for the reason, right? Everybody is just shooting through windows. Surmaged, Mirror is just flanking permanently. There's just so much damage and so many picks. It feels very deathmatchy.
It is, and that's how the composition is built and designed. You're not taking these big team fights. You're not synergizing your ultimates. That's why it kind of feels like everyone's just throwing whatever they have willy-nilly. It's just about finding as much individual value as you can. Find the picks, give yourself that advantage. Flora comes up with the first one in this fight.
First blood to Flora, but this window on the high ground is just so good. But the issue is, who's anchoring the point right now? It's Bembest. He was just in that corner that whole time. They couldn't get the cart around the point, around the corner. Nice Captain Sun. It's 4, I believe, too. Nice push out. That spear was huge from Kalush. Just removes everybody from the defense mage, from the lamp, sorry, and they just all detonate on top of each other. Surmaged with a massive ultimate. They're going to open this one up.
Now Washington Justice, desperation mode. They need to get back to this point. You can see Alfie just trying to make it. He has made it to the point. He's blocked, so they will get another fight.
Here comes the Rhine, the Bastion. Through the window as well, this Bastion. Got to be careful. Toronto Defiant with 30 seconds to go. Any death here will cost them a great deal.
They can't stagger here. As you said, Jack, if Marget's in a bad spot, he does trade 1-for-1, but that's not going to matter because of how close the spawns are for the Washington Justice. So now if you're the Defiant, you have 15 seconds. Not only do you need to take an even fight, you need to make all your way to the cart to just get it into overtime. This is Marget.
This is Marget. He was trying to kill people, man. Hydron's
just
got the overclock at 1%. He's got to rip it. He's got to rip it. The ice wall, a little bit of a hindrance. Trying to actually just shoot the pylon. It's a good kill, honestly. That cooldown is quite a lot, and it does a lot of healing. So now the focus is Best shield, trying to remove that. So Hydron gets a nice line of sight, but there's just not much damage coming in right now onto the Justice. Hydron can't get these clean shots in. Kalush and Ultraviolet are dead. And there's the Blizzard on top too. Toronto Defiant unable to cap that last point. At least they ended up capping 2, but that third one just fell by the wayside.
It's just a very difficult point to assail because of how close the spawn doors are. You saw that was such a great team wipe from Sir Marget's Captive Son. As soon as you start getting those triggers going, everyone will fall, but the closest spawn doors, Toronto Defiant, this long run back cost them too much to get back to the point, and it's not enough. But that's still not a bad point push on Eichenwald. It can be very difficult to even get through the second point. If you can make it all the way to the third, you're in a pretty good position overall. Let's see this Captive Son again.
He's hit 4 people, I believe, too.
Dude, it's so cool.
It's a sick ult. Right on the corner, rather large hitbox, and Kalush used the spear of the people in the Immo field, pushed them out, they explode, and bada bing, bada boom, that's a whole lot of detonations.
Mirror's getting flamed. He says, he even throws in the, I'm tank player. You know, he's using the old classic excuse.
I'm a tank player, man. Come on.
I don't have to aim. I'm a tank player. True. Okay, Mirror, that doesn't work for you. You're a jack of all trades. You're not allowed to use that trump card. It wasn't a bad look. I will say, from the Washington Justice, I questioned whether it was the right decision to take this Mirror, but it's actually giving me more confidence, regardless of how this map plays out, that they are going to be able to play these different compositions moving into the playoffs, because they might not be able to beat the Defiant at it exactly, but if they can play it to a high degree, they can probably beat a lot of other teams.
Interesting comp. Ooh, he's got it. He got it.
Never worried.
Alfie's the GOAT. Look at this flank. 3 people on the flank right now for the Justice. Flora, Alfie, and Teru.
And the way this is designed, it is to get on top of the Baptiste and the Alari. Don't allow them to shoot and just sort of stand around. If you put a lot of pressure onto the backline, you can spread the Defiant around. They just cannot get picked.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant have to back all the way up to the point, just letting go of that choke. Like you said, Scott, 1 pick will be enough. And there
goes Flora, right?
That's a pick, but it's not on the side of the Justice, sadly. Actually, Hydron with the Casty instead. Casty is such a hindrance, actually, quite literally with the Magnate, right? But it's such a hindrance to the Justice, like sticking the Tracer or even sticking the Echo. That's a kill.
That's why people haven't been playing Tracer as much in this meta. There's just too much damage. You have a Baptiste, an Alari, a Torbjorn, a Cassidy, an Orisa. All of these are threats to you as a Tracer, and it's just too much damage. But now Teru's going to be the one to open it up on Sir Marget.
That'll boost onto Best. He just runs down the back line. Ooh, pretty low is Ultraviolet right now. Alfie dashes straight on top of him. No deflect, no dash. Best still surviving, but yeah, not for long. No heals were sent in his direction by the looks of it. But still, Toronto Defiant right now, Scott, kind of cowering in this corner because they've had to just chase Best around. 2 ticks have been acquired by the Justice. You're still pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you take those 2 ticks. It was a great push that gets Marget down, but Best eventually ran out of nano boost, ran out of life, and from there they just don't have the ability to sort of deal with the reinforcements coming out of the Toronto Defiant. And now Justice are in the same position that the Defiant were in their push, where you're at 2 minutes, yes, your ultimate's coming out, but you need to find value with these ultimates, otherwise you could easily get held first.
That's the 2nd pick in a row with Teru.
Yeah, Teru's just finding the supports, maybe a little too greedy from Ultraviolet this time, and that should be a great window to pop these ultimates, run into the fight.
Captive Son though, where's it gonna land? Teru jumps in to safety, however you can Suzu that. But the Molten Core is just crazy, actually. From Spectra, you go one way, you jump into Molten Core, you go the other way, you jump into a Terror Surge. What a combination of ults, but, well, who's in the kill feed? It's Alfie, of course. He still manages to find 2 kills somehow, some way, and the point was capped, Scott, in the meanwhile. Yeah.
Well, that was just chaos. Toronto Defiant, that's going to cost them a lot as well. That cost them 4 ultimates to be able to try and hold that, and they didn't manage to hold it. So now Alpha has a blade, Benbet still holding onto his Terror Surge. If they can snowball these ultimates effectively, they could capture this second point in a very quick time. The question is, how do they deal with all these threats standing at the top of the castle? Okay, that'll do it.
Alpha lost duel to a turret. Like, he took one shot from Sermon Shaw, lost all to the
It happens from time to time, Jack.
It does,
happened
it
to all of
does.
us.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Teru?
Oh, Suzu. Nice. Hydro can still push you, though.
Yeah.
TP, Swift Step, and yep, he's out of there. Nanoblade for Justice now, Scott.
Yeah. This is very difficult to deal with if you're the Defiant. You don't have the tools.
Nano, Blade, Alfie on the high ground. Nice roll away from Hydra, but you cannot run quick enough. The lamp goes down, but still Alfie takes it out. Looks like a little bit no-rig there, actually, on the lamp. But all good. Still 2 kills for Alfie with the Nanoblade. Maybe more, too, if they can find these last stragglers. Sermaged's 1 HP. Does manage to pick up the Mega Health Pack, though, so all good. 1 HP. He's going to go for it. Oh, the stun! Oh, no! The spear into the wall. Too greedy.
Gets punished for his greed and his hubris. Really wanted that pick. It would have been a huge pick, but now it swings the other way. Kalush runs into the backline.
Huge Terror Surge. Yeah, goodbye. Kalush saving that fight.
That was an overheat from Alpha Yi. A rare L from Alpha Yi. But honestly, that's how you have to play if you want to have that high level of impact. Teru going for maybe a C9.
Do they know?
Oh, they know.
They know. Does have Swift Step and oh, the Suzu not quite registering there for Teru.
And that's a lot of time. That falls off the point. That's another 15 seconds before the Justice can really start entering into this fight. And that ultimate advantage that I said the Justice have has since come and gone, and now the Defiant are going to push their own advantages. Jeez. They're trying to go to spawn. You want to push this card back as far as it can, so therefore, even if the Justice do win another fight, they won't capture the point.
Right. I mean, it's on the bridge right now. It could very well go back around one of those corners. Good position from Sermaged. Does take a single shot from Mirror there, who's on the Ana at the moment. Captive Sun available. You know Sermaged just wants to rip it on this high ground. They're all gathered up.
Yeah. That's the spear spin as well, so they can't even catch the Captive Sun. That's a cooldown you need to keep tracking if you are the Alari.
Looks like Justice are actually going to rotate to the point to at least touch it. Terror takes care of the turret. Here comes the Captive Sun. Oh, deflected. Where'd it go? Not sure.
Back to the sun.
Not sure. Back, yes, straight back up into the sky. Nano boost onto Alpha Yi. No blade, but no problems for him most of the time.
More importantly, the card is pushing, so now Defiant are the ones who are going to have to rush towards the point. Is Kalush even going to make it?
Kalush? Oh, 0.5 meters, but Kalush is so low. Molten Core on the point, not going to happen though. No more touches there from the Toronto Defiant. They let that payload just slip through their fingers. They're coming up with kills, Scott. That's great. It looks great, but Justice still cap.
Hey, that's great play if you're the Justice. They took that one advantage and just spread it even further. Before going over to the Hanzo when we get to this last point, remember, the third point was not captured by the Defiant. It's very close to the end, so now the Justice, they have 2 minutes to be able to close out this map. Alpha Yi coming up to another blade. Once again, Defiant don't have the answers to this.
You've got to save some big cooldown there from Kalush. The spear would do it. Even the spin as well, right? You could just kind of push him away, but it's going to be dangerous.
Kalush, if he can get his Terror Surge up in time, that could be huge as well. As soon as the Genji goes in, pop the Terror Surge. Mess with the flow of the Genji.
Window, unleash from Ultraviolet, buying time. Mirror dead.
And they'll get it.
Yep, they will get the time that they require. There's the deflect coming out from Alpha Yi too, so yeah, it doesn't look like this fight is going the way of the Defiant right now. And look at this damage too from Kalush. I mean, he's got Terror Surge now, Scott, so a very big tool to deal with the blade if they really want to use it.
And it's not just the Terror Surge they're going to have now as Hydron's getting close to the visor. There's more staggers once again. This is more and more time off. Are the Justice only going to get one more fight?
They're going to just push into the spawn. I mean, you can potentially hold the high ground here. There's no Lucio to kind of speed past them.
It doesn't cost you that much to hold this high ground as well. As long as you don't lose a player or a stagger exactly like that as Hydron gets taken out by a headshot. And now all of a sudden, Defiant, they're trying to retreat. They do not want to lose any more players. I wouldn't be surprised to see Alpha Yi just go try and push.
They know where he is.
Oh, pushes advantage.
Get the E. However, the lamp is going to come out to save him, but there's the blade. As soon as that lamp came out, Alpha Yi hit the ult. Kalush, buying time though, did isolate Alpha Yi, but he's still swinging. Big kills Ultraviolet goes down at the hands of Alpi and Mira, and now the push can continue. However, Surmashed is still buying more time, Scott. This is all the Toronto Defiant need right now. 15 seconds to go as Surmashed using the Captive Sun is going to heal up this front line now as Kalush, Spectre, and Hydra are going to hold down the fort.
It's not about time anymore, Jack. This is last fight. It's all about the ultimates that you have.
Captive Sun available from Mira, peeping around the corner. Does manage to hit a UV by the looks of it. Yes, he does detonate too. Ben Best picks up the kill, but Surmashed still on the sidelines, causing absolute ruckus. Molten Core on the point, Kalush pretty low, just dancing around it, trying to keep himself alive, but no cooldowns to be seen. Justice, they're still going to push. Surmashed's flank did not work out. One more touch, Ultraviolet gets booped away, but the Justice are going to take Eichenwalder.
I feel like you have to question the decision by the Defiant to try and take that fight where Surmashhed uses the Captive Sun there. If you had just retreated, stepped back, you had your threats, you could have reset and taken a more advantageous fight at the back half of that third point, but they decide to try and end it right there and then, and the Washington Justice punishes them for it.
Damn, like, that last corner, it felt like the payload was way closer to completion than it actually was. It was basically on the last point. I think you laid it out there perfectly, Scott. If you just play a little bit more safe, a little bit more passive maybe all the way at the back, but they decided to rip their ults early and Justice took advantage of it. Big stuff from the Washington Justice, but the most important thing, Scott, the 3-1 is possible.
That's true, 3-1's back on the table. Toronto Defiant could be perfectly mid. They're actually, now you're in a bad position because Toronto Defiant, they were fighting to be slightly better than mid, and now they can only be mid or worse. So that's a questionable thing for the Toronto Defiant season now that we're 1-1. And now it's the Washington Justice, honestly, with an impressive performance, playing this shooter composition much better than I expected from them.
Man, those Surmashed flanks can be deadly, but if his team fall first, then yeah, that flank is nothing but a small draft in the wind. Surabasa is up next for Flashpoint. Coliseum Route 66 on the table too. We'll see if Justice can take the series away from the Defiant and stop their mid goals. We'll be right back after the break. Let's go, Justice.
Let's go, Justice.
Icon Valda was theirs. We are seeing a couple of substitutions coming in, though. Mira back to tank, and Donghun's forehead is now in for support.
Donghun's forehead is a great Lucio, so I think we can understand the direction the Washington Justice are going, back towards what they were playing on the first map, which you can sometimes question of like, hey, they just won the second map playing the same composition as Defiant. Why would they switch? But I think Jake highlighted it really well on the desk heading into this series. Lucio is starting to become a staple for playing on Flashpoint because you need that mobility, that ability to maneuver around the map. So my question lies less on the Washington Justice and more on Toronto Defiant, because the last series that they played last weekend, the only map they lost was Flashpoint because they didn't play a Lucio, and that cost them heavily. Yet with Sir Marjed and Ultraviolet remaining in the lineup, it makes me feel that they're still not going to play a Lucio.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, hey, if you rotate to the point first and you win the first fight, then hey, you get the point, you know, and you can hunker down. You don't necessarily need the Lucio, but those transitional phases between the 2 points are so important. We're seeing how it's been evolving ever since Flashpoint got added to the map pool, and like, are teams taking fights? Are they deciding not to? How far are they chasing to people's spawns to try and get these stagger picks? Because staggers in this game mode are very important because of how quickly the percentage ticks up.
And that's sort of where it is. It's not as much about hunkering down on the point. It's if you do get a stagger or if one player gets isolated, that allows you as the team with the Lucio to chase either the individual player or the other 4 players. You're the one who's able to dictate the flow of where the fights are happening. And because of how open these maps are, that becomes even more valuable than it has been on any other map type in the past.
Well, here we go. Suravasa is the map up next. So, like I mentioned before, original roster here for the Justice. So, just says to me, Lucio, are they going to go Queen, though, or do you reckon Orisa?
It's hard to really know, because Queen has shown a lot of value as of late, but against just this high damage output, sometimes sometimes you just need that spear spin, the fortify that Orisa provides, that just allows your tank to just not fall over to the amount of damage that will be coming out.
Yeah, sometimes you just need the defensive countermeasures from the Orisa to survive. We'll have to wait and see, though. Looks like, yep, no surprise there from the Defiant. Well, Hydron on fire, not going to happen.
Enough yapping. Take it to a publisher.
Enough yapping.
My boy just arrived with the perfect capitalization as well. Spectra, come on, proper grammar is not allowed in match chat.
Lowercase all or uppercase all?
No full stops.
Exactly. No full stops, no commas, nothing. All right, let's have a look. Okay. All right, so is Spectra on the Mei, Hydron on the Soldier? I wonder if Hydron's going to keep with the strange flank. Yes, okay, that answers my question instantly. He's going on some strange flank. All right, good stuff.
Hydron's running to Gardens while everyone else runs to Market.
Right. I mean, look. All I'm saying is, and you put it a second ago, right? If you can chase one person, if you can isolate them, you have Lucio, and they're chasing it right now. It's a 2v1. Hydron in trouble. Healing station, and you're dead. There we go.
And if you're Washington Justice, or just anyone who's watched any Defiant games in the past, that's how Hydron loves to play. Before they even knew Hydron was doing it, they were going to the flank, recognizing they can punish it. And now, once again, Alpha Yi on this Genji. This is going to be a problem that the Toronto Defiant are going to have to deal with once again, because on Antarctic Peninsula, even though Justice lost that map, Alpha Yi went sicko mode, and this is going to be a problem as they've already captured the point, 15% and counting, and this, in Flashpoint, the point ticks up a lot faster than Control.
Yeah, I mean, we're already up to 25%, Scott, so yeah, pretty quick. Hydron is going to be way more careful, I'd imagine. Honestly, just joining the rest of his team and just kind of hunkering down in one position, just throw damage at the front line.
Maybe less ridiculous flanks, right? Like, you can play on this off angle, like this side angle with Sir Marjed. Like, this is a great idea, right? And then you can help each other if you need to. And now they're finding picks. They get terrored.
Oh, yes. And now Justice decide it is time to int. Oh, hang on a second. Flora 1 HP. Yeah, Spectra might just be able to clean this up by himself, to be honest with you. He hasn't got a block, though, as Hydron does kill Dongman and Mira. Go. 75% for the Justice, though. Very happy with that after a first cap, because you just win one fight here and that point is yours.
And that's the danger. You can see the sort of semi-circle that the Toronto Defiant were making around the Justice. They have so many off angles and flanks that it's difficult as a support player to find anywhere safe to stand, and that's why Tero ends up going down.
I like when Arissa gets hit in the head sometimes from afar when she's standing still. She's like, ah! It's just like, she just recoils slightly. Looks really fun.
Hey man, that was almost you with Johnny earlier, so
yeah, I was recoiling. Dude is like 8-7.
Early amplification matrix. It feels like the Justice is going to just try and disengage, but Teru can't get there.
No. Even the Blizzard too. Fight early and fight fast is the motif right now for the Toronto Defiant. Because they can't really catch people, because they don't have a Lucio, they have to just go hard and fast and just throw ults, try and find these staggers. And that is a big late pick. Alfie goes down with the blade, and we're nearing 70%. I think Justice potentially have only one option here, and that's rotate to the, well, hopefully rotate and guess where the next point is.
I think you can make it to market. You have to. They have the Lucio, they have their strength. The problem is how much is it going to cost them to get there? Fortunately for them, Defiant are quite slow, so they're not going to be able to meet them. They're actually going to meet right in the middle.
Sermajet on the flank. Does manage to hit a nice captive stun, Scott, but it's met with dominant sound barrier almost instantly. Blade from the rafters here from Alpha Yi. Hits the deflect instantly, but that lamp was nowhere to be found. It was placed at the feet of Ultraviolet, but he leapt away as Alpha Yi takes down the backline. Alpha Yi with 3 kills, but Hydron with the Pfizer. Oh man, the Toronto Defiant, they were more than happy to let Justice just rip as many ults as they possibly could to try and win that fight, because Hydron and Kalush were just sat on the point capping.
The Justice probably thought they had that one. They took down both backliners with the Alpha Yi blade, but Hydron on the Omega flank once again pops the visor. Just too much damage for the Justice to be able to stand up to. And as now we move over to Ruins, I believe it is. Fortunately for Justice, they do have the overclock, both tanks having the Terror Surges. You got to be careful against these Terror Surges. As soon as you step up, that pull-in can mean absolute death, not just to the Terror Surge, but the other damage that comes in following it.
Overclock. Both wrists going golden. Is the battle of the century. Both ultimates on top of each other. Well, Mira got the best of that one, but I think you can tell that by looking at the kill feed. Nice win for the Justice.
Kalush blinked first. He popped the Terror Surge, loses the Fortify, and from there...
I mean, that's quite funny, right? Because if you do pop your ult first, the Terror Surge, the other wrist will be like, I'm healthier than you.
Yeah.
My team are already shooting you, I pop mine, you have to click yours to try and run away. So it's just kind of a lose-lose in that situation. It's unfortunate.
And that's sort of maybe the value that the Lucio is providing, that Kalush just doesn't have the ability to get in the same way that Mira does. But now Spectra with another Blizzard. We saw how effective he was with it last time. Got a great wall, drops the Blizzard behind it. Was able to punish Teru.
Big damage.
Great wall again.
Lamp used to save. Deflects from Alpha Yi, trying to get some damage through the window, but Spectra on the flank now. He's taking a leaf out of Hydron's book. That flank is going to get spotted. Now the target is Mira, but he's cowering behind some rather large steps. Blizzard thrown out into the backline. No, Flora and Teru in trouble. They're trying to run away. They're trying to dance away from Blizzard. And they got out somehow. The LOS just completely cuts. Another big wall for Spectra. They've been quite useful so far, but the ability to find kills has just been so tough for the Toronto Defiant. They are slowly being able to catch a percentage, but Kalush is so low. Dominant tried to go for the execute onto Kalush, but Kalush, look at him. He's just getting rounded upon.
He's still alive
somehow. Arissa moment. Hang on a second. He's still getting dominated, but here comes the ultimates. Sermajet with a captive sun. Almost got reflected back at him as Alpha Yi tries to chase him down. Alpha Yi does end up detonating, but there's too much damage on the side of the Justice once again. Ultraviolet kept alive by the right click of Sermajet. Lamp goes down as well. Both supports alive and well. And now the low health bars of the Justice are fading away. Sermajet is still alive. Can he kill Mira? Can he kill Mira? 100 HP. Has he got a pylon? No, he does not. Mira chases him down. Eventually, the fight is over, and Justice find the cap.
Sermajet tried his darndest. Just Live found so many picks, even with the captive sun. But he just wasn't enough. The giant horse is too much to deal with, and it now goes to 1-1. We're moving over to Gardens. Both teams look like they're going to be able to get there. Are the Washington Justice going to try and cut off the Defiant? No. They're going to think better of it. They're going to take positioning on the point. Alpha Yi has another blade, and we've seen how effective these blades are because of no support ultimates up for Toronto Defiant. Hydron on the massive flank once again, already pumping out damage.
Oh, he's popping the visor too. Everybody just lining up for him. Oh, Dongan, I mean...
Caught on a wall.
Yeah, caught on a wall there. Nice Helix rockets. At the end of Hydron's life, flung those out. Picks up 2 kills.
I would have loved to have seen Justice, when you see that flank visor, go aggressive in the opposite direction. Just run away from that, so you don't feel like you just have to run into it and just throw bodies at the problem. Fortunately for them, they didn't use any ultimates, so Alfie's still holding onto this blade.
I mean, I'd be more scared about this window right now, Scott.
Yeah,
window
that's true.
overclock, that's one-shot body shots.
Early block as well.
Yeah. They're just going to pull the... Mirror's just shooting at the ice block. I mean, why not? The blade comes out, Alfie taken down, and now here comes the overclock. Flora looking for targets, hunting, searching. Captive Sun in the small room. He gets taken out of the air, sniped away by Flora before he can even make a dent in the front line of the Justice. 66% for the Toronto Defiant is all they'll get on that point as Justice get the flips now, Scott. And they still have that window and a sound barrier coming up too.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important. Spectra with another Blizzard, though. We know the way he uses them, he tries to like herd the team into a corner, then drops the Blizzard to stop them from being able to escape. Let's see if he can find value, because that was an expensive fight from the Justice. Both DPS ults and the Terror Surge from Mira. So now it has to just be the Amplification Matrix to give them that extra damage to win the fight.
Well, Spectre hasn't got the speed, Scott, to really get in a position like that, although he might not need it, to be fair. He throws the Blizzard right on top of the window. That was a really aggressive push there by the Justice, but they might just get punished for it. Spectre still with the Ice Block in hand, yet does have to pop it as Hydron's on the flank. He's going to get shot at a little bit by Donglin by the sounds of it. Yep, they're just going to chase him. Alfie and Donglin, two-man hit squad, take down Hydron. But meanwhile, in the front line, Mira ends up falling. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but without a tank, Justice are going to be in trouble. They do end up popping the beat. And, well, with Karush in the front line, it's going to be such a hard target to actually focus down. 90% for the Washington Justice, but they ignore Kalush completely. Use your cooldowns, that's fine. We'll kill your backline instead. Alpha Yi just tearing the server apart as the Justice are going to be able to find this cap.
Such smart play from the Justice. As soon as Mira's down, you lose that buff, chunky tank that's in the front line that's going to be able to keep you in the fight. So just play up the tempo, use the Lucio, use the sound barrier, and get in the Defiant space. They take out the back line and close out that point.
Alpha Yi is so good. So good in the neutral and the Genji.
Yeah.
His target acquisition and knowing like how quickly he can get resets and just focusing people down and just carrying on that Genji snowball is just so clean.
And a consistent factor throughout this map, Hydron needs to be careful. He can't keep getting picked on this soldier, but Flora's the one who gets picked first this time.
Mira met with a similar fate there almost. I feel like Mira's permanently looking at walls. Like his wall comes up and Mira's trying to run away from it. There's the first cap from Toronto, just on that first pick. Oh, there it is again. He's looking at the wall. Spectre's walls too, in the neutral, have been just superb.
Yeah, his main play in general has just been great. Can't ask for better than that. He's utilizing the Blizzards all the time. Now Donghood's down, the staggers continue.
A late pickup as well when you think about it for Toronto Defiant in this season. He's just been such an asset to the squad.
Well, you know, we talked about this with the desk. The Toronto Defiant, they had a terrible spring stage. For the caliber of players they had, unacceptable level of performance. People question when they made some of these mid-season swaps, is this really necessary? But Spectra has paid off in spades.
All right, double DPS ultimate, almost oh my God. That's going to be the point, surely.
If they can find more picks, yeah, Flora follows.
Yeah.
Mira goes next. If they can get Alfie, this is absolutely going to be just a GG go next. And we're going to go to the 5th round of this Flashpoint Survasa.
85%. Can they get back in time?
There's no chance.
Yeah, I don't think there is, no. No one is near it. And they, okay, yeah, round number 5 here, or point number 5. As it ticks over, where is it going to be? That is the question. There it is. All right, marked on the map. Now the rotations can begin. This next fight, I'm going to warn you. It's going to be a bloodbath. There's a lot of ults. We're going to Temple, so yeah, very enclosed space. So expect Mira and Kalush just be looking at each other.
And most importantly, Justice are here first. And if they are aware, and they have been so much throughout this map, they're going to be looking for Hydron. Look at Alfie. He's searching at the south side of the map.
Hydron's on flank again. They don't know by the sounds of it.
It's this tentative balance. Oh, wait.
They're just going in. Surmashed's going to
so early.
The ultimate. Super early, but can they get an initial pick off of it? It doesn't look like they can. Pull in, comes through from Mira. Straight on top of Blizzard though, so he's going to get frozen up. No, hits the shift. Fortify, tries to get out. Kalush just focuses him down. Mira just frozen up. There's a nice window for the Justice on the side of the point now. Scott, but they need to win the fight early. A lamp coming in, saving Surmasheds. Ultraviolet quick on the trigger, making sure he can save the flanking Alari as the Justice do end up giving up this point.
Oh, that's a Terror Surge, but it's only on Dunghan. He could get out. Ultimates are coming up for the Justice. Are they going to commit them?
They are. Beats Flora with the overclock. Spectra goes into a block right in front of him. They easily take him out. Justice using so much in this fight. He's got 3 ultimates to try and push in, and they haven't even got the point yet.
And
Dominant
gets
going
longer.
down. Alpha E in the neutral. He might be pretty good, but he's not good enough to stand up to Sir Majed. Takes him down through a window. 45% now for the Toronto Defiance. Justice need to reset to keep their hopes of this map alive.
That was such a gamble from the Justice to commit their ultimates to try and turn that fight. It might have needed to be done, but it did not pay off. Now the Defiant, they're firmly in control, and they only need one team fight. Hydra with a visor on the flank.
Bastion now for Alpha Yi. They're going a complete opposite
Look at
direction.
him just
in terms of their
lurking in the background.
Well, they're going to TP straight away from him. Where they go? I don't know. All right. Alpha Yi with a bash.
They get the flip, it's huge.
He's got wheels mode. No flip coming in through, Scott. Not right now, at least. Here's the visor from the backline now. They've got to be careful. He's ripping and roaring. He's trying to find kills. There's a lot of damage, but 6 HP. No healing station either. Flora ends up going down. Big first kill there for the Defiance. Sir Majed hitting the ultimate, but the point does end up flipping Scott to the Justice.
It might not be enough though, Jack.
Window coming in, and now they just got to play behind it. Over collusion, Sir Majed, they just got too much damage. There's a pylon on the point, and not even a Bastion can save you now, Alpha Yi. The Blizzard was just too good too. Spectre at the last final moments just locked up the Justice, and Toronto Defiance are going to claim Suravasa.
And the Hydron flank finally pays off. He comes in with that visor, pumps out so much damage that ends up helping bring Flora down. Great play there from the Toronto Defiant. Understanding their weakness of not having a Lucio and sort of trying to maneuver around the map, playing very, very well. And Justice just not enough, and I have to go back and highlight that one fight where they committed all their ultimates. Yes, maybe you needed to do that, but it cost them absolutely everything. But man, this is a close series. We've questioned, you know, after last weekend, Washington Justice fell to the Atlanta Reign, and we were like, well, how good are the Washington Justice? And so far in this series, they've been able to go toe-to-toe with the Defiant, a team that people have lauded to be a strong team in this meta.
Really good so far. Alpha Yi too on the Genji's looking great, and although I gotta say, you know, not playing the Lucio might be a hindrance on a map type like Flashpoint, but Hydron's flanks, a lot of the time, they're sending 2 people after him, which is a big deal too. If you have 2 people less to deal with in the front line, you can see how Toronto Defiant are just eking out these small advantages. Colosseo is up next. Toronto Defiant right now have in their hands the perfect opportunity in this season to go 3-1 here and end up in the perfect mid. Route 66 though, just want to upset that narrative. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Map number 5 could come up next. We'll have to wait and see though. It is of course Push next. Welcome back. There we go. Suravasa went the way of the Toronto Defiant there. Some nice little compositional differences. No Lucio on one side, Lucio on the other. The Toronto Defiant at the very last point. It went 3-2 towards them, and now they're on series points, Scott. Going to Colosseo as our next map, and here's a small head-to-head for you on Suravasa. It's Collusion Mirror on the Orisa.
And I think this stat card makes a lot of sense, right? Because Kaluj just has more healing when you have the Alari and the Baptiste. You're going to have a lot more support, and he's going to be expected to do less. While Mirror on the Orisa with a Lucio, you're expected to be just galloping into the backline, applying as much pressure, and that's probably why he's also leading in the Terra Surge kills. But honestly, both Orisas playing very well right now.
Yep, super well. Sometimes it is funny seeing the Orisa duel. We just kind of looking at them shoot each other as they're both in full fly.
Yeah.
Very epic.
Well, that moment where, was it Kaluj who's just sort of spinning on the point with 5 people wailing on him for like, what felt like 30 seconds? And
how did he survive that? Like, and then he hit Fortify too.
Yeah, hit
so
Fortify.
He got a little bonus health, and then he's like sitting there, he's damage resist, armor, like.
And that's one of the things that makes Orisa so strong in this meta right now, is her ability to be self-sustaining. You get that extra health, you get the Fortify, you get that damage reduction, then you can pair that up with a Spear Spin. If you cycle those abilities very well, you can live on your own for a very long time. So both of these players putting Orisa to the test, but something I do want to speak about is the Hydra on Soldier, because it really has been this like determining factor of how these team fights are won and lost for the Defiant. And I like the way Hydron plays. It's definitely a great strategy. If he can find that little bit of extra value, if he could ever draw the ire of the Lucio and the Genji and then live, that's such a huge advantage that goes to the rest of his team.
Yeah, like saying before we went to the break, right? It was 2v1 on the front, on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's fine by us. I mean, hey, you can fight 3 on the point. I'll distract you. That's cool because we can just win. Like, that's not a problem. We have so much damage with the Bab, with the Alari. Like, your Lucio's chasing us. You're not going to have speed to kind of run away from all that damage, right? So Hydron did his job. He did a very good one at that. Small substitution though coming in for the Toronto Defiant. Sorry, the Justice there, Scott. Mirror stepping away. We've got Ben Best coming in for Colosseo.
That is interesting. I wonder if this is them recognizing, hey, maybe Junker Queen isn't going to work in the same way, and they wanted him to play a Reinhardt? Maybe he comes in to play the Orisa? I don't really understand this substitution, and honestly, that's been a consistent theme for the Washington Justice throughout this entire season, is the substitution strategy has been very strange to say the least, and Get Amazed has been very public of saying, hey, we try a lot of our players, and these players are things that we've tried and tested in scrims. So there's obviously some merit to this substitution. We just don't know what it is yet.
Colosseo specialist. I mean, you don't think he's going to play Winston either?
No, there's no chance.
Not good right now. Which is crazy to say, because over Winston pretty much the whole season.
It's nice to see a little bit of diversity in the tank role and see what all these other players can play, because, you know, there are some guys this season who have been like, okay, I would like it to not be Winston anymore, right? Like, Dante is currently crying into his pillow as he leaves the league, and then Junker Queen becomes meta.
Pretty decent again, yeah.
And Winston is no longer played, but yeah, it gives everyone an opportunity to really flex their legs, and that's why players like Someone have really stood out above the rest.
Oh yeah, yeah. The flexibility in the tank role is crazy right now. All right, we're just going to jump into the game in just a moment. In fact, it looks like we're entering right now. Colosseo is the map. Push is the map type. Ben Best in. Maybe a little bit of Reinhardt here, or the Orisa. Maybe they just feel more confident in Ben Best Orisa on these kind of maps. We aren't seeing any crazy subs either in the backline, so Lucio's going to be the case as well for Justice, I'd imagine.
And yeah, that is the big difference of when Washington Justice subbed in Ben Best on Icemod. That made sense because they also took out Donghun, they played double flex support with Mira going over the support, so they needed Ben Best to fill that role, but with Donghun staying in, that means they're going to continue to play the Lucio, so why does this Mira sub need to happen?
Well, we'll soon find out. Match point for Toronto Defiant. Even scoreline throughout the season is on the cards, an 8-8. Feeling pretty good.
With a 0 map record. 8-8 with a 0 map record. Honestly, it'd be poetic, but it's not just a sort of, as much as it is a funny meme to say, haha, they are mid, but it's impressive to see their resurgence since the mid-season break.
Yes.
Because, as we said, Spring Stage was struggling, so that means inherently this Summer Stage has been great for them. Their new additions has made them a scary team to go up against, and in the play-ins, I'm sure a lot of those other teams are looking at Defiant being like, I don't want to match up against these guys.
Right. They're very well drilled on this composition, that is for sure. And, oh, would you look at that? Yes, all right.
Oh,
Ben Best on the Rhine.
Anything Hardy can do, I can do better.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for the Rhine, though. There is so much front-loaded damage, and to play around that, all they're going to do is TP and speed straight onto them.
And the onus is going to be on Ultraviolet and Surmajet. If they can live, they can get away from just this speedy team that the Justice is running down. With flip sides, they can stay alive. That'll be huge.
That pylon needs to die before anything can happen, though.
12-second cooldown.
For the Justice, yeah, a large cooldown. Spectre taking so much damage, but there you go. Like I said, the front-loaded damage of this Toronto Defiant comp is going to be tough for the Rhine. That shield isn't going to last long at all, Scott.
Yeah, and the idea of where they TP'd, where they ran with speed was good, but the problem is they ran out of steam. They got all the way to the Defiant, and then Bembest just had nowhere to go. He had to hold his shield. As soon as you get to the point as a Reinhardt where you're holding your shield against this comp from the Defiant, it's over. You've lost. There's going to be too much damage coming in, and you will eventually die. You need to either pin for the fences or swing for the fences, and as soon as you're not able to do that, you've lost, and Bembest is already dead.
You hear that? I heard the voice like, barrier down, and then his health bar, woo, all the way to 0. Oh my god. I mean,
just look at how much damage is coming out. Mei right clicks, Sojourn left click charges into rail, then you have the Orisa constantly shooting, the Illari shooting, Baptiste shooting. There is infinite amounts of damage coming out, and that's only going to get worse when Ultraviolet gets this amplification matrix.
Oh yes, and that's in 4%. FYI. Oh, okay, here we go, baby. Time for Bembest to run at the back line. Boys moving this whole time, though. Bit of an issue. Window on the high ground. Stops Kalush from running it down too.
They're also very split up now.
Lamp all thrown downtown. That didn't even... Well, I guess I got Kalush for like half a second, but there will be a big rotation. And this is what Justice Comp need to do. They need to be able to split up here. Railgun through this window, Scott. The Lamp's been taken out as Hydron sails to the high ground. Ooh. That Blizzard is absolutely huge. And that is a team kill, and that is going to be checkpoint. Toronto Defiant running over the Justice. And the Justice, they've used one of the big ultimates in the last fight as well. That Blizzard's gone, and Bembest, yep. Straight over the Orisa.
As you said, the Reinhardt, we've seen some success from the London Spitfire, but Reinhardt just doesn't stay alive in the same way that an Orisa does, and Bembest is going to make that decision after he goes back over to the Genji. We've already hyped that up enough this series. Let's see if they can start making their comeback now that they're on a composition that makes a little bit more sense.
Well, Flora did manage to get a headshot to win that fight for them, but checkpoint is huge on this map. So good. Now the mid-fight begins.
Surmajet has the Captive Sun. It's going to be difficult to find value. You got to avoid a deflect, a spear spin, and then even if you do manage to land a big one, Dongan has the sound barrier. That's the best case scenario if you can force that sound barrier out.
Oh, Dongan in trouble. A couple of hits will do it, but he's skirting away. And Flora takes Surmajet out. See the look of pain on Surmajet's face there. Yeah, a little bit of a whiff. Unlike Surmajet, a very skilled, high mechanical player. Sound barrier for the Washington Justice. And the comeback begins now.
Yeah, that was huge.
Oh, where'd he go?
Only cost the 2 support ultimates as well. So now they can start getting the bot moving a little bit on their direction. And if they can get Flora onto this high ground, Flora's Hanzo, unconventional pick right now in this meta, but he's been finding picks, and we know how good of a hit scan, or at least long-range damage player Flora is.
Yeah, Hanzo's pretty much hit scan.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Just with a delay.
Yeah, a small delay. Oh, Hydro don't want to pick that. It's been Sonic'd. Same Ultraviolet. Takes an arrow to the knee.
Got a dragon, but it's going to be hard to find value with a dragon here. If you can just displace the opposition with this one, that'd probably be a win.
Sonic on the bridge.
But yeah, this is like, with the amount of damage Defiant have, and they're just standing on this high ground, they have the pylon set up to protect everyone. It's so difficult to assail if you're the Justice. It feels like they're just relying on Flora to hit a headshot eventually.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, thank you, Scott, for that one. Predicted that one perfectly. Dragon's tried to go through the window to stop Ultraviolet and Hydron using it. It's only going to stop for a brief moment.
But even now, what are they doing?
Rolling Bembest. Oh, that's what they're going to do, to drag it down from high ground. Ultraviolet pushed away, straight down to the floor. But still, Dominant falls. Hydron rips the overclock. There's 2 kills. There's another one. Yep. This damage from this comp is just too much. You sit on the high ground, you wait for them to come to you. You saw Bembest trying to be proactive. He pops the ult. Terror Surge drags 2 people down to the floor to his level, but Hydron was waiting there the entire time with the overclock. Any small misstep there from Justice, and they get punished for it.
Same thing with Donghan. He went in to try and boot back into the Ben Best Terror Surge. As soon as he steps out, he's dead. Punished for it. There's just so much damage, so much punish from the Defiant. It's going to be very difficult. Even if they do win this fight, you don't want to have to use the Blade. The Blade is really one of the few tools that they have that will dislodge them from the high ground. So Alfie probably wants to hold on to this one, but probably isn't going to be able to.
And you can't duel the Alari either. Yeah, that pylon has to die.
Oh, Bembest down.
Oh, Surmajed with the ultimate hits someone on the high ground. Oh, he's hunting, he's searching. Oh no! His ultimate runs out just in time. Oh, well, Teru, he's thanking his lucky stars right now, but unfortunately the rest of his team are just out like a light switch. The Washington Justice, they need to be able to hold on to this. This bot is going to push around this final corner in just a moment, but that pick might just do it for them. Blizzard from Spectra, though, is going to separate the team. Alfie does get Lanty as he is frozen. However, manages to still get away. Blade has been pulled. Spectra ends up going down, but this is an expensive fight, and Surmajed is still coming up with kills. Alfie pushed away. Kalush using every single cooldown he has to stop that Blade getting any more. Even a window utilized as well. I mean, with Bembest dead, can they get back?
Donghan tried to use the sound barrier. He didn't want to use it for so long, and it was just too late at the moment he used it. Even if you are the Washington Justice and you win this fight, it's been so expensive, and it hasn't been as clean as you want it to be.
I mean, Alfie is super low. Dashes away in 101 meters. Donghan gets Ajaxed with a spear from Kalush. Oh boy. 3.5 minutes to go. 101 meters for Defiant.
And if you see Defiant, they're more than happy. Let's go back down to this corridor where our damage can just be at an absolute higher level. Bembest is split up from the team.
All right, there's the Terror Surge to draw them out into Windows distance. Nice shot from Flora. One shot, body shot, two of them, in fact. Hydron and Ultraviolet pinned to the wall. There you go. Okay, fight one. But now, once again, Scott, where are we? Same situation.
I would love to see them like leave Terror on the point and them just step up these stairs. They cannot just allow the Defiant to really set up on this high ground where they cannot match them. Bembest is starting to do that. Alfie doing the same. Oh, they're actually lining up a Dragon. As soon as Defiant step up, Flora's going to throw it. You can see him actually looking to the monitor of his teammates so he doesn't have to see.
There goes the Dragon Strike through the floor. Nice spear. Straight into Spectra. Has to block. He has to back away, and there's the trades. Surmajed and Bembest down. Ultraviolet still kills Alpha E, and the high ground control is still in Toronto Defiant's favor. I mean, Hydra has to overclock every single time they try and push up this high ground. And with 2 minutes to go, Scott, this is an unbelievable lead right now for the Toronto Defiant.
And that's all the Defiant are doing. They have a lead, they're not overextending, they're just gradually pushing it further and further and further, and then just playing to their own strengths and advantages, because Justice, they don't have the ultimates to be able to win the fight. Alfie has another Blade, let's see if he can find more value than he did last time. They can't just keep relying on Flora to keep hitting heads, find value themselves. Someone else needs to step up on this team.
And look, they're playing super far away right now too. They know that is one of the big tools they can use to win these fights. Not a headshot, but 2 body shots will do. Alfie pulls the Blade, spots the window, spots 3 people behind it, decides to go for the deflect instead. I would do the same. And now they can just hold. They have to wait for Flora to find yet another pick, because Toronto Defiant just going to push on. This is the high ground. Flora in trouble. Almost gets frozen up completely. Ultraviolet takes him out, and now the high ground is in control of Toronto. They have a Blizzard, and they've got so many tools, but they're just stalling now, Scott. Even the checkpoint unlocked again, so forward spawns for Defiant.
And that's gonna matter. Kalush is happy to give his life at this moment, because they're not the ones who have to do anything. Alfie uses the Blade. Yes, the Washington Justice is going to push it back. They might remove the forward spawn, but they still have to assail this high ground. Defiant are just holding strong. And now Spectra with another Blizzard. As soon as Bembest steps up, he's going to have a Blizzard at his feet.
As soon as he sees that Fortify go off.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to get him away. Doesn't want to have him alive any more than he needs to be. Pylon down, Dragon Strike to split people up. Alfie trying to take advantage of it, but Surmajed used that outburst to jump straight over the Dragon Strike. And now Bembest is actually in a world of hurt, ends up going down with the ultimate in hands as well, Scott. 35 seconds to go now. The Justice needs to be able to come back, they need to find picks. Alfie trying to dash in, he gets another one. A deflect kill, Surmajed dead. Justice, they're still in this, but for how much longer?
It's only just keeping them in the fight, only just. They keep losing Bembest, there's just not enough healing. Donghan has the sound barrier, but once again, they cannot use all these ultimates to win this fight. They need them for a later fight.
They can stall out here for quite a long time, Scott, like you were saying. Bembest is back.
Benbest, he has the Terror Surge. Maybe if they can use that one to isolate a target, but Spectre is still holding on to this Blizzard. If Benbest steps up, he could end up dying again.
There's the window, beautifully spit. Hydron, dicing with death right now. Don't want to peek Flora on the side. There's the Terror Surge, runs up a Terror. Terror is low, but Benbest is already dead. Benbest again, holding on to Ultimate for way too long. Alpha E pops the blade. An unbelievable deflected to Spectre. Alpha E does it again. Surmashed is going to fall. Maybe they didn't need the Terror Surge after all because you've got Alpha Yi. Overtime is here. Justice now, once again, need to assail this high ground.
Those are the heroics the Justice needed. Alpha Yi coming in clutch because Defiant used 4 of their ultimates. It is only Surmashed with the Captive Sun. And now they're pushing into this checkpoint. It's overtime. We've seen crazier things happen on push, but they need to wait for their teammates. Where's Benbest? Here comes Benbest and Donghun into the fight.
You're not worried about the checkpoint going over right now, Scott. It's just more of a stall tactic. Trying to define can group as 5. Benbest still with that Terror Surge, Scott. Dragon Strike from Flora 2. It could be huge to get him off height. Now she can just throw it straight on the bots. A little bit of damage down to Spectre. Spectre doesn't block in time. A 4v4. Surmashed with the ultimate, the Captive Sun. He's just raining death from above. 1 death, 2. Flora Donghun down. Surmashed landing the perfect Captive Sun. Just detonating Justice's chance to win the series. And Toronto Defiant, a 3-1 victory. 8-8, perfectly mid in the regular season.
Hey, you could say perfectly mid in the regular season, but they are looking perfectly fine right now on this composition, especially Surmashed on the Alari. You can see them hyping him up in the background. He is so strong. That was the only ultimate they had. He needed to come up clutch, and he did once again.
Unbelievable stuff from Surmashed this whole series. His Captive Sun accuracy and his ability to just raw aim, just punishing people for overstepping. And it's tough to take down that Alari in the air. We saw Alpha E Flora a couple of times. We were able to shut him down as he's soaring above his teammates. A couple of small mistakes with Surmashed, being a bit over-aggressive, but that's what we kind of know the guy for anyway. Loves playing the Zen, loves getting in people's faces, has got the aim and the raw skill to kind of back it up, and Alari just seems like the perfect hero for him. And the Toronto Defiant, man, they are looking scary going into play-ins and playoffs now.
High risk, high reward gameplay from pretty much every player. They're playing to their own individual strengths, and it's paying off for them in a big way. While the Washington Justice, there's some very big signs of life there. Obviously, Alpha E and Flora doing it once again, really stepping up, coming up clutch. But where the team play is needed and they need to work off of each other a little bit, still some holes that need to be fixed going into the play-ins.
Well, let's have a look at player of the match for this series. Of course, it's got to be Surmashed. This guy is an absolute menace on this pig.
And the amount of damage that Alari can do while also playing around the pylon is important, right? That's what makes this composition viable at all, because has a ton of healing and has on-demand healing, but if you're hitting those headshots, you're getting that damage, and then using the Captive Sun just like this to be able to start triggering and turning fights, that's really what gives you that X factor.
Yeah, having those pylons in safe positions. There were a lot of fights there where Alpha you couldn't really duel or go in, and normally you can kind of duel out with support if you're the Genji, right? But if that pylon is up and in a decent spot, good luck trying to duel anybody, because that pylon does an unbelievable amount of healing. And well, there you go, that's him pulling the ultimate in the last fight and winning the game for them. Decent stats too overall. I mean, out of 49 minutes played, you're not expecting like 10k plus damage. It's just these pickoffs. Alari doesn't do like a high amount of like DPS, like raw damage per 10. It's more just a 1-2 shots coming out. If you're hitting double headshots, that's an insta-kill on a DPS, and that is just so much value.
And that's a difficult composition to play against as well. The reason we've seen Genji really making a resurgence is because he deals with the Alari quite well, and we saw that from Alpha E from time to time. So the fact that Surmashed was able to weather that storm and still find this value, that's what makes him clutch.
Bigger limbs, big final blows. Low deaths, 5.5, not too bad at all, per 10.
I wouldn't say low is 5.5, but it's not bad.
It was this match was pretty team deathmatchy, but that's how these compositions play right now.
Yeah, it's no Chad made 13 deaths per 10 Reinhardt, but you know, we can't all be legends.
All right, we're going to toss the desk. They're going to wrap up this series. We've still got 2 more bangers coming up, though. Don't go anywhere.
I got both. I need you.
Let's go, mother.
Where's the one? It's a really one. Just Genji. Good job, Madra.
Oh,
nice. Yeah, baby. See you, suckers.
Toronto Stonks going up, and meanwhile the Washington Justice seem to be frozen in space, or at least into their seat for the play-ins, perhaps, and that will be all the way at the bottom, which means that they do have to play some extra games where the higher seats in the play-in do actually get one round further in without having to do anything. For now, though, we want to chat about this match. 3-1. You got. The wish came through. Perfectly mid.
Toronto defined reputation intact. Let's go.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. We want to get into the nitty-gritty of these games and talk about how they got it done. But first, we want to have a quick chat with the winner. That's right. We do have Sir Majed himself standing by for an interview with us in just a minute. And there is so much we want to ask Sir Majed because we talked about his Illari heading into this, and other teams have mentioned him specifically on that hero. We were worried we might not get to actually see him on that hero this time around because other teams have been shifting towards that Lucio. Do you think they can pull it off without the Lucio?
I mean, so far they've proven that they can. I do think there has been moments, right, like on Flashpoint where it's looked shaky. They lost before. It was 3-2, very close round. This time securing the series, though, in the end on push, not needing it there. So I think Toronto definitely can make this style work. I just think it is going to start to get scarier and scarier as you play better and better teams on those team play comps, right? Thinking about some of the teams like Atlanta Reign, who have been so effective at moving in as a unit and picking off one target. That's the sort of scariest thing you have to worry about playing this double flex sport comp. And so I wonder if they're going to be able to leverage it through playoffs. But I think, honestly, until they actually lose, I think they're probably going to keep running this and just play with confidence. It does just rely on individual mechanics. If the Defiant players continue to pop off, they can keep playing this. Like, they can keep winning their one-on-ones, and that's going to get them the wins.
Well, let's talk to the man of the hour himself. Sir Majed is here for a quick chat. But first of all, of course, congratulations. You guys have the dream, the perfectly mid-season. It came true. You are now on 8-8 in the standings, and you will be heading into the play-ins with Surge. How are you feeling after this victory?
I mean, it's actually like really insane. I haven't played for like the whole season almost. I was like benched, so it's really good to have like a win, and like specifically this meta is really good for us, so I'm actually excited for playing some playoffs. Hopefully we can win it all.
And I mean we were popping off today on that Illari, so I wanted to ask you about that specific hero because RuPaul from Florida Mayhem did say that you are the best Illari in the Overwatch League. What's your take on that? Do you see yourself as the best Illari player?
Yeah, I still think I'm the best Illari in the league.
Nice.
No one like really plays that hero, so
yeah, and
I actually think I'm the best.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that because you've been definitely the only player and team who's been willing to like just lock it in and play with confidence in this. Like, it feels like everyone else has shifted towards Lucio styles, at least on Flashpoint or Control or Push, some of these spots. But you guys have resisted that so far. So I want to ask you, like, do you guys have the confidence to keep going through any opponent, even through some of the top teams in the league, like going up against Lucio styles? Are you going to like keep making it work?
I mean, if the meta doesn't change, I think like people still like gonna play Illari more instead of the Lucio, but we'll see. It depends on the like next batch.
Yeah, play-ins are pretty close, so I mean, you don't have a ton of time to change it up either. So we'll see if you stick to your guns next weekend. I wanted to ask you about what makes you such a good Illari player. I mean, we obviously know you have great mechanics, and you also usually maybe go for these like high-risk plays, maybe sometimes flank. Do you think that is like the best way to play Illari, and sometimes flanking and trying to find these picks?
I mean, sometimes I miss my ults like a lot, especially the first match versus Vancouver. Sometimes it's like really hard to get value from the ult. Actually, like when they have like Suzu, Matrix, and Beat and everything. So all you want to do is like force them and just live. So people think like it's not a big value, but like that's how you play the hero. You just have to like force other stuff and then just live. Sometimes you just kill 5.
Or kill.
Yeah, we saw some pretty ridiculous ults from you this match. Like some of the biggest ones I've seen like, from that hero, where a lot of people have been missing.
I mean, they're playing like a different comp, just playing like different comp, so it's easier to get like value or like kill everyone. So yeah.
I mean, it looks very flashy when the value is being had from that ult. Now, if we're looking ahead of the play-ins, or to the play-ins rather, are there any teams you would consider real big hurdles or threat to the Toronto Defiant in specific?
No, really, no. I think we're the best right now.
Right on. Not worried at all about any of the playing teams, not even Boston, no one?
Not a single team.
Nice.
Let's go.
That's the confidence we need. Well, we can't wait to see the bite behind that bark next week in the plains. We wish you and the team best of luck in your plains matches, and we can't wait to see more from you.
Thank you guys for having me. See you next time.
Thank you.
See ya. Thank you. Always a pleasure to chat with Surma, Jet, and yeah, Toronto defined. Clutch game, big plays, and there was a particular moment right on the first map, Jake, that you would like to break down, which showcases one of those clutch moments from Toronto defined.
I would, so, and I think it's really emblematic, this moment on Antarctic Peninsula, of what we saw all series long, of how Toronto deal with the Lucio comp, which is they bend but don't break. Even when these Lucio comps open up on them and pressure them back, even getting picks, they're still able to clutch fights. And so let's look at an example of that. First, we can just roll the clip. So Flora right here on the window picks up opening kill. This is huge. Then Mirror chases down a second. And like right here, if we pause it, like you're just thinking as the Washington Justice, make sure I've got the right tool in hand. You're thinking as the Justice, right? Like these guys, they're trapped in the corner. You know, it really looks hopeless. Like if I'm Mirror, if I'm the Justice right now, I'm just calling, let's go for it. Like everybody push in, you know, Genji to the backline, Orisa to the backline. Just cut these guys apart and finish them off. When you're up 2 in a game of Overwatch, in the Overwatch League, you've probably won the fight already. But we can see how Toronto bring it back from what looks like an impossible situation with especially Hydron and Majed here. So first off, it is Majed with this giant ultimate able to catch the backline, and that synergizes absolutely perfectly with the flank from Hydron. So Hydron actually, after he lost his teammate, he wraps all the way around to take this flank angle on Soldier 76, something we've seen time and time again. Kaluj is able to play the back of the point here, continue stalling it out, and you can see he's even getting the heal resource from that Iliari pylon off your screen. And then Majed uses the ultimate, uses the flight capability to come up to a high ground angle and punish the backline. He sort of goes over Mirror's head and lands his ult on the squishies, which is really what you want to be targeting with that ultimate, given the burst potential of it. So we can roll the clip from here, and mostly this is on Hydron hitting the cleanup, but you can see even Majed is assisting these kills. So this is a situation that really should have been all Washington Justice, and yet Toronto Defiant fight hard and bring it back and just team wipe from there on a 3v5. Really incredible. Like you don't see that very often in the Overwatch League, winning a 3v5, but great use of the ultimates, great flanks, and that's how Toronto consistently have been beating the Lucio comp. I don't know if they can continue to do it. I think it is very difficult to consistently execute on that level. Requires near perfection mechanically, but so far, I mean, Toronto have proved me wrong.
It's incredible what that team has been doing. When they've been looking good, they've been looking really good. Absolutely. Like the synergy is just there. You can see that the communication for that team especially has been on point. Even at the beginning of the season where they weren't looking so hot, the synergy was there. Like you can tell that those guys know how to play together. And let's take a quick look at some highlights and just, you know, walk past memory lane. Take a look at some yummy penguins there, Danny. That's for you.
Yummy penguins? Are
yeah,
they yummy?
You missed something.
Did you mean to say yummy? As
yeah,
like
that
delicious?
was.
I've never had penguin, but who knows?
It's a Danny thing.
Maybe a little chicken-like. I don't know. I've never had penguin.
It's a little bit of counter battery fire here.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting how Toronto Defiant in the spring stage, they actually were known to flex around quite a bit and play a lot of different compositions. You know, we even saw Kalush on Reinhardt on Legion Tower and stuff like that, for example. So they like playing a lot of different compositions, but now it feels like they've really found their composition, their strength, and something they can rely on. So I know it is a bit of an ongoing conversation whether we're going to see more teams swap over to play Junker Queen, Symmetra, Bastion, stuff like this. And maybe we'll see Toronto Defiant play more of that. But when Toronto Defiant have sort of found this composition, I'm very much in favor of just like playing it out. I mean, play-ins start in a week. You're looking really good. They think they're the best team going into the play-ins. So like I would just like hold on to this comp and just like play it out, because if you change things up now, it's going to, you know, there's going to be so many things you have to change and like question yourself. Just YOLO. Just play it out, see how it goes, and if you make playoffs, great.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you, Johnny, because I mean, why fix it when it works, right? And even when the meta is sort of shifting to more Lucio, you know, if the composition that you're running, it works, and if you're that confident right now, like Sir Majid said, go with it. Like you said, YOLO. Like the play-ins are happening next week. Go through that, and then if you need to make changes after that, do it. But for now, I want to see Toronto Defiance just running with the comp that we've been seeing.
I 75% agree with you, Johnny. Like I do want to see them continue to play this comp.
I'll take 75. I'll take a big 75.
I want to see Toronto bringing out the Lucio on certain spots. Like, what about? I mean, we don't know what they're going to play on every control map. Like, maybe when they go to Lijiang Tower, they're going to bring out stuff like the Lucio, some of these really core maps. Maybe they could bring it out on Flashpoint. I still think that's a mode where I think Lucio is going to be meta in the end. But I still want to see, there's so many maps in the pool where you can play that double flex sport style, slow the game down, and Toronto have proved, especially those attack defense maps, they're very adept. They feel really good on that. Like, keep running it where it works, but I think it'll help them to have a little bit more diversity coming into the playoffs.
Right on. I mean, if there's ever been a team in the Overwatch League which showed that if you just stick to your guns, do win some as well, because it will catch your opponents off guard since they just don't get to play what they usually will be playing. Of course, I'm talking about London Spitfire. They will be coming up for our next match here. They will face off against the Houston Outlaws, so that's a big hill to climb. Let's see if they can get it done after this break. Looking good. Houston Outlaws, of course, already locked in the third spot of the playoffs. We'll see them in Toronto. Meanwhile, let your rank games hear you roar. Get your prideful Reinhardt skins now via the in-game shop. They're looking good. I'm digging the London Spitfire one actually too. You know, it's just a breath of fresh air. It's nice, flashy blue. Rock it up.
Those bright skins do kind of pop really well in game.
They do. And you kind of, Reinhardt, you want to see him coming, you know? Like it's, especially if it's Hadi, and he will come.
He will come. That's for sure.
No matter what. No matter what, he'll be out there doing just that. Yeah, London Spitfire, they are playing for seeding here. Houston Outlaws, they just play for the lulz. Like they couldn't care less, I guess. But it's still going to be a good game, I'm sure.
Well, come on. Jake would say that you need to win here going into the playoffs. You need to be serious.
Jake says a lot of things, though.
You can't let
this is all serious business.
You gotta get
You guys
the
are
win
all
here.
against me, but I am right. I'm gonna say that for the record. I am right. You guys are wrong, but it's okay.
Bring the vibes. Vibe check.
Yeah, like there's 3 people here.
Losing
They
to
just
London
want to
is
see
not a
them
vibe.
vibe.
It's not a vibe.
That is not a
you
good
don't want
vibe.
that to happen.
If you're a London fan, though, mega vibe.
I mean, I think London wants to prove to everybody that their style can still work. And I wonder, too, is there going to be more flexibility from London? Will they, they can keep most of their style and put Hadi on a hero like Orisa or Junker Queen and keep most of the other players on those comfort, stable heroes. And I think they can do decently well in those comps. It'll be interesting to see where they think Ryan is still viable to lock in and where it's not. And also what Houston has cooked up, because I think a lot of teams come to matches with London with something unique to play.
I mean, while they are playing for seeding, it's not their game to win, so there is not that much pressure on London Spitfire because the expectations for them to take down the Houston Outlaws probably not out there. However, London Spitfire did have something to say about this matchup against Houston Outlaws, so let's hear it.
The next matches you are going to place in. So, Houston Outlaws, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel about that match?
7.45.
Okay, 7.45. I like that.
I think we have a decent chance to win it. Like, obviously, Houston are really, really good. So, realistically, we're not looking at our next 2 games thinking we have to win the Houston one. But on how winnable it is, I'm gonna go for a 7.46 because I believe it's more winnable than Sparker.
This guy was just waiting for my number.
All right, this is so specific.
Why
7.45.
Not even 7.5.
Yeah, it's a bit aggravating, isn't it? I don't like that. Thanks, guys. You're still confident, though.
Yeah.
Is that 7 out of 10 or 7 out of 100? I don't know what the scale is.
I think London goes into every game confident. I think that's part of the secret to their success. Compared to other teams when they play Ryan, London always stay aggressive. Whether it works or not, they don't give up faith that they can win those fights, and I think that's part of their secret.
Right on. Well, let's see a part of, I don't think it's a secret where our Pred's going with this one.
Yeah.
I do feel like everyone should be picking the Houston Outlaws there. A 3-0 victory is what I predicted.
Unless?
No. No. Get out of here. Weren't you all about, Houston got to take it serious. They're going to be winning.
I'm just gaslighting you guys.
Thanks, it's working. No, 3-0 for Houston Outlaws.
I also went with Houston Outlaws. I don't remember what the score was. It 3-1? Yes. I think there's a chance that London Spitfire could take a map. I think they're that Ryan style, and now that because Lucio's being more played, and of course they've been playing the Bastion a lot as well. But it's still the Houston Outlaws, so I went with the Houston Outlaws.
I actually went 3-1 in this series too. I think London's comp is actually pretty viable in this meta. I think for London, this is a decent meta, and they're experts at what they play. And so I think there's definitely possibility for them to take a map, maybe 2, but I've got 3-1. I think that's my expected outcome in the series. I think Houston's the heavy favorite, but London, I think they can get something out.
I went with Houston too. What I really love about the London Spitfire is that they bring vibes playing just their natural comp. They don't have to play Lifeweaver. They can just rock up with Reinhardt, and it's their go-to composition, and it's really good vibes and no pressure. So you love to see it. We're going to get good vibes no matter what.
Are we going to see Fearless on Genji? Like how we saw
I'd love that.
I want to see a fearless Hadi Ryan mirror. That's what I want to see.
Violet Cassidy.
That would be high.
The throwback Violet Cassidy. Shock 2021.
Who's playing Lucio? And Pelican on Lucio. All right, go.
I say we're treating this one like Christmas. We're just coming out with our wish list here, guys. Show up, rock up. Well, no matter what, it's going to be an entertaining series if the London Spitfire are involved. Win or loss, I don't care. Let's see if they can make something happen for their seeding, and if not, let's all be entertained. Speaking of entertainment, we of course have our casters standing by for this banger, and that's no other than Jack and Costa.
Entertainment.
We're
here for it. I love how that's the big title for this series. Entertainment, please.
And vibes.
And vibes. How many times can the desk say vibes in 5 minutes? It was about 30 or 40, actually. I don't know.
Johnny, these last couple of weeks, he's like, I don't really care about the seeding, if I'm being honest. I care about the vibes.
Vibes.
Honestly, the vibes have been immaculate lately. We had a great one with the Florida Mayhem.
14-year-old girl on Tumblr, bro. All about those vibes, bro. from 2004.
You should see the way Johnny's looking at Jack right now. Johnny's lost it.
He's going to kill me again. What have I done?
Have you learned nothing?
That's okay. He's fine. We'll strap him into that chair so he can't escape. Right, let's get into the series though. Dark 2 Peninsula. New Junk City as well a little bit later on. I like the desk did end up leaning into the whole Hardy on the Reinhardt and maybe on the Orisa and Junk Queen, because I do think places like Antarctic Peninsula, New Junk City, these control and flashpoint game modes, you can get away with running something super aggressive and like something super speedy, and it does play into London's wheelhouse.
And in their last series that we saw from them last weekend as well, they still want to play the Reinhardt, that's where their strengths are, but they are willing to move Hardy over to an Orisa if the map requires it. If they feel like they can't get away with the Reinhardt, they will play the Orisa. So having that flexibility is key, but you definitely want to stick with what you're strong at, what your wheelhouse is. You don't want to have to move and conform to everyone else, because at that point you're playing down to your strengths and into others.
Let's have a look. I wouldn't be too surprised to also see Hardy on the JQ. JQ does still feel super rough against the Orisa. Obviously, you're not aiming for the Orisa as JQ at all. You're just kind of hoping and searching for the back line and just even just the DPS, right? You want to run people down, but it looks like Hardy's going to shout and switch. Okay, there you go. So Reinhardt with a Bastion, with a Mei.
Stay within the wheelhouse, but the Outlaws, they're going to see this one coming, right? They're playing some strengths of their own. They got Pelican on the Genji, Shu on the Ana. They have some players on some very comfort things. And with London Spitfire not playing the Symmetra as well, they're not going to be able to close that distance with a teleporter. So how are they going to be able to get onto this Houston Outlaws comp that has just a ton of damage and execution power with Pelican on the Genji as well?
Things I love to see though, Violet on the Kiriko.
Yeah.
Last series with Violet on Kiri was just permanently flanking.
More than Hydron, which says a lot.
Yeah, actually. So I wonder if Violet's going to treat us to the same thing. Pelican was in the backline there for a long time. He's just right-clicking Hardy to death. They're still not looking at him.
And Hardy just can't do anything. He's at 18% ult charge so far in this round because he's just holding a shield, hanging out, finding his moment where he can pin in and help his team. But against the Bastion, that's so much damage. And Matrix, great positioning with the wall from Backbone as well. And that's going to be
nice.
Them getting the first capture with Fearless falling down.
Yeah, super nice play there from London Spitfire. Just setting up with the window. You're going to take a lot of damage on the entry anyway, so you're expecting Landon to get those ultimates up pretty quickly. I mean, even Admiral too, he's 91% towards a beat, Scott.
Yeah, he's just standing there with his healing aura going around. Violet wins the 1v1 versus Backbone. Pelican gets nanoed. He doesn't have a blade, but this is just pushing out damage.
Well, there's the pin. There's the TP.
Don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, hello. Goodbye, Pelican. Blown to pieces. Hardy goes down as well, so that will be no pressure left on the point. And that's the big linchpin of this composition too, right? If Hardy ends up falling, like what really do they have to anchor themselves on point, to just place them there to eke out some more percentage? It's really tough.
Yeah. And you can, now that the Houston Outlaws have the point, Fearless is going to be able to do exactly this. He's just going to be able to stand here.
Fearless sits. Just sit.
Kitsune rush, disengagement from London Spitfire, yeah. Maybe a little bit too early.
Pelican with a dash. He dashed into the wall. He tried to 180 dash to get away, but the wall was straight behind him. Couldn't get over in time, got frozen, got killed. He's a Bastion. However, speaking of Bastions, that is happy. Using that ultimate. A good window again, a very early one. London Spitfire throwing all support ultimates in this fight too to try and clean this up. London Spitfire on control, a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and Hardy is continuing to exist as he's now at 65% ult charge, as he's offering almost absolutely nothing other than being a shield bot right now. Backbone goes over to the Sombra, which is an interesting choice. What do you think the reason for the Sombra is?
I mean, maybe just hacking the Orisa, hacking the Genji, just hacking somebody in the front line. Oh my. Yeah, that's not great. Hardy going down that early. There's not as much pressure on the Orisa anymore. I mean, sure you can hack her, but
the Mei is surely better with the icicles across the map, the Blizzard. We saw how much value he got with the Blizzard.
Just the wall and the Bastion, right?
There's so many great reasons to continue to play the Mei. I don't understand this Sombra switch.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to build up an EMP? Potentially. There isn't a shield that you need to worry about, so you're going to get free charge. But
even shooting an Orisa, if she fortifies, you're not getting that much ult charge. Right. You can spear spin in your direction. Mitigate a lot of that damage and charge rate that makes Sombra good. But in the most recent patch, there's a 15% ult charge increase, and he's already fallen.
The nano. Spark with a very late kill on the ultimate, though. Kills Violet. Probably on the flank somewhere. Not sure where it was. In a different postal code, I would assume. Nano Boost pushes London all the way back. Pelican didn't pull the blade, however. He's now just hunting, searching for an opportunity to go in.
Hardy has Shadow.
Oh, he's going to push it. Oh, well, no. Straight into the fortified Orisa.
And he can't really do anything with this. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a solo Shadow.
Nice Shadow.
Right there.
Not solo, Scott. It's a double. Hardy pops up the shield too, so Pelican can't get healed. Violet can't get a Suzu or anything like that. Really nice stuff from London.
And that gives more time for Backbone to get this EMP up. It honestly might end up coming up super clutch if you can get this EMP for this final fight.
He's on 80% already, Scott. He's been farming there just in the intermission. But still, you Kitsune Rush, Blade, Terrasurge.
So many ultimates.
Like, it's so many ultimates.
Admiral Sound Barrier is the thing that they're going to need to just live through the amount of damage that's coming. But even then, it might not be enough.
Here it is. Happy. Artillery strikes. Landon holding those Exo boots. Is it going to be quick enough? Pelican's dead. Now no more Blade. A hack onto Fearless, taking the additional damage, and the Kitsune Rush on the point. Hardy still dancing around as that EMP has now been charged successfully. Could pull this one right away. I mean, you might as well. Straight onto Happy. It's absolutely massive, and Violet's turned into a 1 centimeter pancake. Nice little ultimate there from Fearless, but it does nothing more than just kill that lamb. Nano Boost 2. The London Spitfire just running around the Outlaws right now. Pelican does make it back in time, and there's the Blade! Oh, he's hacked, and he's dead. London Spitfire shut down the Outlaws and take round 1.
I'm surprised that they ended up holding on all that time to give Backbone enough time to get the EMP, but they got there. EMP was big.
EMP was huge. A lot of that time, too, was bought by the Bastion on the side of the London Spitfire. They killed Pelican so early. Happy was setting up with his ultimate. Wasn't able to just give outwards pressure. Oh, here you go. Yeah, so just a kill onto Pelican.
A huge.
Oh, just a direct hit.
Does
with
a lot
grenade.
of damage. What's that, about 120 damage, I think, when the grenade actually sticks to you? So if you can hit those, as you said, Pelican just not expecting that amount of damage. And now we're going to see something from the Houston Outlaws we've seen in the past. They play this Ana Kiriko, but put Fearless on his signature Winston, a more traditional dive. How do the London Spitfire hold up to this?
Wow, this is almost just the old meta.
Yeah.
Almost.
We actually seen in the East, there's actually a lot of teams still playing the 2022 playoffs meta, which is like the Reaper, Sojourn with the Kiriko. Like, it's interesting seeing teams go back to that type of style, and that's kind of what Houston Outlaws are doing as well, but you can see they're just posturing for position. Houston don't want to be the ones to dive into a Bastion in Wheels mode.
I love the synchronization. I go to the Olympics with that kind of stuff, honestly.
For
those TPs. No, but synchronization of the teleports.
Oh.
They all go through at the same time. For swimming?
Well, yeah, synchronized teleporting is not in the Olympics.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be.
When Overwatch becomes a reality, we will have synchronized teleporting, and London Spitfire will take gold.
Let's make it an Overwatch World Cup mode.
Yeah, London Spitfire will take the gold medal. Oh, Pelican in a little bit of trouble. Had to use the deflect there to stop Hardy getting damage in. And
they get first cap.
Get first cap. Nade lands on Sparker, but no, all good. There's the lamp. And that shield doesn't last long either, so Phil is trying to make an incision into the London Spitfire comp. It's just so difficult. And there's the teleport to the high ground. And now they just changed places.
Wow, that was a great play. I really thought the Spitfire were going to be in trouble, but that teleporter just sort of changes everything. And once again, this is actually something that I saw in the last round. Shu is sort of throwing these nanos out to just sort of try and keep them in the fight, but they're not synchronizing them with other ultimates. They have Nanoblade coming up for the last fight. If they just accepted that this fight was probably over, they could Nanoblade in the next fight, and that would work extremely well against this composition the Spitfire are playing. But now, Pelican has a Naked Blade. They probably have to pair it with an EMP to even find some value, which can be expensive and also completely mitigated by one sound barrier from Admiral.
Even that wall too, if you save that wall for after the EMP, if you can get that off, it could be huge. Happy.
They're going to bait them into the point.
To the rest of his team. Okay, high ground now for the London Spitfire. EMP's absolutely huge. 5-man EMP. Lamp comes down. Backbone's already dead though. But Fearless ends up jumping in. And already you can see full HP across the board for the London Spitfire. And they are going in. The Outlaws are going to now have to deal with this beat.
Great
There is a Blade. And they do manage to isolate Landon, but Violet is now dead. Outlaws, luckily though, they do end up controlling the point for at least 20+%, Scott. But these ultimates from the Outlaws, they're just a little bit disconjointed right now. Fearless pops the Primal Rage. Hardy in trouble now, just trying to pin through. Only healer right now is Admiral. Okay, here's the big reset for the London Spitfire. Eventually, the Outlaws made it work, Scott, but it was an expensive fight.
And you said it, Jack. That flip from the Houston Outlaws is huge because not only do they win that team fight, they're ticking up the entire time. So London Spitfire, they made their move. It was just a little bit too late, and it just wasn't enough because of how big that EMP was from Happy. It was expensive, but Violet still has that Kitsune rush.
Yeah, this rush could be quite big, but again, just trying to get any picks is so hard. I mean, you're looking for a giant grenade, I guess, from Shu. There's the rush. London Spitfire just back off into the room, hold the shield, hold the door. They're going to back up. Fair amount of damage there down by Pelican, just reflecting, but not enough.
And that's the Kitsune rush, that big tool that they have. Now Shu Nano is the other one that they have. Maybe Nano Fearless. Shu's about to drop a nade on the head of the London Spitfire.
All right, there it is. Nano boost. Oh my. Finish with Nano too.
Just disappeared.
Hack onto Sparker. There's the point flip, 83%. London Spitfire now rotating to high ground, using that teleporter again. Yeah, still finding picks of the Houston Outlaws right now.
They need to be careful of Violet. Violet is the best 1v1 character right now on this point. He can take so many fights. He has the Suzu. There it is.
Into Suzu. Can Hardy get... Yes, Hardy just pins in.
I think that's a mistake.
Oh, yeah. Lamp, no, to save it. And he's almost back to full HP again.
Wow.
Now just needs to hold shield. I don't think he's got any, actually. It doesn't matter, because Sparker and the rest of the team come back clutch. Lamp from Admiral to save that fight for them. And now we're in last fight territory, Scott.
Utmost faith from Hardy that the rest of his team would be there to back him up, support him. He lives just long enough, and now they're in the driver's seat. Happy has that EMP, but Admiral with the sound barrier to match. They cannot get caught in the same way they did last time, and that's why they're going to go first.
Super early, and Shu's already dead. The EMP from Happy has to be, again, another 5-man, you'd imagine. Here comes the bombardment, but the backline for the Outlaws is already dead. They're just clearing out the point with the ultimate. Fearless, oh, Fearless catches it in midair. He actually just caught a mortar in midair, dies, and Happy still with the EMP. Pelican, no deflect, no dash, no cooldowns, and they might be able to get a touch in.
Landon.
Happy kills Landon. The EMP did come out and found 2, but what more else can they follow up with?
There's no healing now here for the London Spitfire, and the Houston Outlaws are just juggling perfectly.
Pelly with the blade? Okay, he did find Sparker, managed to earn himself a blade. Pelican with 4 kills in the fight, maybe 5 too. There you go. All right, the fight's always winnable when you got Pelican. 85% in a miracle fight for the Houston Outlaws to keep him in it.
Masterclass, just juggling the overtime, just keeping themselves in the fight long enough to get their other members back. And London Spitfire, now they're the ones who have to rush to the point. They do have Landon with an amplification matrix soon that can put out a ton of damage. We saw Fearless disappear last time they dropped it.
Got to time it well with the wheels mode, Scott. Yeah, I'll touch on the point. There's the nade. Oh, there's the Primal Rage 2 bumping out of the amplification matrix, and if I know Fearless, and oh boy I do, he's going to find kills with it. Sparker down, a large source of their damage now gone, but Hardy pinning to the backline kills Pelican, and now desperation time for the London Spitfires. Only 3 people alive to try and touch the point. Admiral trying to dive in and out of the bubble to try and heal Landon, but Fearless with a perfectly placed. It just doesn't matter, and it's all going to go by the wayside now, as the Houston Outlaws just cling on to life in that round and come up with the W.
There are very few teams that win a round like that in the Overwatch League, and Houston Outlaws is one of them. Just individual brilliance. So clutch. Pelican and Happy. Happy dropping the EMP, recognizing he didn't need to hit this big 5-man. EMP's Landon and just takes him out. As soon as that healing is off the board, Outlaws, they can start to sort of take those 1v1s and close it out. By the skin of their teeth, make it to a round 3.
Yeah, Pelican's huge blade there too. Just wins the neutral against Sparker. And then as soon as Sparker dies, they haven't really got too much damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the sim does a lot, but you have to charge up the beam, and it's really tough to get much done. All right, round number 3. Untouched Peninsula. Same kind of comp here, almost, from the Houston Outlaws. Now just trying the Orisa, though, instead.
Yeah, interesting that Fearless is on the Orisa, but Happy is going to stay on the Sombra. Maybe feeling like he was getting great value from it. It's probably a lot of charging that he can do. Helps him sort of pair with Pelican to get hacks, executes.
Oh, it's got boot off the edge there. TP's away, all good.
They need to be so careful. Like, you can see Shu, he's just so afraid of, of anyone running him down. He's trying to find value with these nades, and he's not going to get help from Violet, let's be honest. Violet is playing a DPS character at this point.
It really is. Uh-oh, now Fella's in trouble. It's a lot of damage, but the Fortify was perfectly timed to keep him up, Scott.
They're just hurting them down. They need to find picks sooner rather than later, but Backbone's the one who finds it.
Yeah. Because everybody's grouped around the BAP as well. Like, think of how much bursting there is too with the Batiste. You hit that shift, people are below half, like boom, you're getting healed so quickly. You're really looking at burst damage if you're the Houston Outlaws to try and kill people, and they haven't really got too much of it.
Well, Fearless is going over to the Doomfist. We saw him play this against, I believe it was the Vegas Eternal.
Right.
And he found so much value because the opposition just weren't able to find enough damage to take him out. The reason I'm worried about it in this specific pick is because he's going up against Sparker on the Bash, and if he finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, he's not going to have any health to deal with.
Well, he's in, and he's out again. See, instantly, they pop that Wills mode. As soon as Fearless comes over the top there, Sparker just pops Wills mode, and
great counterpin.
Good counterpin. Does get the big slam, though. Huge slam, in fact. Did a lot of damage with that nano boost on top. Hardy ends up falling, but that Blizzard and the window should sustain them for now. Houston Outlaws are putting pressure on point, but here comes the beat. That was close to an Ajax, Scott, it was. But now two big ultimates are down, including that lamp. Nice wall, in fact, coming through from Backbone. Stopping Pelican getting an instant dash reset onto somebody. They're pulling a lot of ultimates, the Houston Outlaws. However, importantly, Scott, going into this next fight, they are going to cap. They've got EMP, they've got the Doomfist ult, plus that Kitsune Rush.
This is where it gets difficult for the London Spitfire. Of when they're able to just stand around the point and sort of trade off of each other, it's easy. But as soon as all of a sudden you're the ones having to aggress without playing that Symmetra, you're walking into traps. They have the EMP, they have the Kitsune Rush. Doomfist can go in and out at any moment because he has that insurance get out of jail free card with the ultimate as well.
Oh, Abby was going to slip off the edge of the map there. Don't slip on the ice, Abby. Come on now. All right, EMP. Oh, that does suck. Oh, and he's been found as well.
Does he win?
Does he win? 20 HP? No, of course not. And now they've got to go. Speed is the name of the game now.
Meteor strike early from Fearless as well. Violet gets caught. Wow. The Houston Outlaws just overstepping a little bit. Their traps never got sprung, and they were the ones who ended up getting picked. And now London Spitfire didn't have to use a single ultimate to get into this fight. And they're at 85%, so they only need to win one more team fight.
They got a Shatter as well. It's going to be tough for Fearless to get much done here.
Yeah, Fearless, as soon as he goes in, Hardy's going to look for the Shatter.
Backbone coming to the rest of his team. They found Sparker. That'll be happy. EMP available. There it is. Sparker instantly popping that shift. Healing 50 HP, but not enough. And even Landon couldn't keep him up. That additional damage from being a hack target really paying off there for the Sombra. Fearless is in, no Shatter in his face. I mean, the London Spitfire, kind of happy with that. They know they don't have to expend ultimates. Just under 50% for the Outlaws, as London Spitfire are going to put them in OT.
Yeah, and then Backbone, he switched to the Sombra, but he hasn't been able to charge the EMP up fast enough yet again. Maybe he can make magic happen and the London Spitfire can find picks like they did last time.
And that's the big thing. I mean, you switch to Sombra quite late into the stage, right? You might not guaranteed a EMP.
Especially with the 15% ult charge.
Oh, Backbone is... Wow, that was cheeky of Backbone there. You see him holding out the hand. He was ready and waiting for Happy to uncloak.
Uncloak, and then he can hack the uncloaking. Yeah.
That would have been crazy if that happened. Shu is so far back right now.
Doesn't want to show himself. Oh, what was that?
Wait. Did Violet get hacked out of his Kitsune Rush?
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I think he did. Violet hacked out of Kitsune by just a manual by Backbone.
Huge play. That's a huge tool for the Houston Outlaws missing.
Unbelievably rare sight. Mod Strike comes in. Shu with fancy footwork there. Does manage to dodge out of it in time. Those grenades from Sparker are just so good. Nano Blade coming in. Hardy almost hit the pin too. Can Pelican come up with kills? He's already killed Landon. He's looking for Hardy. He's looking for more resets.
Oh, he dodged it.
He dodged out of that one. But the rest of London Spitfire just, I mean, Kitsune Rush or not, a Nano Blade is going to do it. Houston Outlaws taking that first map. They got smiles across the board by the looks of it, but that was very, very close.
I think the smiles because they know they got away with that one. There was some sketchy play from both sides, honestly. Ultimates not landing in the way that they wanted, players getting picked. But London Spitfire just didn't feel like they were ever able to get value from the ultimates at the very end. Backbone didn't get that EMP. Hardy's Shatter, he's held it for so long, but unable to find value like this. But I will say, you know, we came into this series, everyone expected Houston Outlaws really to come in. Maybe they would have fun with it. They're not having fun. they're actually playing seriously, and London Spitfire is pushing them the distance.
Pushing them to the limit right now, yeah. I mean, I'm more interested right now seeing what Flashpoint's got in store for us. These Pelican Blades super clean this game so far. All right, Houston Outlaws push to the brink. A round number 3 and 99-99 on all 3 stages, I believe, too. London Spitfire, they never, ever back down. They never move up.
And that's sort of what the desk was saying, right? London Spitfire, they are a team that they're never afraid of anyone. Whoever their opponents, they have to just keep going forward, otherwise they're going to falter.
Midtown up next. Houston Outlaws have 1-0 up, but London Spitfire making this so competitive. We'll be back just after this.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Houston Outlaws push to the brink there on Antarctic Peninsula, going all 3 rounds. But that guy that's getting a whole lot of potassium right now, Pelican, his blades, that map, were a little ridiculous. Let's bring up the stat card for you. 7 Dragon Blade kills. Pretty large when you're not always gifted the nano. There were a couple of times where it's just Naked Blade going in. A couple of times did get nano boost, but big damage coming out from the Genji.
And he struggled at times from the amount of damage coming out from London Spitfire, you know, and just the damage from the grenade from Sparker's Bastion. But the important thing to keep an eye on is the clutchness that Pelican brings into every team fight. Pelican isn't in this Houston Outlaws lineup. There's a chance that they don't ever win that second round and that map goes the other direction. So huge plays from Pelican and the Houston Outlaws to keep themselves in the map and close it out.
I really like that about the Outlaws this season, Scott. They do seem to have just so many clutch players. Like Pelican, incredibly clutch. Fearless with Primal Blades, like incredibly clutch. Violet just being
Shu.
Violet. Shu landing ridiculous nades. There's so many small pieces to this Outlaws puzzle right now. Obviously, no surprise, of course, they are top 3 currently. 12 and 13 record. You're feeling great. All right, Midtown. What have you got for us?
It's easy to forget how much of a super team Houston Outlaws is as
Seriously.
well, right? Like, you know, when they acquired Fearless and Shu, 2 of the best players on their respective teams at top-end teams, they came together. We were expecting big things, and I think it's easy to forget this team is 12 and 3, potentially going into 13 and 3 regular season. This is a very solid team that, in the right meta, could hit ridiculous peaks.
Yeah, and championship winners on their squad too.
Yeah.
Can't forget that. All right, defense for the Houston Outlaws first up. Just going what they've been running with recently, which is no Alari at all. Just going Ana, Kiriko, and then putting Pelican back on the Genji.
This is, well, Outlaws are the only team playing this composition, this Ana, Kiriko. No one else is really playing that. Most teams are playing Lucio Baptiste or Alari Baptiste, but I think it's almost just playing to their strengths and playing something that people don't know how to deal with. Shu, obviously, a world-class Ana, potentially one of the best in the world, and Violet's playing this flanking Kiriko that's just always putting out pressure that you have to deal with. So Houston Outlaws playing in a slightly unconventional way, but playing to their strengths, in a similar way to how London Spitfire do it with the Reinhardt.
Right. Big rotations from London Spitfire, just taking the alleyway. Now straight onto the point.
Oh, Admiral.
Oh dear, yeah, Admiral got hit with a nade there. Speaking of nades, big body grenade, forcing out the lamp from Landon. They can cower in this room for a brief moment, Scott. Brief bit of respite for them.
They got 1 tick, like that's no joke. You can see Violet likes to assist Pelican on this flank so they can heal each other and they can work together, make themselves both more of a threat, but it's almost impossible to punish a Genji and a Kiriko.
Pelican is 1. There's the window. Oh my god. Are they just going to be able to get this point? I mean, this window might be a little bit too much. Grenade through it. Tried to get a tag onto Shoot. Oh, yes, no. Fearless just navigating around that lamppost and quite get the touch in there, Scott. So, you know what? Take those. Oh, goodbye, Violet.
This is an adaptation that we've actually seen London Spitfire make over the last week. In their last series, they played Sparkle on like the flanking soldier and it didn't have that much success, or they were playing the Symmetra. They've actually gone in a different direction with the Reinhardt where they've now made themselves a threat, and Sparker's on the Bastion, so he has more damage that the Outlaws, they just don't seem to be able to deal with, as once again, Pelican falls first.
Where did Pelican go? Must have got hit with a body shot from the May High School, of course, then something else. Just Pelican, I think he only peeked his head off for half a second.
Fearless back on the Doofus is well worth noting. It worked for them in on Antarctic Peninsula.
Shu there. Braver than I. Against the backbone, right clicks from the May. Nanoblade coming up.
That's the first half of the second point as well already, Jack. They took positioning early, they got that pick, and now this card is moving at a rapid rate. Happy uses the Bastion ult.
I mean, they're all in a small
dangerous.
room. Oh, okay. No, almost no damage taken from the London Spitfire. I mean, that must have been Hardy just holding the shield up to the sky, no?
Yeah, maybe. Or you know, maybe the staggering of it. Admiral just recognizing where he needed to be at the right times.
There's the window again.
So much
their
damage.
win condition from their last points. That was close. Violet almost gets evaporated. But here comes the Blizzards. So no one can touch them on the point right now. Hardy with a faux charge. Just charges in halfway and then backs all the way up. Happy dead. Here comes the beat. Admiral.
Nanoblade.
And Nanoblade's been popped. Straight into the wall there again.
Oh.
He gets booped. He's got a dash. He needs to clear the distance. He's trying to find people, but no. What a perfect overlay of abilities there. A wall into a boot, and that Nanoblade just absolutely dominated by the London Spitfire. Fearless up in the skies with the Doomfist, but here comes the wheels mode again. Fearless punching into his demise. And around the point right now is Violet playing, but the problem is the London Spitfire have been moving this cart the whole time, and no kills have been found I mean, at least they got backbone, sure, but that point's been unlocked. 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
And Houston Outlaws just can't find picks. They're in this fight, they're trading aggro really well, but no one on London Spitfire is falling, and they're just sustaining that little bit longer, and they are moving at a quick rate right now on Midtown. Happy goes over to the Sombra. Right now, what the Outlaws are doing is not working against the rush from the Spitfire.
His May switches are crazy, actually, to me. I thought
Backbone, we just talked about how much value he's getting on the May, and then he's going to switch over to the Sombra.
I mean, who are you going to wall, right? Kind of makes sense, but I think he's doing a lot of damage. But you can hack the Doom. I think that's the biggest thing here is
probably the reason.
You're not playing against the Orisa anymore, you are playing against Doomfist. If Doomfist goes in, you hold out the right click, and, well, Sombra does one thing pretty well, and that's shut down heroes with high mobility.
Yeah, that's a good shout out. It's definitely against the Doomfist of Fearless, and this is why
there you go.
Fearless is going crazy.
Happened just there, but unfortunately, Fearless already killed 2 in that fight, so Hardy dead.
Okay, finally some stabilization here for the Outlaws. But London Spitfire, they have so much time that they can cycle their ultimates. They can wait for the backbone EMP. They can, use their ultimates reactively to the Outlaws, because this is one of the problems with playing this Outlaws composition. The onus is really on them to do something. London Spitfire can just stand around, and their chances of finding a pick are higher, but they're walking into an EMP.
Yeah, does Admiral know? Does he know? Shooting Violet and Fearless are already pretty low. Admiral's right in the sights of Happy right now, but the team's already dead.
Too slow.
The window's been shattered though, but it doesn't matter. No, Landon instantly put the lamp down, hit the shift as soon as that hack worn away. Violet and Shu died before that fight even began.
And that's sort of what I meant by the onus is on the Outlaws. They need to play faster, they need to go, because eventually Spitfire will find the picks.
Exactly. They're around in the final corner with almost 3 minutes. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah,
everything
but
could be solved with a
Bastion ultimate.
Oh, defend yourself with the mortar strike. Oh, he's doing a good job of it so far. But no, Pelican is far too strong.
He only found one. Starts moving in, Violet's down.
Violet, yeah, wait, Violet's dead. Pelican has got deflect still. They need to kill Sparker. Okay, him and Happy. They do execute him, but Pelican with the half HP. Doesn't enough fall him. Shouldn't matter though, the spawns are way too close, and it is only Admiral on them.
Yeah. Backbone EMP.
That was close.
I think it went by the waist. I don't know if it came out in that last round or exactly when it came out, but just wasn't enough.
It didn't win the fight. But
yeah, they still got time. They still have time. That was an expensive fight for the Outlaws to win. It cost them the Nano Blade. Fortunately for them, Violet is still holding on to this Kitsune Rush. The only thing they need to fear is the Hardy Earth Shatter. Oh my god, where is he going?
I don't think even Hardy knows, to be honest.
Oh, he's back, it's fine.
Kitsune Rush on the high ground for Violet.
No one can use that, really, other than himself.
Yes, I mean, he really is him sometimes, but it's only the kunais really that's doing much.
Got Shu.
Shu ends up going down to a fire strike after getting hit by the Shatter. A nice pin from Hardy. Just taking this one to his own hands, and there goes Happy too. I mean, they're just getting slowly whittled down. That should be the cap. Shu might be able to get back. Nah, there's no way, actually. 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right, big time bank whittled down. But Scott, honestly, London Spitfire finishing with time on the bank on Midtown is, a sight to behold.
Yeah, with a minute and a half as well. It's a hard map to capture, and they have a minute so that if we do go into overtime, Outlaws are going to need to finish with time of their own. And I want to really highlight the Violet Kiriko, because it feels like on Control it makes more sense because you can play these flanky off angles, but so far in Midtown, it doesn't feel like he's been able to find the same level of value. And at that final fight, that Kitsune Rush just was almost selfish in a way, or maybe he thought the rest of his team would be able to dive in with it, but they didn't get anything. And for that reason, London Spitfire just walked their way to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, you rely on the kunais getting a double headshot there, like onto the Bastion or onto someone else. Like, it's really rough when no one else can use that Kitsune Rush. And there's a lot of people that benefit from that as well. Like Sombra charges, does a lot of damage. Well, everybody does a lot of damage in Kitsune Rush, but Genji gets his resets quicker. Doomfist, who recently had a buff, lowering his cooldowns, gets his resets quicker, right? So, well, not resets, just CDs.
Even the movement speed is just so nice being in a Kitsune Rush. It really just enables you to do other things. I'm curious if we are going to see a swap out of here from Outlaws. The Zenyatta could make sense, especially if they're not playing a Symmetra, because all of a sudden you have that Discord orb that is just going to be such a threat and you can break the shields, but I wouldn't be surprised, to just see him switch back to the Kiriko.
Back to Kiri.
All right. Happy staying on this Sombra as well. They're really confident in this composition. See if it works better here on attack. I think they're able to dictate the flow a little bit better on attack, but it's still going to be difficult.
It is. It is. We have to Violet to maybe find a flank again.
What?
There he is. There he goes. There's the flank.
Just teleported through a wall.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Who did he teleport to? Who is he with? Is it the Genji or Pelican?
It's probably Happy, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's probably Happy on the Sombra. But you can see London Spitfire, they don't want to stand around. They want to keep putting on this pressure onto the front line of the Outlaws. They're getting herded into a corner.
There's Pelican. Nice nade. Can they do much, though? Oh, my God. Pelican got rolled.
So much damage.
Backbone is dead, though, Scott. And a rotation for the Outlaws does put them on the point, puts pressure on London Spitfire to try and stop that cap. Speaking of which, there's a tick. Sparker in trouble. Got Wheels mode in 3 seconds, but that window is going to dissuade Fearless from marching forward. Shoot. Oh, good sleep.
Such a clutch master. Backbone still gets him, so that's a big part of healing. And now all the healing for the Outlaws is gone. There's just too much damage eventually. And running into the same issue, Outlaws are finding windows into these fights. It just doesn't feel like they have the damage to actually close them out, right? Unless they have a Nano Blade and Pelican can kill everyone, or Happy hits a big EMP, just feels like they're all doing a little bit of chip damage, but not able to finally bring anyone. And that's honestly a testament to how strong and how coordinated the Spitfire rush is.
Happy looking around there, making sure no one's going to be able to spot his teleport. Good nade again. Woo! No one does it like Shu. That's all I'm saying. Pelican with 3 kills. Give him more.
That's what they need, right? Maybe if you hit Shu, hits those big anti-nades, that's absolutely a window in which they can get in. Costs them 2 minutes though, and they're against the clock. That's an important thing to remember for the Houston Outlaws. They need to finish with at least a little bit of time.
Oh, it lined up perfectly. Nano boost, 1 dash, 2 kills.
That's a nade, and then a punch by Fearless, and then a follow through by Pelican. That's the coordination the Outlaws need. Now they have the EMP to follow it up.
Oh, Violet just TP'd. Okay, a distraction technique, in fact. Violet TPing right in front of the team so Pelican can just clean house.
And that was even great recognition from Happy. Just the individual hack onto Admiral so that when Pelican pulls the blade, they're not going to have the sound barrier. So now they hold onto the EMP, and that's the blade. So Pelican can start charging up another blade. Happy can use the EMP for the next fight. That's how you get things snowballing.
So, EMP rush. With the Meteor Strike as well to get out of jail free card. Oh my nade too. Nade into EMP. Uh-oh, London.
Yeah, this is where it starts looking ugly. And this is what Jake said. London Spitfire, if you are that, you can't be dissuaded. You need to keep just ramming your head into the Houston Outlaws. They don't have an EMP, they don't have a blade. This has to be the window in which you can hold on the second point. They have so many ultimates in the bank.
They get a touch. Shu is in a whole world of danger. Jump straight down into that one. No, still healed up. The shadow hits
Admiral down with the sound barrier.
Admiral down. I mean, that's not great if you're London Spitfire. I'm going to tell you, not once but twice. It's not great. Landon
Blizzard
is going to be able to play around this Blizzard now. Yeah, heal up the rest of the team. Hopefully wait for people to come back. Admiral is, yep, join the fight again. That window was clutch from Landon there.
Admiral's dead.
Oh, my Admiral's dead again. Alrighty.
He did his job. He got his one, goes back to the spawn door. They don't need the sound barrier. So honestly, almost fortunate that they hold on to that one. And now that those ultimates that we were saying were so important for the Outlaws, they only have the nano boost. And this is difficult. They have to get all the way to the end of the second point. This is where you don't want to be stopped.
It's always nice when you accidentally die as Lucio, and then it's like, actually, that was the best play I could have made. Because now I have sound barrier.
Exactly as I intended.
Yeah, exactly. I planned this all out. Well, Shu's got a nano boost. I think it's going to be on Fearless or Pelican to fight. Yes, there it is. Onto Fearless. Misses just the short range punch and already under half HP. You can see Sparky just kind of looking at him. Oh, not quite looking at him. Quick enough by the looks of it. Violet does fall, and there's the sound barrier from Admiral.
Perfectly timed as well. Yep. It just stops anything the Fearless could have gotten done. They then trade back onto Violet. Yes, you're not going to have it in the future for this EMP and this Blade coming up, but you got to win the fights ahead of you.
Heading into another situation where we could get a Blizzard cancelled by the EMP.
Yeah, that's true.
Intriguing.
It's an interaction we haven't seen much of ever since it came into the game, because you don't see many Maze versus Sombras.
Yeah, exactly, right? You just don't see that too often.
Dude, Violet is just such
He's such a...
So annoying to deal with.
He is extremely annoying to deal with.
Good EMP.
EMP, yeah, hits Sparker. Blizzard not cancelled. It's actually Sparker's health bar, that is. Ooh. Oh, okay. He just random right click thrown in. Meteor Strike on top of Landon.
Backbone Blizzard, he's the only one alive though.
Yeah, is he going to be able to stay up?
No.
Probably not, no. No one was frozen there. But still, it's got 2.5 minutes for the Houston Owls. Very capable right now. Capable with time. Different story.
That's really where the Outlaws need to sort of focus on. They need to finish with at least a second, just any time on the board so they get another chance to attack. They have the Blade. They almost have Nano Blade, actually.
Right.
We've seen how extreme Pelican's value he can get from that ultimate. He can win it on his own. Admiral doesn't have the sound barrier to match it. They want to get as much push as they can and then drop the Nano Blade.
Well, space is being granted to them, Scott. Shoot in trouble. Nay, onto Backbone. Did end up missing, and now he's just shooting the turret. Do not peek again. Oh, you saw him go for that jump.
Yeah, he thought about
peek.
it.
He thought about it.
He wants to get this turret down. He's one of the few people that can actually get it.
Yeah, well, don't worry. Backbone's on the case. He's got the hammer. It's Hardy put to sleep. Hacked. Lammed, though, by Landon. Oh, that CC.
Here comes the Nano.
Nano Blade. He's waiting for Landon. Oh, a slash and a dash. Perfectly timed. There goes Hardy, too. This is the fight ender. Potentially the map winner, too, if they can get this payload in with time.
London Spitfire do a great job. They recognize they're losing the fight and just everybody throws their body at the point. Will ensure that they will get another fight. If Admiral can get up to this sound barrier, it might give them enough time, but on the other hand,
EMP,
happy with EMP.
10% away. Here comes the Mortar Strike.
This should be
straight
good.
on top of Shu. 1, 2. Oh, he's so good. Was there any even hit markers? I don't think so. Admiral 5% away. Happy, same. They're tying up right now, but Violet's already dead. Violet down, not good. Houston Outlaws in final fight territory as both Admiral and Happy just bump into each other. And now both these big ultimates are up, Scott. Now is the dance of death. Admiral and Happy, the CMP versus the sound barrier.
But not only that, let's go back to what we were talking about, time. Yes, they get another fight, but they need to finish in the next 30 seconds, otherwise they won't get another attack.
Payload's a fair distance away too, so what's that, an extra 10 seconds off the clock just to how far the payload has been pushed back? Admiral's waiting in the wings. He knows this EMP's coming. There he got hacked. Admiral peeks, but it doesn't matter. Landon hit the lamp. The beat comes in. All right, they're going to be able to sustain. Phyllis drops the Meteor Strike. His Backbone just holding down the fort with the Molten Core. He might not have his little turret, but he's got that river gun, and he's just rolling the Houston Outlaws from afar. I don't know. I don't know, Scott. I'm going to be honest. Phyllis and Hardy end up going down, so now it is a fair fight. But the turret ends up falling. Backbone doesn't use Molten Core, but overtime is here. The rush on the point, Sparker needs to die, but no, it's actually the Lamp's going to save him, and Hardy is back in the fight. Pelican with the Nano Boost with a perfectly ranged dash, and melee kills Landon. Good resets here coming from Pelican. Hardy with the 360 shield, trying to stop that damage coming in. Houston Outlaws managed to cap, but with no time in the bank.
Hardy getting a little overzealous there, pinning into the small room of the Houston Outlaws, gets punished for it. That really opens the door for the Outlaws to slowly whittle down that fight. But now they're in the driver's seat. Outlaws need to do something to stop the London Spitfire. Let's remember back to the first London Spitfire attack. The way that they played, that they went all the way around the left alleyway, walk into the room, and then that allows them to juggle back and forth into the small room with the Reinhardt and the Bastion. This is hard for the Outlaws because they can't give up a single tick. So that means that they're going to need to take fights earlier than when that juggling starts, because otherwise it's going to be too easy for them to lose the fight because people are going to have to keep touching the point.
I mean, London Spitfire, they're just so drilled in like how to play these sim with the Mei, with the Rhine. They know where to play, they know when to go. And like you said, that single tick is really all the difference. Because London on their first rotation, Scott, they got 2 ticks.
Yeah.
And then the Houston Outlaws stepped in because they knew they could get a big nade from Shu. They could follow up with Pelican dashing in, with Fearless, etc. But they don't have that luxury now.
Yeah, no luxury of time. They're not going to be able to wait for that big cooldown to hit, wait for an ultimate, any of those types of things. They're going to need to be able to deal with it.
Right.
Might be one of the reasons you see Backbone on Mei. Just circumvent any of this aggression or sort of circumvent the choke.
All right, here we go.
Are we going to see anything different? Actually, you can see where Shu is posted up. He's actually up there on the top left. Keep an eye on that. That's the nade they're going to need.
Right, waiting for the nade, but are they actually going to go there? They're ready. They comes in, only hits 2. Landon and Spartan got anti, and Fearless is already in.
Not
a
enough.
big pin, and they shoot him as well, so it's an insta-kill. You can see the look of disappointment on Fearless's face. He knows he made a mistake. The London Spitfire only need 1 tick, and oh, it's 1 pixel, I should say. Pelican's still laughing. Of course, this match at the very end of the day, Scott, still going to affect the standings all too much, but still a big W there from London Spitfire. Fearless looking disappointed, Pelican still happy as ever.
They knew the odds that they were going up against. The way that they like to play the game is not good at winning one team fight. It's good at building up ultimates, cycling those, and then finding the individual value. While London, if they made it to the point exactly like they did, it's over for them. So great play from the London Spitfire, showing there is merit to playing this Reinhardt composition. And they play it so expertly in a way that no team is ever prepared for. So Houston Outlaws just not coming up with the solutions right now. The Doomfist getting mixed value. I feel like sometimes it's really strong and he's punching around, he's being disruptive, but sometimes he's just getting caught by the sheer amount of damage coming out.
Oh. It's always a treat to see some top-level Genji play. At least we're getting treated to that today. And these TPs too, really nice. Oh, here you go. Yeah, there's the pair.
Good luck, Fearless.
Yeah.
I think as soon as that nade landed and there wasn't instant value, boom, it was over. And I think almost they should have doubled down in knowing that TP was coming and just put everybody in that room. If they didn't go that room, well, damn, we lost. But, you know, it just wasn't enough.
All right, New Junk City up next. It's a Spitfire kind of map. We're going to see Ryan, we're going to see Lucio, but what do Outlaws have to bring to the table? We'll have to wait and find out after the break. Welcome back. London Spitfire taking Midtown. Scott, that was a pretty fun map, I'm not going to lie. It was fun seeing Jake's little tweet there at the very end, like, we need to talk Outlaws. We need to talk about something.
Jake's not mad. He's disappointed.
Exactly, he's just disappointed.
This is why Jake always says, no fun allowed, you execute the enemies.
Only win.
Only win.
No fun, only win.
Yeah, and that's why we're all here for the vibes of the London Spitfire. Look at Hardy. Look at him. He's doing the vibes. Sparker's vibes are high. And honestly, they're having fun. They're playing their game. And if you're a team, just like we talked about the Toronto Defiant, if you're a team in the play-ins looking at London Spitfire, this is a team that you need to be careful of because they can just throw these kind of compositions that you might not know how to deal with. And now that they've added Sparker's Bastion to the wheelhouse, is sort of throwing this high damage change into the setup, it can be difficult to deal with because maybe Houston Outlaws came in being like, we'll play the Doomfist and we'll do that kind of stuff. And if they teleport around us with Symmetra, we'll just follow them. But they're not playing Symmetra. They're just playing Bastion and just killing everyone who tries to set up any flanks. So London Spitfire showing different iterations of the same composition, and it's throwing the Houston Outlaws through a loop.
I mean, they're shutting down one of the best tanks in the world right now, in Fearless.
Yeah.
It's been so hard for him to get anything done. They lost that final checkpoint, right? Fearless jumps in, made a small mistake. London with the Bastion. Nade onto Fearless, and then Hardy with the pin, killed him, and that was that. New Junk City, though. Oh, the music is rather clean for this map, I will say.
This is exactly like Australia.
Yeah.
You want to come to Australia? It's just like this.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's just a soundtrack of random like metal or like rock music in the background permanently.
You've seen Mad Max, right?
That's Australia.
My hometown.
My hometown. Me? Yeah, we live in Mad Bucks world. No one will know because it's on the other side of the world. Furthest, isn't it one of the furthest continents or like countries away from like any other country?
Yeah, it's the definition of an island in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. But that's some of the most beautiful wildlife, so.
It's a great country. But let's talk about this point. We're going to see the Houston Outlaws. They're going to play a rush of their own, so we're going to see somewhat similar compositions. Backbone's going to stay on this Sombra, maybe not expecting this mirror. Only major difference is Fearless on the Orisa, Hardy on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about the Sombra. In fact, I did see a tweet in the break as well on the little lower third. It was like, you know the Sombra meta, it's over, guys.
Yeah,
it's over.
Lied to us.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to see both teams just sort of going back, jostling for position. Because Backbone's on the Sombra, he's going to be actually on the point and get the first capture, but the damage coming out.
Oh, they survive, only just. Careful on the Spitfire. Now it's all golden. Unfortunately not for Hardy. More like a silver place trophy after that first death. Unfortunately for the Spitfire, although they do cap first, it looks like a very quick finish to their cap.
Wait, London Spitfire
committing. They commit their window straight on top of Outlaws as one. The Outlaws still need to cap here. Are they going to be able to push in and actually stall this one out? It looks like Backbone's going to at least be able to touch for half a second.
No.
Okay, cap ends up going through as Backbone dies.
Yeah, it's really bad that Backbone actually fell. He was just trying to hold the point for the rest of his team. So now,
good luck dislodging Hattie, though.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, all of a sudden, Houston Outlaws, they're now at a 4v5.
All right, here comes the reflip of the reflip. A strike. Straight on top of Landon. Here's the Exo Boots. People have gotten so good at dodging that. It's almost like it's not even worth right now to go for the Baptiste. A lot of ultimates invested by the Houston Outlaws. They got to come up with Summit. And Summit they do, and that Summit gets Hardy. Oh, wow. Not expecting that much damage, though. Sparker's accuracy on the Bastion is just so clean. Here comes the reflip of the reflip of the reflip.
And London Spitfire take control once again, and with how quick this ticks up, they can find Pelican. This could potentially mean the first point going.
Oh, hit one more right click. Oh.
And they get him, and honestly, that's the second time in a row that Houston Outlaws felt like they've had an advantage and just over-aggressed into the Sparker Bastion, and he just lives long enough to find the picks.
They can touch here. They're walking into an EMP, though, Scott.
Yeah, at what cost?
Ooh, there's Fearless on the point. At what cost, indeed. EMP, a solo one onto Happy. He doesn't instantly die. He eventually ends up falling over after they kill the lamp. Here comes Fearless, though. Oh, a nice little translocate there, straight out of that Terra Surge. Here comes the window.
Late lamp again, sorry, window again. They're trying to just hold on, get through the damage.
Oh, shoot! He ends up going down. Sparker with the damage through the window. Another flip, Scott, and another reflip, I think. Oh, we're in a pancake house at this point without flips that are going on. 99% to 75. London coming out with yet There we go. All right, who's touching this time? Fearless, you're 2 HP. I don't think it's happening, G.
Landon falls, so the healing is low for the London Spitfire, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to get the first cap, and
my word.
History repeats itself for a third time. They try and rush down Sparker, and the unsung hero of all of these flips is Landon on the Baptiste. He is just keeping Sparker alive for so long, confidence in his teammate to drop those amplification matrices, and that's going to be the first round of London Spitfire. It has to be infuriating for the Outlaws not able to get any of those caps.
All right. That has got to be the record for the amount of flips.
Yeah.
Surely. Okay, sure. Nothing like Hardy just shattering in front of your entire team. They got his one, like you said. They're just going to hide away from that window too. They don't need to peek.
Now all of a sudden, once again, London Spitfire, they have control of the point.
Oh, there's the sound barrier in response to Sparker's wheels modes. Gets saved though by the lamp again. God, this backline from London Spitfire, it's just unbelievable. Keeping Sparker up at the brink of death. They pull him up.
The javelin from Fearless almost saves Sparker.
It's a decent kill, Scott. Happy's back on the bastion of his own. Whoa. Good duel by Landon. He does win it. No flip, or no cap even, I should say.
Yeah, both teams just sort of almost team deathmatch, just fighting around this point. But, oh, great EMP.
Great EMP. It's 3 people with Backbone and Landon going to clean up. It really is TDM.
It is.
We have entered Call of Duty Overwatch Edition.
And it really feels like the London Spitfire, they love to play this chaotic style. They're dragging the Houston Outlaws to play their game, and they're coming out on top time and time again. Pelican switches over to the Genji, feeling like he needs a little bit more punching power, at least individually, to start closing out. They need to find a way to deal with Landon. Landon is just living for so long and keeping everyone else alive.
They got to hit the focus. Hardy just squaring up. Look how scared they are. No, not today. Oh, here comes the artillery barrage. No, no one gets hit. And here comes the reverse one. All right, what you got? There's one. There's two. Levina dies.
Just so aggressive. He's completely on his own. Gets hacked by Backbone, taken out. And now all of a sudden, Houston Outlaws are in a really bad fight, 60% and counting. Once again, they might stagger to a second point here for the London Spitfire.
Looked like Pelican was trying to... Oh, nice 180 grenade there from Happy. Terror Surge, Sound Barrier, and London Spitfire are going to walk away with this one, you have to imagine. YOLO pin from Hardy. He's almost got the Shatter too. Oh, almost faced his maker there. Diving straight into a Wheels mode Happy. Nade through the window did an unbelievable amount of damage, and Happy just trying to stay up. They are going to be able to... No, they're not going to be able to get a touch. Fearless, you saw him jumping over the high ground, couldn't quite tag the point in time, and here comes Hardy.
Or maybe a little bit too aggressive going into the
whatever those got, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds until the point unlocks. Sure, kill us, that's fine. If you team wipe us here, we're going to get a reset as 5, we're going to go again.
Yeah. And Fearless goes back over to the Doomfist, really not liking the Orisa. Feels like he's unable to offer anything. So they're slowly trending back to the composition that they previously played. Now Pelican's the one on the Sombra. London Spitfire, they just really have a great grasp of how they want to play this composition on this map. Oh my god, have they found Shu?
Oh, no,
that was close.
Nice counter pin, then on to Fearless. There's the Shadow through the... Oh, almost hit the Ajax too. Violet had to have been frames away from Ajaxing that. Double grenade kill from Happy. Love to see it. Jeez, that was a miracle Fearless survived that, and that was a miracle Violet too managed to get that beat off.
That beat was, as you said, a couple of frames from being very, very bad, because if that sound barrier doesn't go off, the swing is dangerous.
You just all die.
Both teams with EMPs, they're posturing for positioning. You see Pelican and Backbone really playing these off angles, pinging out the opponents. Who's going to go first?
Ooh. They're on the small room. Perfect EMP territory. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty.
It comes out later from Backbone, and the damage was already done by the Outlaws. One he wishes he had back.
Yes,
feels like Outlaws firmly in control at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if London... Oh, nice Translocator kill.
Oh, he found him.
Oh, he found him too. Wow, random spray and pray. Uh-oh. Well, Backbone's dead.
And that is the point, absolutely.
I don't know, man.
I guess if anyone's going to go for it, it's going to be Hardy.
London Spitfire, and it's going to be Hardy, that is for sure. 5% away.
There's no way.
Yeah. Right, yeah, they're thinking better of it. All right, all right. All right, mad respect, though, for even posturing to go for that one. Oh, Point actually... Oh, Scott. Point actually spawns behind the Houston Outlaws, so they're going to be able to rotate super fast.
Interestingly enough, though, neither team seems very interested in fighting off of the points. They're not trying to cut each other off. They're not trying to use these ultimates. They're more than happy just to take a toe-to-toe fight. Outlaws firmly in position for this Ducks point.
Backbone just hanging around on the point.
This is a high ground. Like, if you're Hardy, you don't have a Symmetra to teleport you up here. How do you get anywhere?
Just like any good Reinhardt does, Scott. You hit shift, and then don't forget you can cancel it. Oh no, Sparker! Punch into the wall. Lamb saves him. Yes, it does.
Fearless looking out for Sparker on that one.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I got your back. Come on. I mean, if I were happy there, I'd be a little bit mad. But all good. Sound barrier came out from London Spitfire. As the Meteor strike, his backbone ends up falling down to Pelican. Now Hardy is pretty low. No power shot punch needed. Yeah, he just swung right past Hardy. Little Logan almost a guaranteed kill. And with Shu and Happy dead, Fearless is going to have to come up with yet another miracle. Holds the power block in, but doesn't get the charge up punch, and that punch actually just cost him there. Hardy didn't fall, and he was able to protect Sparker.
Yeah, if he hits that punch on Sparker, one of those kills doesn't come through, and from everything, things could have trickled down and snowballed for the Houston Outlaws. But Pelican has charged up a very quick EMP in comparison to Backbone. I wonder if the Outlaws are expecting this one to come. Sorry, the London
Spitfire, yeah. Maybe not. High ground, and like, Hardy is kind of split right now. Just kind of where you want to play. That EMP is just too juicy not to go for, but Hardy just pinned straight back in, and they just smush it. Yeah, he did put one down, that was for certain. Oh, what? Shu, hello? Shu? Okay, he's dead. Well, Admiral has also fallen, so that's kind of rough for London. Late beat from the Houston Outlaws. There's a 3v3 right now, but I mean, the London Spitfire, they are just so low. Point flip comes through. Great now Backbone is the EMP, so they could very well win it off this EMP, Scott, this whole map.
Yeah, London Spitfire, they just have so many ultimates in their war chest, so many options of how they want to take this fight, because Outlaws don't really have anything at all. So you can EMP into Bastion Ult, into Earth Shatter. There's so many options. If you're the Outlaws, you don't want to get into a fight where you can allow London Spitfire to play their game. Maybe catch them off guard. That's why Pelican's pinging everyone out.
Choose switch over to Kiriko too. EMP available from Backbone. Hack onto Admiral. It's a manual one. Oh no. Hello. Oh, yeah, little bunny hop over there with the translocator. All right, not something you usually see every day.
So now 56% and counting.
Shoot, oh, so low.
Hardy can't get to the high ground, so he's just trying to apply point pressure.
Railgun is going to stop Hardy in his tracks, I got to imagine. Yes, okay, wow, what a quick engagement. Triple mortar strike there, right on top of Happy, but he did use that slide to get away. And subbed it again by the skin of their teeth. Outlaws coming up clutch. That point's going to go to the Houston Outlaws. 2-2 now as we move on to the next one and final one.
London Spitfire just weren't able to utilize any of those ultimates. They couldn't find a window to get into that fight. So now we have to go over to bomb flats. And this is a much more level ground where there's a lot of corners and sort of thin chokes. Hardy's Reinhardt should get a lot more value, but you can see the Outlaws, they're trying to cut the Spitfire off.
As the EMP hits Fearless Pelican and Happy, Fearless super low, hits the Meteor Strike, but it's actually Sparker that falls. Of all people to fall in that fight, I did not imagine Sparker wasn't near Hardy's shield either. All right, there you go. EMP from London Spitfire. You'd think it was from the Outlaws by the look of the team fight, but no, all right. Completely wasted. And in fact, Backbone's now switching up.
Yeah, he tried to EMP Fearless, but the problem is Fearless lived just long enough to get the Meteor Strike off. Yeah, spamming that Q. As soon as he gets up in that air, all of a sudden London Spitfire just don't have the ability to stay in the fight. And Admiral just, it doesn't feel like he wants to use this sound barrier other than to counter some of these big ultimates. And here one is.
I was about to say, Admiral's right in the line of sight again. Just the collapse from the Houston Outlaws. 35% of it. Oh,
staggering.
No, they're not. Oh, they're staggering the May. Oh, that's so.
Leave Backbone alone.
That's rough. That might just be it. If they take an early fight here,
then they go again. Yeah.
Then they could just go. Yeah.
Just rush him down. Admiral has to be careful. He cannot get picked. He is all of their support.
Staggers are huge on Flashpoint. They don't end up going for like an aggressive beat, an aggressive rush or anything, but they're still holding forward.
There's another overclock from Happy. He has the ability to execute this point.
There's the rush, there's the overclock, runs the high ground for Happy, a little bit aggressive, but the return sound barrier from Apple does catch 2. Only him right now has got that over health, but a later sound barrier from the Outlaws as Happy sails through the air and takes down April. A punch to cancel the Shatter 2, that's surely it. Nothing London can do now to come back from this one. Houston Outlaws 99% on what looked like a Spitfire victory on Flashpoint. The Outlaws come back. Clutch masters, 2-1 in the series and match point.
Just upping the tempo, playing to their own strengths, never giving London Spitfire the opportunity to set up and use their ultimates. It felt like they were holding on to them for the whole last 2 points. Maybe coming up with a couple of ideas, not playing flat-footed, play your own game.
Damn. There was so many points in that series, or like that map, sorry. You think London have that. Just these small advantages the Outlaws managed to eke out. That was a crazy map. On something that you'd think would be quite London favored, especially with how Outlaws have been playing in terms of their support comps, but man, I mean, Scott, second to last match of the regular season, and it's a treat, that is for sure. I'm loving this meta.
Once again, it's just like the clutch factor of the of the Houston Outlaws, is unparalleled. Their ability to just individually step up in such a ridiculous level, but not only on an individual level, collaborate with your individual brilliance to be able to sort of win fights that technically should be unwinnable. This fight right here, that was a fight where London Spitfire had 4 ultimates and Houston Outlaws only had 1.
4
How
ultimates
do they win that?
To win the map.
Yeah.
And they had 99% on that point too. Man. All right. New Queen Streets. Gonna push. Could it end here, or are we going to map number 5? We'll have to find out right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Houston Outlaws with a win, a very clutch one at that, on Flashpoint. New Junk City. Man, what a ridiculous series so far, Scott. I mean, Midtown was London Spitfires. Outlaws managing to come back here. We're going to New Queen Street. But, I mean, the boy right here, Fearless on the Doomfist in that last map. Look at the eliminations and deaths. Like, this is the match so far, too. 25 minutes played. Does not die a whole lot, and he sets up his team for success, too. High level of eliminations there.
You can understand why he's going with this Doomfist pick. As much as it can feel like it sometimes gets isolated, the amount of disruption, he doesn't even need to get final blows or do a ton of damage. He just needs to be disruptive to enable the rest of his team, and he can just go in, be a threat. And honestly, Doomfist is a pick that we haven't really seen be meta in the Overwatch League since, I don't even know, like when 5v5 first came out, that was the first time we ever really saw Doomfist, but he's making a name for how strong it can be, and he, it's worth noting, Doomfist actually did get buffed in the most recent patch, where his Seismic Slam cooldown got reduced by a second, and that changes the cycling of everything.
Second's huge.
Yeah, that 1 second really enables the Doomfist to be a lot more disruptive and also just be able to live and move around the map a lot faster.
He really is one of the GOATs, like Fearless.
Oh yeah, he will be remembered as one of the greatest tanks to ever play the game. Obviously, people know him for his Winston, but he's been able to play every main tank that he's ever been required, and you add that on top of his Cinderella story of going from the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons
ridiculous
to winning a championship, winning Finals MVP last year. He is a great that we've had, and we've been blessed to watch his career.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, New Queen Street. You know what London are playing, that's for sure. I want to see Phyllis just keep on this Doomfist. There's a lot of ways you can kind of insert yourself as Doomfist in this map, I think, especially with the middle point of the map. It's a bit tough when you get near the checkpoint. There's not many too many different ways for Doomfist to kind of jump into the fight. But if you're fighting round mid, it's pretty easy for Doomfist to find these weird flanks, and that's how the Outlaws have been winning a lot of the time too, because they know London is just stacked up.
And that's the problem I think London Spitfire might run into on New Queen Street, is that there is a lot of flank angles, there's a lot of people who can just be everywhere all at once, and there's a lot of great health packs around as well. So how are they going to manage to sort of, I guess, capture or isolate targets of the Houston Outlaws? It's just going to be difficult.
All right, New Queen Street, here we go. Here we go. Toronto, which will be here later this year as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully you got your grand finals tickets. If you haven't, make sure you go book them. Oh, don't forget pick'ems as well. I did see a tweet about that about the pick'ems. I think they said their brain said Outlaws, but their heart said Spitfire. Oh no, their pick'ems said Outlaws, sorry, and their heart said the London Spitfire. And honestly, that's pretty fair. Like London Spitfire, they've definitely been a team that people they love to cheer for, and they love to stand behind London just of how unique their playstyle is, regardless of the meta. And it just so happens right now, this meta is very much suiting them how they want to play. And it's about Houston Outlaws kind of grappling with this Reinhardt, because every team at some point or another this season has to sit down and go, okay, this week we're playing Spitfire.
It's got a big circle on the calendar.
Exactly, right,
like, oh god, what are we going to do?
We're playing Spitfire. We know they're going to play Ryan. They're probably going to play Sim May. Like, how do we topple this?
How do you practice against that? How do you do anything against this? Because the way that Hardy and the team plays around it is completely unique and is top-notch, and no one else can really emulate this level of success playing the Reinhardt. We're going to see them come out with the Symmetra of Sparker. Maybe that's their solution to sort of managing to get on top of players, but who do you isolate out of any of these targets from the Houston Outlaws? How do you get on anybody? Happy has to be the best target. He's the only one who can't teleport, but he's shooting at you already.
Happy who gets the first kill there. First strike. Oh, nice punch. Wow, what a punch. If that was a powder one, they all die there for sure. Big Seismic Slam by Fearless. Look at that ult charge as well, Scott.
Yeah.
70% towards a Meteor Strike already. Oh,
the Suzu.
That's Suzu there. So the pin didn't connect from Hardy. All right, okay, cool. Not sure if that definitely wasn't intended, or probably not, but that looked pretty sweet.
I think I'd like to see Sparker switch off of this Symmetra. I do not. Oh wow, he gets picked as well from the Shu Kunais. But I think it's just going to be like, who are you teleporting onto? Where are you going to go?
It's really rough. Oh, okay, there you go.
Cassidy. I don't hate that as well. The hindered effect can be really difficult to deal with as a Kiriko, as a Doomfist, as a Sombra. Stops them from just teleporting out whenever they want to.
Good shout, good shout. I mean, you got to be scared though.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of ult charge that Houston Outlaws have right now. They got EMP Scott. They got Meteor Strike. They're gonna have Railgun soon as well. Slowly but surely, they're just waiting for this so they can get a catch point. There it is. EMP is just too good. Spark Friends are going down. Spitfire huddling for warmth right now, but I think that fire is going to be just soon extinguished as Hardy falls, landing against the Exo Boots, jump into the little window, but that's really about it. They stole the bot for mere moments, and now the checkpoint on the horizon for the Houston Outlaws. The ultimate economy is just too strong.
Yeah, and that only cost them one ultimate as well, recognizing they didn't need anything else to close out that fight. And it feels like London Spitfire are just consistently walking into a trap, right? They wanna get on top of someone, but they don't have any targets, so they're just sort of standing around. The Outlaws, they can choose to strike whenever they want.
They get out of the way of Pelican at least. Don't want to give him free farming. Checkpoint hasn't been unlocked either. Little dance there from Fearless and Hardy. I charge, you have to slam away.
Solo hack on the land and wall goes down. When are they going to...
Oh, what? How did he get it? Here comes the sound barrier, stopping that meteor strike doing damage. Fearless punch into a wall. 1 HP, picks up the mega health pack. That window is going to stop them from doing much damage right now, that being the Houston Outlaws, even more so with Happy dying. However, they're still wanting to commit. Sound barrier utilized, and everybody just jumping over the blizzard. Nice little headshot there by Backbone. Can he land the second one? No, he cannot. He's going to get hacked, receiving a bit of extra damage, but a scrappy fight is going to ensue. And Lucio's, battling off against each other on top of that bus. Fearless trying to get a couple of rocket punch kills there, but not to be. There you go. Shoot dead. Finally, London taking control. Listen, Happy comes back and gets a pick. Okay.
And they were just able to weather the storm that the Outlaws are bringing at them. Pelican up to another EMP though, just charging that one up so quickly. But it's good to see Spitfire getting some meterage on the board.
I mean, it's not going to be meterage for long, right? I mean, look at himself already.
Yeah, but you don't want to use it on Backbone. Backbone's one of the few targets that can actually sustain through it.
Ooh, sneaking around.
Going into the room.
Oh, it's so big. It's so... right, oh, we got the person on the payload too. Okay. Pelican propping himself up the little window ledge there, just sitting down, having a good time. Spitfire inflicting with a 5-man EMP. Now the bot's going to get moving again. 20 MEs, not the worst thing in the world, but you've got to be scared of that payload, or that checkpoint coming up.
The Sombra EMP is just so difficult for London Spitfire to deal with. They don't really have many tools. They need to stay together. That's the whole point of their composition, but that's where Sombra thrives.
Oh, nice Hindenade.
Yep.
That Magnade landing onto Pelican, stops him from teleporting, and there you go. All right, that's what you want to see if you're a London Spitfire fan right now. Sparker hitting these Magnades, stopping Pelican getting away with murder.
That's what you need to see, right? You need to see them isolating and taking down targets. That's why they are playing the Cassidy. So able to close that one out and get some more progress. They're getting very close to matching the meterage from the Houston Outlaws.
Speed, high noon, meteor strike. There's the sound barrier. Oh, super early.
I don't know why that one came out.
Meteor strike is still in the air. Yeah, now only just now Fearless has come down from the sky. Just get a 2-man punch into the wall. No, that window and that shatter being used by the London Spitfire, just kind of huddling around Hardy. Making sure Sparker doesn't get his head ripped off by Harpy. Harpy.
Happy can be a harpy. Especially on Sombra.
I was being very posh British gentleman. Danny should be listening. He's trying to learn an English accent, by the way. It's terrible. Sorry, Danny.
I can imagine. And we're actually going to have London Spitfire taking the lead. They're getting the checkpoint. It's going to be an overclock here from Happy, just looking for players. They do trade back for Violet, and Backbone gets Happy as well. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, London Spitfire, they're the ones coming up with the picks.
The accuracy to the right clicks. Too good. Can he get shoot too? Or, and he gets shoot, in fact.
He has Blizzard.
He has Blizzard. Yeah, he's just going to eat it in. Why not?
Wow.
Forces the translocation. Hello, Violet. Hello, Violet. He's behind the payload.
We can see you there.
Yeah. we can see you. You can't hide behind the car for long. And that was a really good turnaround there from Backbone.
And London Spitfire forward spawns.
And he kills Happy as well. Forward spawns, like you said. Sound barrier invested. A pin onto Fearless. So that overhealth just disappearing in a blink of an eye. And this is London Spitfire taking over this fight.
They're starting to crumble. Obviously, when they were first winning these team fights, cycling their ultimates well. But now they've had a couple of poor ultimates. All of a sudden, London Spitfire, they're just holding up to the damage that's coming through. They're just living long enough with some individual brilliance from Backbone as well. London Spitfire are running away with New Queen Street.
Oh, man. EMP for Pelicans. It's going to have to be large again, but look, everybody's split up right now.
They're just getting so much meterage while nothing is happening.
There's the EMP. Okay, instantly collapsed onto Huddy. Here comes the seismic slam. This should be an easy fight win, but you expect it to be. They're going to try and... Well, you can't really stagger people in this game mode, but... Barley getting his revenge, finally. But 89 meters, Scott, and the checkpoint, most importantly. Outlaws haven't got the same. They're like... 1 meter or like point, it's like 2 pixels, bro.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen, it's a big TV, but it's like 2 pixels. I
Yeah,
promise.
get your ruler out, Jack. That'll...
Yeah, let me just get my ruler out.
Just sort of check that one out.
They haven't got the checkpoint as well.
They do not have the checkpoint, and because London Spitfire had theirs, they're already set up in the window, and it's the good old New Queen Street window strat where the Reinhardt is going to stand here. And the bot will not move as long as the Reinhardt stands here. So how do the Houston Outlaws deal with this?
And now we wait. Oh, Pelican is still shooting them from the back line. Oh, and Fearless dies. Well, I'll tell you how you stop the bot, or like move the bot, is if you move it in the other direction.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? London Spitfire have 5 ultimates whenever they want to pop any of these. So the Outlaws need to be the ones to do something. They're the ones who need to put the pressure on. They need to be careful about getting staggered here.
Yeah, you cannot go down right now, and Hardy shifting in.
Happy. He's standing around with half health.
He's got the shift.
That's an early lamp here from Landon. That's a window now that the Outlaws can engage, but Happy gets taken up by Backbone.
Again, through the window, headshot, insta-kill. There's the shadow onto Shu, who's trying to TP into the backline. Nice counter pin from Hardy too. This is the Houston Outlaws crumbling right now under the weight of the London Spitfire. They're just too strong, they're too burly.
Too burly, and Shu goes over to the Ana thinking maybe they need the biotic grenades to be able to just sort of get some damage. And Shu can play from spawn, so that has to be the idea. But still, Spitfire holding on to both DPS ults. They have the High Noon, they have the Blizzard, so anytime Outlaws go in, it's going to be a problem. Overclock from Happy.
Blizzard though, Fearless is in trouble. He's going to get frozen. He's right behind the bot as well, so no heals are incoming. Landed with 2 kills in the fights. There's a High Noon, Scott, still available. They can stall out for a long time here. If Violet ends up going down, it will be disastrous.
Hardy's chasing, don't worry.
Chasing them away from the bots. And rightfully so, Scott. They can't actually match them. In fact, Fearless jumps over to the Orisa, and then the EMP.
No follow-up.
I mean, Spark is dead, sure. There's 48 seconds to go, mate, and they need 70 meters.
And you get those 2 picks on London Spitfire. You have 4 spawns, you have the advantage. More than happy to set this one back up. They're keeping Backbone alive, and all they have to do is regroup and win 1 more team fight. Houston Outlaws are crumbling right now, Jack.
30 seconds.
I mean, what ults do Houston Outlaws have now? They got that sound barrier, but that's about it. Just 1 neutral fight here, or what, 5 more for London to win? Like, the snowball of the century is required right now for the Houston Outlaws. The snowball the size of Mount Everest, I think. That's a couple of headshots there by Sparker. Was saved. Oh, double tap on the Happy. That'll do for the start. All right, boys, time to WM1 into the back line. Fearless already going golden. Perfect time for Sparker to try and High Noon. However, he does end up getting antied. A nano boost onto Fearless to try and dissuade Sparker from doing anything. There's the sound barrier, though. That nano boost is going to wear off, and now they're just staring at Sparker through a window. Landon takes down Fearless, and now Sparker is still holding on to the High Noon as Pelican tries to just dive around this bot. Sparker's not getting too many shots down as Happy rejoins the fight, but Backbone is still in control. He is pushing the bot right now, forcing Pelican to get the touch in the Ember. Sparky still comes out with a kill with the nade. Happy falling here is disastrous. London Spitfire have 3 ults coming back. Overtime ticks down, and map number 5 is on the cards.
London Spitfire just too strong. The Cassidy switch from Sparker was clutch. Obviously missed a few shots at the end there. We won't talk about that. But overall, he found so much value. The Hinder Grenade doing exactly what it's supposed to, where anytime someone tried to apply individual pressure or try and go that little bit too deep, he was there to counter them. And honestly, London Spitfire playing the rush composition to a T as we know them to do.
I mean, Backbone, savior right now for the London Spitfire. I mean, these EMPs are also great by Pelican, but Backbone getting so many picks instantly with the Mei. Like, Mei is his best hero. for sure. He'll probably say Genji, let's be real. But from what we see in the Overwatch League, his Mei is second to none. One of the best ones we have in AO right now. And you can see why it works out for London too. If Backbone's even able to get a little bit of damage down, but he gets more than that. He always comes up with kills at the start of fights.
And that's what makes this entire London Spitfire team so good at this composition is, you know, they've struggled in other metas, but they just play this composition where every player is on their individual best hero. Landon's Baptiste, Admiral's Lucio, that backline combo is world class at these heroes. Backbone and Sparker being able to play their comfort as well, and we all know Hardy, Reinhardt's his guy. Yeah. So London Spitfire looking very strong, but now they have an issue, Jack.
Dorado.
Not a great Reinhardt map historically.
Not historically, but there's cool things you can do with teleporters.
Okay.
Well, might be playing a little bit game of Portal 2 in a minute, Scott. We're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 5, Houston Outlaws and London Spitfire go in the distance. Welcome back. Map 5 banger between the Houston Outlaws and the Boston Uprising. Our second to last regular season match of this season. Man, it has been a wild ride, this series so far. It's been literally back and forth. Outlaws won, then London Spitfire, then Outlaws, then London Spitfire on New Queen Street. We're going to Dorado is our next map, Scott. And just before the break, you were saying, well, Dorado might be a bit of an issue here for the London Spitfire. Not the best Rhine map.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Reinhardt has this crazy inability, and that's to go up walls. Fortunately, Symmetra does solve that problem somewhat, but that doesn't, just because you can get up there doesn't mean you're going to win. So, hey, if anyone's going to pull it off, it is going to be the London Spitfire. you know, both these teams, not a whole lot to play for in this match overall. Doesn't have a lot of implications. Maybe some seeding for the London Spitfire. But overall, they're going toe-to-toe, and it's cool to see what they both have moving into the playoffs and the play-ins. Houston Outlaws fans, maybe a little... It's just they're just having fun, right, Jack?
Yeah,
they're not struggling, right? No,
Yeah,
they're just having fun.
Hey, come on. They're
Pelican, awesome. See, they're having fun.
Awesome.
Awesome.
It's awesome.
That's awesome. Really happy for Pelican.
I have been. His blade's been sick, man. I want to see some more. I want to see some more, please. See what Outlaws have got for the offense here. London Spitfire, of course. You know him, you love him. They're going to run the same thing. May and Sim. TP around the map.
I wonder if they're going to go for a classic trick that used to happen on Dorado all the time, where they're going to all stack up in red. And when you all stack up in red, just like on New Queen Street, and we talked about, you can stop the bot from progressing, and you can all sit in the room and just hold the bot, and then you can do it once again at multiple points.
Hardy playing the spawn door on the high ground.
Never mind. This is the other classic strat. Wait.
Shu knows, right?
I think this is Outlaws recognizing that London Spitfire might try to do this stack into red
Happy's
strat.
playing Joe.
Yeah.
Happy's playing Joe.
I don't know if London Spitfire are going to do it. If you see them come out Junkrat, Mercy, Echo, you do not go in that small room.
Bro.
Hardy, what are we doing here? Hardy. Bro, Hardy.
Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of explosive power.
Well, that didn't work.
No. Not at all.
Okay, on to the next page of the strat book of how to play Reinhardt on Dorado, because that one was a bust.
A lot of explosive power is what I will say on the side of the Houston Outlaws. Oh, okay, less explosive power. Just for the spawn hold there. Happy switching over to the hand zone. No more Jake-Rat.
It's just going to be a little bit more consistent than the Junkrat if they're not in a small room. But London Spitfire, they're going to up the tempo. They're just going to take as many fights as they can. This Mercy Echo is going to be a problem because they don't have the tools to be able to deal with this. And leaving Pelican unchecked on Echo with a Mercy damage boost, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, he has copy pretty much. Don't let him get a one-shot.
And they're having to concede so much space just to respect this Echo.
Yeah, I mean, who's shooting him, right? I mean, Backbone's got crazy aim, but shooting an Echo and a Mercy consistently is impossible.
And you're playing Symmetra Lucio. If you're the London Spitfire, you can't stand around like this. I want to see them up the tempo soon. They need to get on the back line of the Outlaws.
Oh, nice block there. Stops Danae from killing him instantly. And Phyllis is in the back line. Nice little beam kill. Oh, Pelican. Obviously, 2 shots. Adaptive circuits engaged.
Lucio.
Get him. Lucio copy. Okay, Pelican. Well, I guess you can speed Phyllis back from spawn.
All right, guys. All Lucio.
All good. Happy's carry.
Speed boost.
He's not going to get beat.
He's not going to get beat. There's no chance.
No, there's no chance. All good. Back to normal Echo. Gameplay and shenanigans. Oh, Backbone's on the point. Hardy's going to be able to re-engage right now, but they need to protect a Backbone. Nano boost on to Fearless. And there's the Blizzard, but here come the kills for the Houston Outlaws. Not much more you could do there if you're the London Spitfire.
And that's the problem, right? They're just sort of stuck standing around trying to find some value, trying to find picks, but eventually over time, Happy's going to find picks, Pelican's going to find picks, especially with a Mercy on the field as well. If they're able to get value out of rezzing targets, they're sort of playing into the Outlaws game, and in general, that's why people don't play Reinhardt on Dorado. So let's see if it's going to work better on the second point.
Let us see, let us see. Waiting for one of these right clicks from Sparker and Backbone to land at the same time.
Yo, that would be sick.
Then it's an instant kill. That would be very epic. Okay, well, she was equally as
Not
confused.
Gonna go that way.
What is going on? How did you know? Oh, nice little fire strike.
Whoa, that was aggressive.
Yeah, Shu got hit with a fire strike there, but look at it. Oh, Backbone. Okay, I want to see some icicles hidden. And they are now hidden.
Yeah, and some fire strikes from Hardy as well. There's that two-player combo that you were talking about. Backbone
Adaptive circuits engaged. Lucio.
Wait, Pelican, what are we doing?
Again. He's going in, Scott. Okay, they TP'd away. And now he is shooting turret. He's not going to get beat again.
Pelican is literally, he hasn't said a word the entire time. It's that when you use an ultimate and it's so bad that you just try and hope nobody else on your team notices what you just did.
Everybody noticed. I'm sorry. Nice kill. Oh, a nice kill from Backbone again. Killing Violet in midair.
And there's Outlaws are a little all over the place, scatterbrained right now. And the Spitfire just punishing them for a little bit of their...
If he copies into Lucio a third time, it's not a mistake, it's a strat.
Just because it's a strat doesn't mean it's a good strat, though, Jake. Jack. Sorry, man. I had Jake on my mind because I can imagine Jake just yelling at the Outlaws, focus up!
Molding right now, Jake is molding at the grid.
Just do it!
What are you doing, copying Lucio? Nice Dragon Strike, forcing people down from high ground. Backbone in trouble, pops the block. However, he is very alone. Don't worry, Apple to the rescue. Actually, he's going to help him out somewhat. Here's the Primal, though, from Fearless. Already under half HP and slowed down, too. Going to just do a little bit of surfing. Whee! And over to the Mega Health Pack and back into the action again. Nano boost this time onto Pelican. And yeah, Hardy stands no chance. Woo. Yeah, damage boost, Echo with Nano, one shot, basically every ability. Landon still finds a kill onto Fearless, though, but all good.
Gets res back up, and now minute and 45 remaining for the Outlaws. That was an expensive fight for them to win. Primal, Nano, Valkyrie.
Lucio copy. Coming in.
Yeah, Pelican, not again, please.
You must have copy Ryan, just face Hardy, right?
Yeah, but even a Reinhardt duplicate isn't that great. I guess there aren't many good options. Baptiste obviously is the best one out of the playbook, so let's see what he goes for this time.
Let's see what he does. Here comes the wall from the Sip.
He saw the Lucio, he wants it.
He saw the Lucio, he's going for a copy. Oh no, he's going for the beam instead. Toss Landon 2, just carrying in the corner. Fearless taking a little bit too much damage, there's no backup. We're watching Pelican. We are watching. Oh no, he copied the back stuff. All good. Now he just gets to shoot people with a lamp. Well, Shu is already dead, but at least they got 2 supports still, because Spark, yeah, it's all good. And there's the free window onto the high ground.
Blizzard goes down, so everyone's gonna move away from the point.
Wow. Oh, the pin. Not quite.
What does Hardy do in this situation? He's just being juggled every time he tries to step up. Yeah. They run away. And
he's getting mad positive though, Scott. And he has got a shadow if anybody lands in front of him.
Ooh.
Being Fearless. Dragon Strike on the point. Fearless already taken down Landon. Backbone's now anchoring, making sure they don't cap. There's the Ice Block. Now Admiral goes in for the touch. Ice Block disappears, melts. Same with Backbone's health bar, and there you go. Point 2 unlocked. Pelican. Whew. Damage.
And that's, without a hit scan, it doesn't feel like they have a solution to Pelican. And
they got it.
Mercy Pocket as well. Pelican's just sitting above them, raining down sticky bombs, raining down cooldowns, and that's why Sparker is going to make that transition over to the Bastion so he can shoot this pesky Echo out of the air. And Shu is...
He's waiting for someone to drop.
Yeah, I think he's...
He can hear them.
Oh,
they're dropping.
Oh,
the nade is huge. Shu still ends up going down, but the damage just raining from above. Pelican with a two-man sticky nade kill. What a nade.
It's just great presence of mind.
1,000
You understand
IQ from Shu.
what London Spitfire are going to do. They're going to want to rush us down. They're going to want to route around. They're going to have to go down this left side. Instant punish with only the nade. Cost Fearless the Primal, but you take those. Now, a minute remaining for them to close out this final part of the third point.
Valk, Nano, copy. A lot of tools in their bank. There's the Nano onto Fearless, jumps the back line. And there's the Sound Barrier to try and match. And that was aggressive, but it worked out. Pelican was on the floor.
I don't think he knew Pelican was there. I'm not going to lie.
He knew Pelican had to hold space to go down
nice
slower.
Move. Cancel the res.
Cancel the res, yes he did. Love to see it, honestly. Things you'd love to see, top 10. Pelican still with a duplication when he comes back. Wow. Backbone went so low, but Happy does fall to Hardy. 30 seconds to go, Scott. It's been a bit more of a slugfest than you'd anticipate. Nice sleep. No extra kills for the London Spitfire.
And they're trying to find any extra staggers. If they find any more picks, London Spitfire, sorry, Houston Outlaws might not get another attack, but they weren't able to find anything. Pelican with another duplicate.
There's a lot of damage on the side of the London Spitfire. They've got Blizzard, Mortar Strike, like got everything.
Oh, Pelican has to use it early.
Pelican goes for the Bastion. What you got? Oh, it's gone. My bad, Chief. My bad.
We got the touch again.
They get the touch. He's frozen, though, Scott. And there goes Violet and Pelican. The pocket duo is down. That's where the payload will stop, Scott. And yeah, that duplication there, Scott. Not panic, but it kind of needed to.
Honestly, all things considered, that's a pretty good hold from the London Spitfire for a Reinhardt Symmetra strategy. And I think Spark moving over to the Bastion was a good plan. I wonder if they're going to utilize that on attack as well, or maybe they need the Symmetra to teleport themselves up to the high ground.
Right.
We'll have to see. But right now, the Houston Outlaws, it felt like they were finding value. It did feel like slight amounts of trolling in the middle there from the Outlaws, and that might have cost them a little bit of time and why they didn't end up closing it out. But overall, their strategy should be better here on the defense.
Well, time will tell, that is for sure. Final map, the map 5 banger. And regular season, especially this latter half, has definitely been a treat with the amount of variation we've been seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, he's doing it.
Wait.
Violet's doing it.
No.
Violet's doing it.
Yep.
He's playing Lifeweaver.
Okay, let me sort of defend this a little bit because I've become an advocate for Lifeweaver lately, especially when you're playing with an Echo. You can pocket the Echo pretty effectively in the same way that a Mercy could because you can just sort of charge up those blossoms and heal the Echo in the air. The tree charges very quickly. If you're getting consistent healing out, you can pocket the Winston as well. There's a lot of great options, and obviously the pedal platform can get people like Happy onto high ground. So it actually makes a lot of sense why they would be playing Lifeweaver. Let's see if Violet can find the value. He's no rack attack.
He is no rack attack. Ooh. Pelican taking a body shot.
The Hardy Roadhog pocket pick.
He's switching, don't worry. There we go. Reinhardt it is. See how this Lifeweaver does then. The hands of Violet. One guy that can play it all pretty much. DPS tank and support at an unbelievably high level.
Well, it's rapid firing those.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not charging up too much. Going about 30. There's the big one. Boom.
Interesting. But it's a good strategy. Right now, if you're the London Spitfire, you need to find an opportunity to go, right? There comes the Symmetric Teleporter. They're looking for Shu.
Oh, Landon jumped up. Happy was not looking at Landon at all. I assume he thought he TP'd as well. Now Pelican is just getting turned to mincemeat.
Yeah. And that's 2 picks there for Sparker, and all of a sudden, these staggers could continue to come through Fearlesses. Going to fall, and the card is still moving, Jack, as these staggers come. That might just be the first point off the bat.
Might get another touch, but there's no Lucio on the side of the Outlaws. It is quite far away, so you'd imagine they get another fight, a full one, but
people are coming in so late. Like, look at where Shu is. You can see him jumping down.
It might not be a full one. Oh, Happy with the power platform. Onto the high ground, jumps up, wheels mode. Okay, where's the targets? He's hunting, searching. Teleport right on top. Oh, backbone teleports to his death. No one followed him up, but landed with the Exo boots onto the high ground. There was no one to heal him. Violet couldn't get an angle. Here comes the tree, though. That overhealth is going to build up as soon as people reach 100%. But Violet is just getting dominated. Nano boost onto Fearless, pin shattered, and just, oh my word. Just bullet holes, just riddled with them.
Look at Sparker giving a little bit of a chuckle as he just puts like 1,000 bullets into the Winston. You can tell Sparker's not a tank player. He has no empathy for what just happened.
No, he is. Nothing. Yeah. Pure fun was had by the DPS player.
And that's potentially one of the hardest points to assail if you are playing this Reinhardt. The second hardest would be this point exactly, where how do you get this Hanzo Baptiste Echo off of the high ground when you only really have one way of getting up there, and that's with the Symmetric Teleporter.
There's the All right, that's what I wanted to see. The copy onto the Rhine. Now, what you got for us? Spark instantly popped the wheels mode as soon as that copy came in. And look, they're just holding Pelican at bay right now. I mean, the Fire Strike gets a little bit of damage, I suppose. Pelican's
he's out.
He's just out. He doesn't want anything to do with London Spitfire right now. The good pick off from Happy. Random headshot hitting Admiral. Feeling pretty good about that one.
That should slow everything down here for the London Spitfire. They don't have the sound barrier to live through it. Hardy pins Shu somehow, some way, but it's not going to matter.
That nade from Shu. Super clean. How'd he get him with a lol?
Maybe it was a little lucky from Hardy on that one.
No. Pure skill.
Pure skill. And we got an Ana Baptiste, by the way, on the side of the Outlaws, which I honestly kind of like. Usually it's unconventional and not expected, but with Shu and Violet both able to sit on this high ground and do just a ton of damage, could prove valuable.
There's lots of different uses of the ultimates too. Window for Happy, Nano for Pelican, etc.
Another pick from Happy.
Happy gets another one, all right.
And this is going to happen if London Spitfire keeps trying to do what they're doing, where instead of trying to assail the high ground, they're trying to push the car from underneath them and just sort of live to fight.
Yeah, look at this angle too from Happy. He's pretty much invincible up here as the Hanzo. And it's just the waiting
Hardy? I think they are.
Oh, they're staggering him. Well, it wasn't the biggest stagger in the world, but time is time off the time bank. That was a sentence.
That was a
time
sentence
is
of all
time off the time bank. That is true. That is
Jack
factual.
2023. We're coming up to 10 ultimates though, so everything is going to get thrown. Honestly, funnily enough, there are 10 ultimates and almost none of them are impactful. Like these big team fight ultimates. There's going to be a fast TP up.
TP. Big nade. However, there's the sound barrier. Hardy pins in. Hits Pelican. Dragon strike on the high ground. Misses the entirety of London. And Landon finds 2 kills, and of course he does. But Phyllis making this equal. Traded up. Kills the backline of London, who now once again had to cower in this little choke point here by Church as Phyllis gets perma-pocketed by Violet. He's got Primal Rage to back him up as well.
But they don't really need to do anything. They just need to hold this positioning because London Spitfire, they can't punish them for sitting on this high ground. They have finally reinforced. They still have 4 of their ultimates in their bank.
As the wall, will it mean a whole bunch though? I mean, Village is just going to bass him through it. Bubble does separate the healing for a brief moment. There's the Primal Rage as he descends back to Earth and now is confused wherever he went. Found him though. There's the window. Almost ends up going down to the Wheel Smoke Bastion, but it's actually Backbone that finds the first pick onto Happy.
They have a great crossfire here. Hardy can live for long enough and he can be healed, but not if he's antied.
Oh, Pelican holding shield on the point. There's 1 kill for the ultimate. That Mortar Strike finding Shoot.
And they're kind of stuck in this room at this point. You can see Outlaws surrounding them from all sides, but they get a great teleport action onto Violet. Jeez. They just keep finding one after another, and then you're just taking people out bit by bit, and now all of a sudden...
How is Backbone finding these random right-click kills?
They're rolling into second point, Jack.
Their teleport gameplay is superb. 50 seconds to go.
Who's going to touch? It has to be Shu or Happy or Violet. None of those are great options.
Happy's in. Oh, Violet steps up. I mean, Phyllis is back on the Rhine of all things. We wanted to see it. I don't think we're going to see it for much longer, Scott. I'm going to be honest with you. Remember, look at where the payload is, Scott. There's 2 minutes to go. They don't even need to complete the map.
Yeah, it's not even at the very end either. Probably around the second corner.
Someone's behind them.
Fearless goes over to the Ramatra. Feels like desperation almost, just trying to find any solution to these problems. Goes actually to the Winston. Thinking better of it. London Spitfire upping the tempo. Oh, that's great if you're the London Spitfire. They dropped an amplification matrix almost at spawn. They're like, okay, yeah, you can have that part.
Teleporter, he's looking for it. It's going to be a fake one. Almost. Window. Oh, Fearless.
Fearless.
Not quite getting out of line of sight quick enough. Shu with a long-range sleep, but would it matter? That payload is still moving. London Spitfire do end up losing Hardy, however, as Pelican descends from the skies and helps Happy finish off that kill with a recon dart. Or a recon arrow, even. Oh, gotta be careful. They're teleporting behind you again. Dragonstrike doing a lot of work, actually separating the London Spitfire as Sparker ends up falling.
They need to reset at this point. They tried to use their ultimates to keep themselves in the fight, but now it's just causing staggers. And now the Outlaws, they have the nano boost, they have the duplicate Fearless. If they nano Fearless, he's gonna get another Primal Rage as well. This is where it gets hard for the Spitfire. They're running out of time. They don't have the luxury to just slowly play, slowly teleport around the map. And Outlaws, they're threatening a dive at any moment.
Look at Shu. Teleports.
Oh, this could be interesting.
Wrapping around, and Pelican's dead.
Outlaws
no
are in
duplication.
trouble.
Outlaws, they're trapped between Rhine and the ocean. They've got a touch though. Remember that payload is still moving back, Scott. There's a sleep dart. Actually, it lands on Hardy. Can they actually execute the kill? I don't think they can.
The card is moving. The card is moving.
The window. The window kills Hardy. His shield was broken. Here comes Pelican, transforming into Bastion, gets the duplication, receives the lamp as well, trying to get some damage in, but no, that neutral game not quite good enough. The window coming out this time on Landon, but there might be too much damage, Scott. Pelican over the top of the roof, manages to kill Sparker, and the spawns are too good for the Outlaws now. 5 seconds to go. Sparker's going to be able to respawn just in time to use ult, maybe, but it is Hardy and Admiral on the point to try and stall. Dragon Strike to separate London Spitfire, as Hardy eventually is slain. London, a valiant attempt pushing into the last one. Backbone hits the GGs, and Outlaws complete the map number 5 and complete this series. Don't give up, never surrender, and Outlaws take the dub. A scarier one, I must admit. No, map number 5, I don't think many people had it on their cards.
Maybe a minor mistake from Hardy when the rest of his team went back to the point, tried to play to their advantage. He stayed in just a little bit too long and gets punished, but great play from the Outlaws, weathering this nightmare from the London Spitfire with the Reinhardt. It is just so unconventional. You have to play in such a different way to what you're used to. but they managed to get the win at the very end.
A true map 5 banger. Our second to last series of the regular season. I couldn't have had it a better way. Houston Outlaws, honestly, kind of got run around a little bit on the first couple of maps. Like, London Spitfire, you kind of know they're playing this comp, but in this meta, it does end up working. I mean, there's so many small stories in this series. I mean, Backbone was one of them for me on London's side, just getting so many picks super early on. But Pelican throughout the series too has just been so phenomenal. Blades, his Echo play was great, apart from the 2 Lucio copies. The Echo play was great. And all around, I mean, this couldn't have been a better series for the London Spitfire, taking a top 3 team to a map number 5.
And the question that I have for the Houston Outlaws is, they've played 2 matches since the new patch. They played the Vegas Eternal, and then they played London Spitfire, which both aren't great gauges for different reasons for how strong Houston Outlaws are as a team. You know, we're expecting this roster to go toe-to-toe with Florida Mayhem, Atlanta Reign, Juggernauts, and I haven't felt comfortable about either of these matches, so we're just going to have to work it out in the playoffs.
Maybe the Outlaws are going to have to work it out as well. It was a close series, but player of the match for this series, it's going to be none other than Pelican. Shout him out enough in the series thus far with his Genji, his Echo, just everything he brings to the table, Scott, is just, it's splendid to watch.
Yeah, he's just so clutch. That's what makes Pelican great. How many times, he hasn't had a huge career, but how many times in his career has he just won maps, won matches, and just won games for the Houston Outlaws? He's just such a dominant player, and it's cool to see him be able to play his signature heroes like Genji, like Echo, not Lucio so much, but, you know.
Not Lucio so much.
He can't be perfect.
That's true. No one's perfect, Scott. No one is perfect. It was, yeah, I mean, with how this series went, and especially Hardy, right? I mean, the Reinhardt, he's just taking the brunt of the damage. Hardy is just trying to, you see a lot of these clips where he's just kind of perma-holding shield, but that's because of how much pressure Pelican is putting out on the backline. Yeah. Hardy just, at the end of the day, needs to be able to survive, hope for the rest of his team to come up big, but Pelican just makes it so difficult for him to do so. These are Echo stats for this match. Super low deaths, good damage, good final blows, good everything, really. I mean, you can't ask more than that.
Is anyone really surprised at this point? He's also playing against a Reinhardt. He should be free in the air. He should be putting out those numbers. You know, I'm not discrediting his performance, but it's almost another day at the office for Pelican.
It really is, yeah. I mean, this roster is just so stacked for the Houston Outlaws this year. It's scary, and being top 3 team, you expect nothing less, but maybe those questions do remain, Scott. Yep. How well are they going to do against teams like Atlanta Reign, the Florida Mayhem, etc.? Because going to a map 5 against London Spitfire, I mean, the desk predicted 3-1, 3-0, you know, and I think a lot of the chat probably expected the same thing, but nevertheless, though, Houston Outlaws take the dub in a map 5, and that'll be it for us today. Scott, we're going to jump to the desk. We've still got another game coming up on your screens in just a moment.
Welcome back, one and all. What a fantastic match, as close as can be, really coming down to the wire, to that very last fight. And I don't think, I mean, as much hope as a lot of people would have had for the London Spitfire, I don't think anyone would have expected, even the most hardcore London Spitfire fans, to have them go that close against the Houston Outlaws, a team which already qualified themselves for the playoffs, not the play-ins.
That was huge. That was an insane series. I mean, honestly, if you're the Houston Outlaws, you're just like, oh, we're thrilled. That was such a clutch performance. Yeah. We're ready for the playoffs. Like, we clutched it out against London Spitfire, looking good. We were able to beat the Rhino Cup. If you're London Spitfire, you're like, oh my God, we almost beat the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah,
so, this was a great
Feels like a victory, yeah.
Great vibes all around.
Yeah, I mean, that was an L, but it felt like a W for sure. However, both teams playing it really clutch, and there is once more an illustration here, Jake, of a very clutch moment that you would like.
I just love this one map on Antarctic Peninsula so much. We have to look at it again. No, but there were so many moments here that I felt London could have edged out the series, and I want to look at one that, I mean, had this moment gone differently and not gone the Outlaws' way, this could have been a very different series. It could have been one-sided in the favor of London. So first we can just roll the clip just a little bit. We got Pelican, he's setting up to touch point, and right here, what we can see already is beat comes down from Admiral, Shu is picked, right? So this London Spitfire has already begun the fight, diving into the enemy spawn. They rushed in, they caught Shu. This is a great team movement from London, catching the Ana before the fight where she can't get any value, she can't set up, and the beat just secures that from Admiral. So I would say this is a very textbook, great play from London, something we see from them all series. And already this fight looks rough, so we can roll the clip and see how it goes. But Pelican and Happy are gonna stall this. I would call this a miraculous stall, right? Violet goes down after he uses TP. Soon, Fearless is gonna fall too. And it's only Happy and Pelican. Look at this touch from Happy. Unbelievably close that he extends this overtime here. I mean, look at that. That looks like the game is over, but somehow he's gonna make it. And we can just roll up from here and look actually at what happens next, which is next it's Pelican's turn. He's back in for the third touch, right? And this whole time, Happy's been sitting on an EMP. He's been so incredibly patient, but now finally he gets his moment to strike. He's gonna solo kill the Baptiste. That's gonna begin the opening, comes back in for even more damage, and then as we were talking about the casters, I think Scott was mentioning this, Pelican is unbelievably clutch. He makes it happen in this impossible circumstance. I mean, this is a point that you should never, this is a 2v5 comeback on Control from overtime. I mean, that is something you almost never ever see in the Overwatch League. I was impressed with Toronto doing a 3v5 comeback in the last series. This is a 2v5 comeback.
Bottom line, Jake loves Pelican.
Unreal.
I think this was,
I mean, who doesn't, right?
Yeah. This was Pelican and Happy combining though, right?
Yeah.
Like to dance on the point, to go one after the other at the very last second, like no margin for error. And to be honest though, I think it speaks highly of London that this is the level the Outlaws need to play to. Like, you can't look at this and look at, oh, Outlaws, you're making all these mistakes, you're slipping up. It's like, no, London is extremely good at this comp. They have slipped up in some of those crucial team fights, but that just shows how hard it is to play this comp and not get punished by dive teams like the Houston Outlaws.
Let's actually roll the clips again, not those clips. I mean, they might make it into the highlight reel here too, but let's just revisit the entire match, starting with match number 1, of course, Antarctic Peninsula. Johnny, what stood out to you?
I mean, I think that the Houston Outlaws overall did a really good job adapting to what the London Spitfire brought out. You know, Fearless did play some Doomfist in this series, and Doomfist, with a few minor buffs, is actually performing pretty well here. So, you know, coming out with these compositions, I think they were just so clutch. They were so precise when it came to their ultimate usage, their rotations. We saw here, for example, Violet on the Kiriko and Shu on the Ana sometimes would flank around and just play around the opposition. I think that just displays how good they are at navigating around. Usually a Reinhardt composition that when you play Bastion Sombra, it's pretty immobile. You kind of need that Symmetra to teleport you around. So Houston Outlaws, their positioning, they were super clutch. I mean, they just gave Happy all the resources here on Sojourn as well. I think Houston Outlaws played like a really good series here, and the fact that they went to map 5, yes, you could look at that and be like, well, Houston Outlaws didn't play that well. I mean, map 5 against London. Like, I actually think they were really clinical throughout this series with really impressive plays throughout.
So this was more London playing up to the Houston Outlaws?
I think so. Yeah, I actually think so. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that, like, you know, they made that Rhine comp work on New Queen Street, which is a map that's sort of dive, you know, more dive heavy. And not only that, like, the last map on Dorado as well, London Spitfire was able to make that work against the Houston Outlaws. And sure, like Zoe, you said, you know, they did get the lose. Of course, they probably wanted the win, but, you know, it was a loss, but it felt kind of like a win because, you know, going into the playoffs, you know, if you could play against Houston Outlaws, one of the top 3 teams that we have, this close,
what a name.
You know, they're like, hey, we're good. We could make this work.
Honestly, though, like if I were any of the other teams in the play-ins, I'd be scared now.
Yeah.
This opens up the field. Not only does it, you know, like, oh shoot, like there's another real contender for the play-ins who can get that spot into the playoffs, but also now there's another composition you need to prepare against.
I mean,
because London Spitfire will roll up with that Reinhardt, like whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You have to have an answer to it.
I think there's like 3 comps that are going to clash in these play-ins. I mean, we've got Toronto playing this double flex support, heavy poke flanking style, London with their ride, and Fearless showing us the dive style that is still viable. Still, I mean, incredible stats on Doom. This hero was buffed this patch. Didn't seem to be enough to get a ton of love from every team, but the Outlaws, they love to play dive, and so they've been leveraging it the most. I think all these styles can work. Boston has shown us Junker Queen styles. I mean, this is an incredibly balanced meta where teams are really playing what they're the best at, and you just can't predict who's going to come out on top.
It's gonna make those play-ins and playoffs so exciting to watch. A real game of chess being played. But let's hear it from the winners. Danny, we've got Fearless ready for our winners interview.
All right. Time to talk to Fearless, everybody.
Whee.
All right, Fearless, big congratulations on getting the win today against London Spitfire. It was actually a very close match. How did you guys come out on top against the London Spitfire? 자, 오늘 생각보다 굉장히 접전인 경기였는데 오늘 어떻게 해서 런던을 좀 이기시게 되신 것 같으십니까?
일단 런던을 이긴 거는 일단 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줬기 때문에 이겼다고 생각합니다. 진짜 너무 힘들었어가지고 저는.
Right. I do think that we were able to get the win because all of our teammates just played amazingly. But for me, it was a very difficult fight throughout the whole series. I think not only the teammates, but I think you did a fantastic job as well. And something interesting that we saw was you on that Doomfist, something that we haven't seen before, and you have shown us a lot today in today's series. So was that something that the Houston Outlaws prepared specifically for London Spitfire, or is that like the new sort of dive style that the Houston Outlaws are sort of going for? 자, 방금 팀원들이 잘해서 이겼다고 하셨는데 또 그것뿐만 아니라 제가 봤을 때 또 우리 피어레스 선수의 둠피스트를 좀 얘기를 하고 싶어요. 오늘 어떻게 보면은 처음은 아니지만은 되게 굉장히 긴 장시간 동안 어떻게 보면 둠피스트 이 다이브를 조합을 좀 선보였는데 이게 런던을 위해서 좀 특별하게 준비를 한 건지 아니면 좀 요즘 휴스턴이 지금 연습하고 있는 좀 그런 스타일인지 궁금합니다.
네, 일단 저희가 뭐 사실 이것저것 조합 다 해가지고 뭐 둠피스트나 오리사나 이것저것 많이 다 해봤는데 일단 런던을 어떻게 준비해야 될지 솔직히 잘 모르겠었어요. 왜냐하면은 런던처럼 하는 팀이 어떤 팀도 없기 때문에 감이 안 오더라고요. 이걸 둠피를 해야 이기나 윈스턴 해야 되나 오리사 해야 되나 잘 모르겠어서 저희가 대회 때 느껴보고 좀 바꿔가면서 하자. 힘든 사람이 서로 계속 조합을 바꿔가면서 해보자. 약간 이렇게 됐던 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, it's not only the Doomfist, but all our teammates are Houston Outlaws. We have a lot of different styles that in our toolkit, and we have been playing not only the Doomfist, but also the Orisa, as you guys have seen. To be honest, against the London Spitfire, we didn't really know what was the counter composition to the Ryan Rush. So we were thinking, should we go with the Winston Dive or the Doomfist, or should we play something else? So we couldn't come up with a straight answer, so we just figured we'll try one style of composition, and then fix accordingly and see what works against that Ryan composition, and that's how things panned out in the end. All right, final question for you, Fearless. Of course, you guys are not in the play-ins. You guys are going straight to playoffs. How confident are you going into the playoffs? 자, 마지막 질문으로 이제 플레이는 안 하셔도 되고 이제 곧바로 다음에 뵐 때는 토론토에서 플레이오프 때 보게 될 텐데 어떻게 지금 토론토에 이제 플레이오프에 들어가면서 좀 어느 정도의 좀 자신감을 가지고 계신가요?
네, 그래도 저희가 괜히 3등이 아니라고 생각을 해서 플레이오프 때 더 많이 준비해가지고 진짜 저희의 모든 걸 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
All right, we're definitely, we're in the number 3 seed for a reason. We have a lot of things prepared, and we are preparing even harder for the playoffs currently. All right, that is it for the interview. Fearless, thank you so much, and we will see you in Toronto. 자, 그럼 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 토론토에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Always great to hear from Fearless, from the Houston Outlaws. They got the 3-2W, but what a close match that was against the London Spitfire. Bodes well for the playoffs and the play-ins for everyone watching. And we have one more match happening here. The last match of the regular season. Atlanta Reign will go up against the San Francisco Shock. There is seeding on the line for this one, so both teams want to get the victory. And we actually got to chat with Proper from the San Francisco Shock, who has a lot to say about this match. So let's hear it.
How is it with Striker? Like, what's the relationship with him, specifically for you?
일단 남주 형이 좀 소문으로 들었을 때 좀 무서웠거든요, 뭔가. 좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 성격이 좀 안 좋다 해가지고. 근데 작년에 느꼈을 때는 되게 편한 형? 막 장난치고 막 욕해도 막 뭐라 안 하고 그냥 아니야 이러면서 자꾸 막 애교 부리면서 그런 형? 좀 친근해요. 좀 대하기가 좀 쉬워가지고 편해가지고.
Talking about a little about our future meta, we are going to be playing on a different patch when we get back after this break. Is there a meta that you Proper sort of wish to see when we come back?
일단은 그래도 이기고 싶으니까 이제 저희한테 좀 잘 맞는 메타? 막 볼이라든지 막 자리아라든지 아니면은 막 젠야타 이런 거 좀 피지컬 위주로 할 수 있는 캐릭터들이 왔으면 좋을 것 같아요. 근데 저는 질러는 무슨 메타고 하든 딱 신경 쓰진 않아가지고 그냥 그 메타에 맞는 영웅들은 다 잘할 수 있다고 생각해가지고. 근데 이제 남주영을 위해서 리퍼 메타?
You guys have 2 matches left, and the interesting thing is the very last match of the whole regular season of the Overwatch League is San Francisco Shock versus Atlanta Reign. Proper, do you have anything you want to say to Atlanta Reign?
좀 져줘도 되지 않나? 치오랑 이제 피더 형한테 좀 살살 해달라고 좀 말하고 싶긴 해요. 이미 확정 지었으니까 거기는.
Alright, Proper, I know you're a gamer, I'm a gamer myself. I challenge you to a staring contest. On count of 3, we're gonna stare down into the camera. The person who blinks first loses, okay? 3, 2, 1, go!
벌써 아픈데?
나 죽을 것 같은데.
한번 까본 것 같은데요?
I did it! Proper, thank you so much for taking this time to do the interview. Any final words?
항상 팬분들한테 감사하고 이제 남은 경기도 다 이겨보겠습니다.
Alright, thank you, Proper. Bye bye!
Bye bye.
Thank you, Proper.
Wow, you
Champion,
did it.
gaming champion of the world.
What a-
Hell?
Here, have this. I don't know, you did phenomenal.
Thank you.
I don't know, have this.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Wow. I love that he wasn't even sure if he played. He's like, I think I'm playing.
I think.
Sorry, he doesn't do a staring contest every day, sorry.
It's difficult.
Danny looked like he always does staring contests every day.
Danny's
He was ready
He
for
was
it, yeah,
locked
he was
in.
ready.
He was locked in.
That's scary.
That's a challenge
God,
to
this is
everyone
unnerving.
watching right now.
Can someone
If you're at home,
Stop, change segment.
he's gonna change segment. It's not that
we go
easy. You
on?
can't just. Well, I'm kind of committed
Oh
to
my
this bit
God.
now, honestly. Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna ruin your
Are
makeup?
you serious?
This is
No, this is-
That's pretty good,
Are you
actually.
in pain
This
right
is
now?
crazy.
Are you
Danny's
holding
in
your
severe
breath?
pain right
What
now.
is happening?
How does he do
You're
it?
not gonna go?
No.
This is an MVP performance right
Oh
here.
my
You
God.
built different.
I'm in pain looking at
Wow, incredible things, incredible. I mean, teams, he's available if you want to sign him for like pre-match intimidation. He's right here, up for grabs. Actually, no, we need him on the desk. Couldn't do it
I
without
can't
you.
believe you offered up Danny like
I
that.
know, I
How
can't
dare
believe
you.
it either.
Fine, I'll
this. He's our
No,
staring
no, please
contest
don't.
competitor
Oh, God.
champion.
Well, and that's
We need
how
him in
you-
Toronto.
That was unfortunate. We'll get him back, don't worry. I have a plan. For now, though, I do want us all, whether or not you're still working here, I'd love for you to chat about this match. Atlanta Reign, they want to win this one because if they do win, then of course they have the #1 seed in the Western region. That means that they can yeet another team into another bracket and don't have to face off against them early on. They've been a scary team. Yes, they dropped 2 matches. Is San Francisco Shock a contender for them?
I mean, on the face of it, you'd have to just say no, honestly, just to be fair, like thinking about these teams. But I do think this is a little bit of a clash like we saw earlier in the day, right? We saw Toronto win with the double flex sport style with Renko and Finn in. We can assume that Shock wants to go that same way. And vice versa, we got Chio in for Atlanta. But Hawk coming in as well, so I wonder, will this be Queen, Orisa? Like, what kind of look causes Atlanta to want to bring Hawk in? Are they just giving him playtime because they already made playoffs? I mean, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions still in this match, and I think Shock definitely could put up a fight.
No, I don't. I don't even know how to frame this, but I think back to last season as well, where, if I recall correctly, Atlanta Reign were pretty good last season, and then come playoffs, they actually had to make a tank switch. They had Gator and Hawk on the roster. Yeah. Gator is now the head coach of the team, and just because of playoff meta, they just had to swap up what tank they played. I believe they played Hawk throughout the entire season, and then they had to play Gator or something for the Winston in the playoffs, and it just completely ruined Atlanta Reign's chances in the playoffs because they just weren't ready to swap around their tank, right? Now we had Dongak play the entire season. I don't know why I'm fear-mongering like this, because
I don't know what you're doing, to be honest.
I'm not going anywhere with this. But, Hawk is in, guys.
Keep going.
I don't know what this means.
Hawk's in there.
I don't know what this means for Atlanta Reign's legacy, but they're changing it up.
All right.
Nice.
The bird's back.
Hawk has been individually an insane player, one of the best mechanical players on off-tank specifically that we've ever had in the Overwatch League. And yet, with how well Donghak has played, I feel like this does hurt them, just because you had this stable dominance with that lineup of 5, and to change anything is not what you want when you're just dominating everybody. I do think Hawk can absolutely hang, and I think if they're going to transition towards him, they should start now, start prepping for playoffs with that mindset, because like you've bought yourself that time. You've bought yourself a few weeks to get ready for playoffs if you're going to run Hawk. It's not like he's coming in cold.
Yeah, also he is surrounded by absolute gaming warlords, so, you know, I wouldn't be too worried about that, and that's why I went with a very confident prediction here in favor of the Atlanta Reign. Big surprise here. However, San Francisco Shock, you know, like I do think they were, they managed to like kind of ramp it up towards the end of the season. I don't think it's enough to take Atlanta Reign down, but I think they could be hanging on a control map, for example.
No, San Francisco Shock, I think, coming to the new meta, they looked a lot better. You know, proper Liari. Last time we saw it was pretty good, but I mean, it's against the Atlanta Reign, so I went with 3-0 Atlanta Reign.
I had to go with Atlanta Reign as well. I think they're the clear favorite. I went 3-0 as well because I like the Lucio style. Toronto is still like winning games, still looking insanely good on the double flex board. I don't know if that's something that Shock can repeat. I think Chios, Lucio, Stalker bringing out heroes like Genji, that's too threatening in my mind.
I got the Atlanta Reign 3-0-2. I'm really looking forward to see what Shock are going to bring out. I mean, you're playing Max, Probe, Renko, Finn. It's not really a lineup that, you know, we typically see from them. All of them has had playtime this season. But still, though, like, you're missing out on some players there, you know, Junbin, for example, in the tank role. And so the San Francisco Shock changing things up for this matchup. And they are known to play some pretty unorthodox compositions at times. So I just want to see what Shock will bring to the table and see if they can throw off the Atlanta Reign.
I mean, honestly, every time I see lineups like that, like I will panic, but it's control the first map, so then I'm like, it's control, like it's fine. It's whatever, it's whatever. Well, let's see what they got for us. Atlanta Reign once more, like they want to lock in that #1 seed, so they will not be playing around. And we're ready for the last match of the regular season, so we're bringing in the big guns. Of course, I'm talking about Mitch, and I guess Matt is there also.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here as well.
Well, Mitch dressed up for the occasion. Look at the gold. He's the golden boy. The finals. Remember? Where's your hoodie?
That's the special gray hoodie, guys. That's the special gray hoodie.
I'm not gonna lie. Well, Mitch held on to his. I didn't get the memo. We were holding on to them as like, you know, keepsakes. I think I tossed mine maybe 10 minutes after we were done.
Wow.
I think
okay.
it could be in a dumpster somewhere in Los Angeles.
Well, I mean, yeah, because Matt had to very quickly get back to his very drab palette. I think he, you know, spent his time in the sun, and then that was enough. What a way to close out.
I need to get back to gray hoodies.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I guess it just makes me stand out, but I'm no stranger to it. What a way to end the regular season in 2023. We have the most storied franchise the Overwatch League has ever seen, and this year's arguable frontrunners. Again, a great opportunity for us to have a close look at how San Francisco are looking going into the play-ins, because this is a matchup that can have a lot of impact on where they'll be seeded in said play-ins, and that could be a big difference maker.
I mean, I think you will kind of obviously learn a little bit about these teams in this series, but I also would remind people this is the last game of the regular season. Thinking about like why is this person in, or you know, this person out or whatnot. Like you know, these teams have pretty much solidified their spot, right? You know, maybe just giving some players a break, some players some run as well.
Again, you know, last time we saw Luke Mino alongside Finn, right? We saw Luke obviously a lot of that Baptiste play here. We saw Proper obviously making his switch into the support role. Max, a lot of Junker Queen. This is a team that maybe similarly to the Boston Uprising are really trying to get a lot of these Junker Queen comps happening. We saw Proby attempt some Widowmaker at some point there. There's quite a few options. And Operation Get Hawk a Dub hits the field for the last time in the regular season. I've got a good
He may have
it's happening.
He may have a lot of opportunities in this one.
Get Hawking.
Maybe a lot. Maybe a lot of opportunities to do so. So. It'll be Busan to kick things off. Also to clarify, Hawk has won during this
since we instituted the the dynasty of Get Hawk a W, he hasn't. Right before that, yes, but then we decided we wanted it to happen, and so we only count from there.
Okay.
I decide when 0 BC begins in this kind of situation. Get the guy dub. That's all I want to see here. The Atlanta Reign, by the way, and this has been discussed a bit too, Matt, because we head into Busan for our first map. That first seed is on the table here. They've been pipped to the post by the Florida Mayhem, and bear in mind, this Atlanta Reign had to go against Florida, Houston, Boston, all back-to-back. Very hard to prepare for that run, and came out of it 1-2. That's why they may have been able to take that top spot. But a win here for the Atlanta Reign puts them back up there. It rights the wrongs of that grueling gauntlet they had to play through, and it's smooth sailing into the playoffs.
Yeah, and but maybe Hawk is into play some of that Junker Queen. Maybe Max as well. Maybe that's kind of what some of these switch ups are for. So we'll get a good look. It's also the Shock potentially going even on the season. I feel like they started out like way worse. I feel like the second half has been quite nice to the Shock. So that finishing even, or even getting the win here, finishing 9-7 would be pretty nice for them.
So this
considering how things look.
To see Renko here on the Lucio, we saw Renko primarily play the Ana when he came into this lineup from Redbirds, I think it was initially, and looked really good, really more than serviceable, I'd say. So a bit of a mix-up here for San Francisco, and they are still eyeing a better seeding in those play-ins. That will mean a lot to them to try and have a clearer cut path to playoffs, opportunity. So bear that in mind here. We have the Junker Queen comps as expected from San Francisco. And Atlanta, this is a look we haven't seen from them. Let's see how it plays out as Hawk already finds an early knife and proper lead.
Yeah, it'll be Atlanta actually kind of like taking from the point. Oh, that is a nice axe there through the TP.
Still though, Proper able to survive. It's Stalker finding Renko though, and the Atlanta Reign able to find a lot. Just as that fight opens up, Hawk queues up the carnage as he sees the TP. Predicts that perfectly, and I think Proper needed all the healing resources that Finn could offer him there at the cost of the team fight.
Yes, Proper will now go to Genji, so already gonna move away from the Bastion. Too easy of a target for somebody as good as Lip. It's like you mentioned, Renko being in, typically you would see like Lucamino, right? Playing Lucio, like Renko kind of playing some other different heroes, but maybe this is because they want to do, maybe move off of this comp eventually, right? And that's kind of something that Renko, has in his hero pool.
Some teams still trying to play a bit of Ana, so that might be a consideration for later on, even on Busan or the rest of the series. TP usage here, probably just going back and forth by the looks of things. And Proper, again, the pick here of Genji allows him to circumvent Hawk to a greater degree, but he'll still have to contend with Lip, who's managed to get rid of the Immortality field so early in the fight, but probably able to find it. 2 turret kills, excuse me. He's sending them across the map to do his bidding, and he's found 2.
Yeah, and that is Fielder's Am Matrix there as well, which, I wonder if he just kind of like turret bombed right through the TP, just kind of throw the turrets straight into the TP. If the TP's right near some of the players on the other team, maybe straight back into it. But really rare to see that type of, those type of kills happen. One of them, let alone 2 there with the turrets.
And as a result, he's earned himself a projected barrier, which is going to come up instantly here, making it hard for Atlanta to contest the point from their side of said wall. Stalker, drag forward, it's going to be a commanding shout here. Dragonblade coming in. Stalker going to be looking for a big kill here, but the Immortality field stymies him initially. Max trying to keep a respectful distance, and he does. And as the sound there is the Atlanta Reign double down in this fight. Hawk does have that carnage up, and Max is able to get the rampage in early. It doesn't matter. Lips found 2, and again, missed the consistent strike goal.
It's just, like you mentioned, just so consistent. Has the overclock, ends up connecting with 2. Atlanta did a nice job, after Max hits that rampage, just backing up a little bit and just waiting for their, health pool to get a little bit, better to come back in and fight. But Proper's got a blade here, so that could be huge, right? Nobody close to anything. Really looking at, maybe the Immortality field saving a player or 2.
Proper made it clear he wanted a metagame that favored individual skill expression. Getting to play the Genji here, I feel like falls under that category pretty nicely. Definitely as opposed to the Bastion. So now he'll have a chance to show off exactly what he's been working on here. From his last big couple of years in the Overwatch League. Oh! That deflected the rail. A free kill even. And Hawk is not going to get away. His Achilles is severed as he tries to head for the hills, and Proper takes 2. That's going to be enough. Renko here, a bit extraneous to San Francisco's plan as they already control the point and they were already pushing up.
Yeah, Hawk falls though, so I don't know if you're going to be able to come in and take advantage of this kill early on, as we have double Am Matrix here for both sides. Really looking at that Sojourn battle now, right? With those Am Matrices up, just shooting across the point. Who can get those big picks?
Probably with a chance here to turn up after switching off the Symmetra. Lips playing it safe for the time being here. The Ant Matrix giving him pause for thought. This means Atlanta will keep theirs. Into the next fight, but they might not have a chance to use them properly. They've lost Gio. Proper's already got himself the cat amongst the pigeons, but Stalker wants to reciprocate. He's found 2 and Proper. One of those casualties. He'll add a 3rd to the tally, and that is well and truly San Francisco 6 feet under.
So, man, I mean, things don't look great there for the Rain, but Stalker bails them out with a huge blade there. Looks like maybe Max will be able to get a touch here on the Doom. It looks like it's knocked back or booped. Yeah, not able to make it. So that'll be the first round going to the Atlanta Rain.
And again, you might want to add a couple layers of abstraction to your approach if you're trying to sneak past Chio. He knew exactly what San Francisco were hoping to make happen there. And it was pretty straightforward to boop the Doomfist back off course. So, Atlanta Rain, in this Junker Queen composition, finding some success against a team who've already peddled this setup for the last at least week or so.
Yes. See now, if any kind of comp switches here happen, Finn could play the Kariko. It looks like they're just going to kind of go head-to-head. Maybe Lib actually plays the Bastion. This would be a new little look from the Rain.
Yeah, looks like that might be the case here. Interesting assignment. Lib. All right. He now takes the mantle of presidency. Whereas San Francisco kicked the Sojourn they switched to midway through the last round. Proper's already in. Chio feeling the pressure now as the commanding shout's not enough to keep him alive. Still, Hawk is there. He is the eye of the storm. He's able to find 2. Crucially, Finn being the first, hitting the Baptiste with a carnage. He must have been right up under his grill.
Yeah, I mean, just domination there in that first fight from the Rain. They'll have Fielder take the point down low, and I want to see how the Shock kind of attacked this Bastion, right? Where they were forced off of it when they decided to run it because you just got really just strong play from the Sojourn, from Lip. Can they force them off of it? I guess with the Genji and just like a fast dive.
San Francisco attempt to reposition with a turret, but they actually push into the more heavily fortified part of Atlanta Rain's setup here. They thought they were maybe catching them by surprise, but the Rain were waiting on this high ground. Immortality field for Finn down now. Proper forced to play on the point, and Max will drop at about 30% HP. There's going to be a commanding shout to try and keep him, but Liv makes a beeline for him. The bulkiest body falls for San Francisco, and the rest tend to follow.
It is not the area you want to be against a Bastion Wheels mode, where I know he's able to start putting down some serious damage, and it's difficult, right? Because you're forced to run directly at the Junker Queen Baptiste Bastion combination, right? They have the Immortality field. Stalker's damage also just kind of ramping up over time. Makes it really difficult to stay in these fights for long.
A lot of this depends on the regenerative burst from Finn, right? It has to come at the right time because it has so much upfront healing, like percentage based. It's really important to deal with like the brunt of that Bastion damage as it comes in. Let those foul rankle already. He does not care about that Amp Matrix whatsoever. And from the high ground here, he'll take a couple of pot shots at Proby, who was all alone on the point. And San Francisco are no closer to establishing control in this map than they were the last fight.
No, I mean, Proper 80% towards a blade, right? It's going to be 80% on the point. I mean, scenario where it may not even get one here. Max will have his rampage, but how do you kind of set this up? Like, they don't exactly have to fall down to the point.
Finn's on the Kiriko here, making the switch. Curious to see how that plays as Proper goes deep. He's looking for something, but he comes back empty-handed. It is a huge rampage from Max. Catches fire, but the sound barrier is going to inoculate the Rain from that bleed and anti-heal. And that allows Lip to turn up the heat on Max, and eventually he's punished for his attempt. It was a beautiful connection with that ultimate, but the answer was there, the remedy in the hands of the Atlanta Rain. As San Francisco, they're out of it already. It's a 1-0 start to the series for Atlanta Rain.
Man, just an absolute dominant performance there from the Rain, whether it was with the Sojourn-based composition or that time the Bastion. Absolutely dominating the Shock as the Shock, we were wondering like what they're kind of cooking up with this lineup today, right? With Max in, Renko in as well, trying to play some Junker Queen, but it did not work out.
Not at all. I mean, our highlights, of course, it starts with Liv. He's fighting, sort of, getting at least 2 to 3 kills in these overclock fights, right? This is something that San Francisco weren't set up to answer. They didn't have a Sojourn, and by the time they switched to it, it was still Proper, the one manufacturing all the openings. Stalker has this gorgeous 3K.
Blade is so good.
And that's what really, that's what really puts the gap between these two teams. That carries out onto Mecha base as Atlanta Rain pedal lip out on the Bastion, and there's no answer.
And no, I mean, they were just getting chunked down with big amounts of damage, like before the fights even really kicked off. And the longer the fights go there for the Shock, the worse it is.
There it is, everybody. Numbani going to be our second map in this series, but I think the statement's been made by the Atlanta Reign. A new look set up with the substitutions coming in. It's a solid Junker Queen comp. Let's see what else they've got up their sleeves. Best foot forward for the Atlanta Reign, something we've really come to expect over this season as they have delivered on the promise of developing a super team and making a serious tilt at that trophy. So far, so good as we're now nearing the very end of the regular season. And this Atlanta Reign squad keeps Hawk in the lineup after a great showing on Busan.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, no subs here going into our next map. And, well, you know, why not, right? I mean, for the Reign, you ended up winning map number 1. Looked great. It clearly seems like the Shock, you know, trying something out here maybe before plans.
I'm good with that. I think quite a few teams are going in the same direction. In fact, many of the teams that favoured playing dive compositions in the past, I want to use Boston as another example, have made the switch here to something that obviously has a little bit more durability and is a bit more upfront, more direct in its approach. So far, it's looked excellent, I've got to say. A lot of the success of these two teams, though, is definitely centered around the DPS because, you know, even a fight where Max gets a 5-player rampage, it's not enough. There's a great sound barrier there for Chio, like we expect any less at this point, and it ended up getting cancelled out.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like the Rain will be on defense here first. So Fielder will actually play the Alari. Are they going to run? Actually, no. Looks like Fielder maybe going back into spawn here. Yeah, so they'll play the Baptiste. So not going to run the Alari. What do you think about the Lucio and defense here?
Look, I get it, right? I mean, you want to give yourself even more of a speed boost opportunity on top of this commanding shout. You have a lot of flexibility. And also, like, if you have to, like, answer a Genji, you need to reposition, or at least to get people back to the Bastion. I think it's fine. It's also Chio. Also, you do a heck of a lot to a rush comp by knocking players to the low ground from the high ground and effectively splitting them because they don't have verticality really outside of the Baptiste.
So trying to get Lip in a position there. Oh, he actually used wheels mode straight away. It looks like they want to go in fast. Just a meat grinder in here. I mean, that is, well, there's your first fight.
Yep, pretty straightforward. Again, look, the upfront damage that Lip can provide is pretty frightening here. And although these comps look very similar, right, the point of difference being the Genji versus the Symmetra, San Francisco probably need to use that Symmetra to avoid a direct confrontation if possible.
No, I like it. Keep just throwing the TP right into everybody on the Atlanta Rain. Go for it.
I mean, look, you are playing a rush comp, right? So I can see why that.
Oh, wait, what?
Or, hey, that was the Stalker hanging around in mid-range, I think. Maybe the turret's assisted there. Probably was able to catch him out now. This could be dangerous. Oh, let's maybe trust him too much in the immortality field. That vaporized under the scrutiny of Proper. He'll get one himself, but it's absolutely superfluous as San Francisco capitalize on a huge pick on Stalker.
I mean, just a huge pick at the beginning of the round, right? You know, Stalker, not really sure exactly where he's playing from, as it's an Amp Matrix used there as well. It's like by the Rain. So Stalker now switches over to the Sim as a pretty good first push there from the shop.
Yep, 5 minutes to work with, plenty of time. What's the setup here for Lip? He knows perhaps the Shock are going to be playing around the cart.
And they try and take high ground.
Yes, again, that Symmetra mobility maybe helping in a big way there. Probably able to send him upstairs, but Chio responds and deals with Max. So the Junker Queens are out of the picture now. And Stalker sticks around. Finn is down. This is breaking into a 2 versus 2, but Stalker is charged up. Proper might be able to burn him down, but Chio's going to make it hard to connect. Proper was able to get the kill. Eventually, there's no one left.
Chio had no ammo. He's just, there's nobody alive. As now finally players come off spawn here for the Shock as Chio went to go shoot and finish off Proper, realized he had no ammo, had to go the double melee there. Is this next fight I think will be huge, right? You know, rampages from both sides. You'll have a sim wall from both sides as well as sound barrier. So expect to see a lot invested here.
Rampages could be interesting here. Okay, projected barrier, that's a big one. Stalker almost has his, but won't have a chance to make use of it in this fight. If Atlanta could win, this could be huge for momentum defensively.
Max goes far.
Yeah, quite far. Renko's down, Lip traded out here, so big loss of damage for the Atlanta Rain, but they're able to play around the late projected barrier from Stalker and get Hawk in a position behind it. He springs forward on a Proper, and the Atlanta Rain ends up clutching that fight out.
Yeah, I also think it's because, like, you see where Hawk actually ended up using his Rampage. Like, he ended up pretty much back with the rest of the team. Like, Max ends up going all the way through the tunnel. And then they don't have a Junker Queen in the fight, right? He's stuck all the way out in the middle of nowhere and not able to make it back. And then you got Hawk just able to just run around by the payload, cause all types of trouble.
That hurts. Definitely hurts the Shock here. Fielder will come into this next fight with that Amp Matrix up. Robert doesn't have the artillery barrage here. From the high ground, though, straight up we go. It's going to be Lip playing with this amplification matrix. And very quickly, the Shock have to head for the heals, but at a cost of both their DPS. Better run this one back, boys.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hold here now, mounting for the Atlanta Rain as they move close. As the Shock, what, they had above, like, you know, 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes at the start of this. So pretty much half of that gone at this point. Commanding shout, trying to get out of the spawn here. TP looks like it just went across, so not trying to like make a flank play or anything.
No, but I mean, you set proper up on an off angle on the proviso that Atlanta Reign are going to sort of overextend. They don't do that though. They see that something is wonky, like a half a tick disappeared, so they choose to disengage, which is the right call in the end. Oh, they grouped up! Oh my! Okay, most of that pretty much avoided though. It looked like it could have gone real south for the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does not. It's really interesting as well, able to gain some information on where they are. Now we're going to see Proper's artillery strike. This is going to be up on the high ground, force everybody down low.
All right, very quickly Atlanta seeing the high ground, and that's at the cost of Lip that puts him right out in the open as Proper's there. Being able to find the extra damage required. And with 2 minutes left, San Francisco are right on the edge of getting into the third phase of the map.
Yeah, they should be able to get the payload kind of across the line now. I don't think there's going to be any contest that's going to be able to come in here from the Reign. Although you could get a TP and then maybe a speed boost, and you're kind of close. Let's see. No, not gonna come out and challenge it. Yeah, it looks like Hawk spawned so late they would have had no Junker Queen in the mix. So they give up that second checkpoint, but still a pretty decent hold there from the Reign.
Yeah, I definitely feel like maybe the Reign's protocols, strict as they are, I probably wouldn't allow for that.
Yeah, no fun allowed. No fun allowed.
They're just here for the dubs, my friend. Proper though. Burns lip down. Look at this. Hawks in an odd spot. That's to be sure. Proper will be able to shepherd the cart forward now. As here's the artillery bolted to the payload. Hawk gets staggered there frustratingly now, and Atlanta Reign are down to just a couple players. I have one real fight here.
It's going to be, yeah, only one attempt, right? Hawk is going to get up off the spawn now, so going to have to just kind of funnel out this door. Maybe with that rampage, it looks like a TP. They bait it, so don't actually go across. And the Shock, they actually kind of like back out a little bit.
I think Atlanta have to be happy with this. They actually don't use any ultimates in order to this disengagement, so they keep forward to the next fight. Oh man, losing Storm early again. That's not the first time this map has been picked off again by Brody. What's Max looking for here? Again, maybe trying to bait some action in, then turn around with an ultimate. He does. Straight in the Atlanta Reign. It catches Lip and Hawk, but again, Shio is there with the correct answer, and Lip is at least able to secure a trade here. With Max out of the picture now, the Shock don't have the stopping power. Hawk, though, overextends right into Proper. Gets eaten up by Wheels Mode, and now an Air Matrix thrown up. What a great answer again. Projected barrier will turn off the aggression for San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, having that sim wall there is massive because of that Ham Matrix and then the damage from Proper. That may have been enough as Max is now on the Doomfist here.
Curious to see how this plays out.
Oh,
gonna get caught with a lot of that poke damage.
So the one thing as well, Mitch, which is pretty bad for the Shock, is Renko actually ended up using sound barriers during that when Hawk didn't even feel the need to use that, rampage. So you're gonna have that rampage here for this fight, which should be massive.
Lip here setting up. Knows where Proper's gonna be playing from. You're not escaping from that. AC 130, baby. Max hit a fall there as well. We saw Renko in midair as Hawk was able to connect. Atlanta trading up in value, I think, over the last couple of fights, right? First, they force a disengagement and give themselves a chance to set up because they just threw a TP out. And then getting Renko's sound barrier without having to use a rampage has a lot of value, economically speaking.
Yeah, it looks like the Reign want to push up. They want to play quite aggressive here, not kind of allow them to just walk back onto the payload, get into a little bit of a bastion shooting match from afar. So it actually forces them up to the high ground here. So see if this is the route they decide to go. It looks like they're still deciding, like, are they going to come out, on top of this balcony? She is in a perfect position. I mean, look at the displacement.
Yeah, almost gets San Francisco ahead of their own sim wall, which could have been massive, but still, it throws a wrench in the works for San Francisco. Maybe they can't set up the way they would have liked to. Now it's an Air Matrix in play. That's expired, and Hawk was very low. Finn's able to find him here. Wheels Mode for Lip, trying to make a difference in this fight now as an Immortality Field is a very timely addition to the arsenal for San Francisco. It keeps them standing with some time left at the end of the round.
Yeah, so they finish with some time on the clock here. So pretty good for the Shock. A really good checkpoint offense, right? Being able to take that, first point, get the payload moving. Pretty decent defense from the Reign there at, our second and our third point, to end it all out. It's really in the final game of the regular season, which for the Shock, just kind of playing for, there's some seeding, implications here on the line, right? I know both of these teams, one, obviously the Reign will be in the playoffs. The Shock will be in the play-in. So Just trying to get everything, aligned before that. Where the Shock, I actually think they've looked quite good with like this setup. Like it's a little bit different than like what we thought they would probably do in terms of like with the players in. Maybe, I think more around like the Renko, area of like him playing the Lucio all the time in this. But I know Max has played quite well in the Queen.
I just want to make it clear that I guess this is uncomfortable for Atlanta. They really have to pivot in their strategy. We have not seen this Junker Queen composition from them really at all this season. They've been very Winston-oriented as a team, constantly, right, outside of a couple of ball cameos from Donghag. So they've had to really pivot now. And for them, I guess it's kind of scary because they're a very important part of the season, going to playoffs. They have to essentially reinvent themselves, at least somewhat. This is very different to the style they're normally playing. And for Hawk, it's a big call-up. They're saying, hey, we are needing you now for potentially the majority of maps after you only coming into play Sigma on Circuit Royal. That's a big change you've got to make quickly.
It is, but Hawk, well, I think two things. Hawk is a tremendous player, right? We know Hawk is a very talented player, so it looks like they take the opposite side high ground with this teleporter. I mean, he's also surrounded by just incredible amounts of talent, right? Arguably the best backline in the league. Lip and Stalker, are what, at worst, second or third in terms of DPS, in terms of combination, it's
don't
not
be hurting his MVP campaign, putting him down there, Matt. I'm just saying.
I mean, Vast has propped up the Florida Mayhem social budget, to get someone on there. So just pumping the videos out.
a very quick reallocation of capital.
Yeah. Let's dump all our funds into the someone for MVP.
Yeah, he got to the safe, he got to the big suitcase, he's ripping, he's tearing, he's tearing, he's got the funds, he's now sending him where they're needed most. Love to see it. Commanding shout here for the low ground, but Prob's been able to find Stalker again early. Really seems to have a target painted on his back.
Yeah, but as we were discussing, right, just kind of talking a little bit about the rain and kind of, Hawk coming in, they do get a pretty good take there on A, but the Shock push up, they get pretty much a team wipe, and now a lot of teams just faking these. That is a grenade through an amp matrix there. That just basically is better than the ultimate at that point.
It's pretty good. Pretty darn good. Give us a Renko smile, that's right, as he bears down upon Hawk here. That's very powerful. I know Proper would like to see these, my highest.
And they got to get you on the desk. You can walk over the telestrator and just replay the kill feed and be like, that's pretty powerful.
Yeah, very powerful. It's like the Reaper guy as well. I think that's very succinct analysis. Sometimes brevity, my friend, is the soul of wit. Have you not heard?
No.
You have arrived at this battle of wits unarmed. Alright, here's the sim wall. Stalker trying to play around. That is, Finn's lost his immortality very early into the fight. And Lip's really unperturbed there by that rampage. As again, the sound barrier comes just in time from Chio. Renko again uses his without Hawk sort of forcing it. So now you have a rampage unanswered by a Lucio ultimate.
Yeah, which is going to be brutal here because they're going to have a ton of time to complete the map now, right? I mean, above 5 minutes here. Lip will have his ultimate, whatever you get with that. It's just kind of like a bonus, right? Maybe Proby with a wall. I think what you get hit with a rampage, then maybe wall and just try and prevent, the extra damage follow-up. Is that the play here? Look at this. He's got lineup.
Having to catch someone. He's hoping Hawk maybe overextends and so wouldn't be able to get any healing from Fielder in a short pinch from this wall. Instead, it just gives you a staging ground. Max can't push off of it. Again, Atlanta Rate, they are so fast. And again, this is a Lucio Junker Queen setup. We talked about 2 forms of speed boost, 2 options
Excuse
to
me?
disengage with. Sorry.
Okay, so Lip actually, with the artillery and to take down Proby, and that's huge. I mean, the cart's going to continue to move. The rain, I mean, with that much time, they didn't feel the need to kind of push through that wall. There was no need to. As they're going to move away from the sim now and actually go over towards a Hanzo. Oh, this is going to be big.
Not bad. There was a bit of a boop there, I think, by Renko. He bears the brunt of that rampage, but sends Hawk careening in the wrong direction.
It's a good way to counter Rampage, is just have the Bastion in Wheels mode behind an Amp Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always good if you have that in a pinch. I do want to say, though, they've answered that ultimate without needing to use sound barrier, which I think is really important. The boot from Renko, you really can't overstate the importance of that. Excellent response from a player that we've seen mostly play Ana, right? Those flex support roles.
Yeah, exactly. As see now what the Rain are coming into this with absolutely nothing here. So, but Hawk takes out Max. All right, that is huge to lose your tank at the start. I mean, the Rain are finding some of these picks with absolutely no ult usage. Just kind of, right there, losing your tank.
How do you
at the start?
Full and Amp Matrix at the same time? How do you beat that? Or maybe the other.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah, that is brutal stuff. Nothing Max can do really, just trying to find a way to throw his body in the cart to clog up the wheels, maybe stall things out just a little bit here. But the Atlanta Rain and both clears have an impressive time bank to work with. We are north of 4 minutes for the Rain. San Francisco will, of course, have that extension, but 1 minute on Numbani, that's tough stuff.
I mean, 1 minute on Numbani is 2 fights, right? Maybe. With 4 minutes plus, I mean, that is enormous. I don't know if you actually caught it there towards the end. Lip fired the grenade, and he was like trying to shoot into that room with the vending machine, and he missed, and it bounced back, and it almost actually hit Renko. If he would have lived a little bit longer, I think it would have hit him in the head off the bounce back and killed him. But and now with the shock on offense, see how they go about this, because like what, you're gonna have 2 fights here. The last time they tried just pushing up towards high ground, just got churned through. So we'll see what kind of approach they take.
And if you think back, they also were able to catch Stalker out of position on Genji at one.
Yeah.
And then just all of a sudden lipped up to the low ground with an immortality field, and that was the only safety net there for him. And Proper just blew straight through him.
And just to remind people, for the shock for play-ins, right, like a win here, would give them the 5th seed, I believe, and then the loss would give them the 7th. So pretty large difference in seeding, in terms of going into the play-ins. So
8th? I think it was 8th, right?
Quite important. I believe it's 7th.
Okay, so 7th, yeah, right. So, I mean, yeah. Okay, either way.
I can't believe with the shock doing a watch party, you're trying to give them a worse seed. How dare you?
I'm just trying to ratchet up the stakes a little.
You're almost as much of a villain as Reinforce.
We do. Okay, listen. No one staunches like Reinforce. We do a little editorializing sometimes. You know what I mean?
I was waiting for Johnny when Johnny walked up to Jack at the telestrator. I was waiting for him to hit him with like a tombstone pile driver or something.
I wanted a Zinedine.
Yeah, I wanted a stone cold stunner out of Reinforce there.
Okay, this time things go much better for Atlanta. Probably the first caught by Lip, as we see an attempt for San Francisco to translate their entire roster across the map and find a weakness. They are staved off, and they've got 10 seconds to work with. Again, Numbani attacked with 1 minute to work with. He's really just one proper fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you lose Stalker, but I mean, this is just becoming a little bit of a mess here towards the end, as Lip now just doing damage, picking players off as they're coming on in. So you will not get a tick. So still didn't have a ton of time there for the shock to work with, so not surprising result, but still it's going to be very difficult to hold for 4 minutes.
Absolutely, especially given how volatile and frankly unexpected this Symmetra-based composition can be. I do want to take a moment to appreciate that the first team to do this was the London Spitfire on maps like Gibraltar in that whole series against the San Francisco Shock. Right? They credit where it's due. They really developed this composition before anyone else. Now, yes, obviously the Junker Queen was probably not something we'd see Hardy play in many situations, but I want to credit them for being the progenitors, at least in a league match, of that composition. Because many teams are making it work. And you know what? There's a ton of room for like variation in strategy here. You could go wherever you want with this Symmetra. You can try and fake out your opponents for these engagements like we've seen. It's quite interesting to watch because there's no one way to get the job done here.
You can turret bomb, right? You can just throw your turrets through there, through that TP. Send nobody through but your turrets. We've seen that work once in this series.
Yeah, on Busan.
Yep. Yeah, so some options here. This is going to have to be the hold of all holds here for the shock. 4 minutes on the clock for the Rain. Could end really fast.
Yeah, one slip up for San Francisco. The buffer is extremely slim here. 1 tick required by Atlanta Rain. They're a team that seems to have plenty of creativity to leverage with this Symmetra Bastion setup. To start with, it'll be the high ground, potentially exchange pleasantries here. They'll be testing here, San Francisco. If they find a free pick somewhere, that'll be big. Oh, I like this. Oh, the TP around the side. Okay, it gets turned into Lego bricks.
Yeah, that is a bastion grenade that gets shoved on top of it. And that time, they did not fake going through. They actually went through it, and they paid the price.
All right, the correct answer from San Francisco is teased out. As that was a very... You saw where San Francisco were positioned. They were playing pretty far back on that balcony, so they were set up to receive that and not just get utterly flanked by that play. They're ready.
Chio maybe going for... I'm gonna say Chio maybe trying to boop somebody off the high ground, but they make it across.
Now, they've established again, I'll say, a staging ground here. Okay, down on the choke is proper playing for the low ground. They know he's not there. What is this from them? What? Are you kidding me? Oh, not a big fan of that one, I'm not going to lie. Matrix is there, but Liv can't make much use of it now. You saw Max push ahead of him to limit its effectiveness, and that's the proper ultimate coming in. Hawk and Max, though, both finding eliminations, and Max ultimately falling. This could be a little bit scary now. But eventually San Francisco find a way to hold it down. It's really just Hawk and Chio in a one.
Oh, yeah, Lucio 1v1, let's go.
Chio a little bit lower in health here. Renko, though, more than happy to duel with him for the time being. Chio, speed, heal, boop away, trying to get to the low ground. There's almost one tick here. He's got to get himself a health pack. Renko leaves. He's going to bring the rest of his squad back.
He's got ice in his veins. 1v1 against Chio for the game.
I mean,
who cares? Stays on it.
Quiet assignment. Sound Barrier, though, comes out here. Renko has his available and he gets it just in time. No casualties yet. It's an Ant Matrix from the high ground for San Francisco, and very quickly it looked like Liv TP'd away from that. So Atlanta force those ultimates, although they spend their own. They're going to come back in with a symbol of their own. Proby will also have one. We're going to have, I guess, 4 different quadrants to play from here. It's going to be a revolving door that doesn't move. Yeah, work that one out. Anyway, here comes Max straight on through. Caught 3 with that Rampage Immortality build, though. 4 players sheltering under it right now for Atlanta, but it's just not enough. Poor has put him in the microwave. He's burnt them down as Proper steals the glory.
All right, so we're from 4:04 on the clock now down to 1:35. So probably about 2 fights here for the Atlanta Reign to be able to take this. Proper is now over to the Genji, so not going to have that huge amount of like upfront damage that the Bastion would provide.
When I croak from not enough oxygen, I want it on my tombstone. A revolving door that doesn't move. Help me. Okay, that TP got cleared up there. Chio almost gets caught in the corner, but they found Proper. Got in and got caught out. San Francisco are now down to 3. Hawk's going to drop down the mortality field. Might be a little bit of overkill there as Finn heads above his immo and eventually will bleed out. And that'll do it. The Atlanta Reign eventually come up with the right answer. But San Francisco have shown they can hang.
Yeah, I was going to say, still, like, it's a loss of a map. But the Shock played quite well there. You know, considering they had 4 minutes on the clock, the Reign to attack. Could have seen them just kind of like roll over and give the map up, but still getting it, you know, about to a minute on the clock. So although the Shock find themselves down 2-0, still a pretty good showing this far.
Yeah, pretty respectable stuff here. Looking ahead, I think that's also very important because this might be a composition that many teams feel is the way to go. San Francisco, to some degree, standing up to the Atlanta Reign. It's just little things, right? I feel like it's, you know, Proper getting caught there in that last fight. When you switch to the Genji off the Bastion, you are taking risks. You are trying to make a play. And there he just gets caught out as Atlanta again. They fold back just at the right time. They're able to group up and they've got a lot of durability behind that commanding shout. It's hard for Genji to get an insta-kill and reset and get out.
Yeah, it's hard as well when you have, you know, you're bringing in the Genji, right? When the other team has that bash, if you don't get value out of the Genji straight away with like a really fast, you know, fight win, you're in a world of trouble.
No doubt about it. Saravasa up next in the series as the Atlanta Reign look to close it out and secure that top seed in the playoffs. Stick around, of course, more to come from what's been an explosive series.
302.
What's going on, Johnny? Thought you were cool.
Yeah, you better tell him, Corey.
Yeah,
let him
boo
know.
this
Let him know on
man.
every platform, bro. Get that guy booed. Johnny, the not so wise perhaps in this case, but he was correct, at least in terms of who he thought would come out on.
He's been correct so far, to be clear.
He's been right. So, wise enough for me. There's a pretty interesting stat comparison to be made here between Hawk and Max, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Max has held his own, obviously, in this series. Getting pretty good value, obviously, out of his, Rampage.
He's got 10 followers per 10. Look at the guy. My Christian Overwatch League? That's ridiculous.
I mean, Hawk is sick, right? I mean, how many other teams would Hawk not start on?
I mean, he's starting on the Atlanta race. So
No, I'm saying, like, Dong Hack's been playing most of the year, right? But, like, let's say, when Dong Hack was in, a lot of the time, Hawk probably starts on, like, every other team in the league almost, probably outside of, like, Houston, Boston, Florida, maybe. Like,
sure.
Like, those are the only teams that I think you would say that, like, have a tank as capable. I mean, he is that good.
I mean, this might be his time, generally. You spent much of the year, obviously coming in as a bit of a pinch hitter for this team. But the time is right for a player that really knows how to play these brawl styles and is really comfortable on the Junker Queen, for example. Because we've now seen 2 maps in this series, 2 maps have involved Hawk. He stays in now for this third for Suravasa here. Again, another map that is quite happy to, we're quite happy to see Brawl on. Chio, obviously, probably going in that Lucio direction here. But it's worth pointing out that San Francisco, having made a couple tweaks here, Renko on the Lucio looks really solid. Looks really solid. A couple maybe just, sometimes the timing issues with like beats as they pertain to dealing with rampages, but it might just be part of their protocol for Renko to use it preemptively in some of those fights because there's a fight on Numbani where they don't have an answer to Hawk's rampage, but Renko has a perfect boot. Knocks him off course, allows him to pick up the Junker Queen and win the fight.
Well, they don't seem to worry about it, right? Because they have a Bastion behind an Amp Matrix, and then they have the Immortality Field. So they feel like that maybe that Rampage isn't as valuable, that they don't need to invest, a ultimate as important as a Sound Barrier.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a crucial one on this map as well, as we've seen no shortage of no holds barred brawling on Suravasa. The Atlanta Reign here, looking to close out the series, and this will be a real statement about just how quickly they've been able to pivot to a very different style. Seeing Lip on the Bastion is obviously always interesting, but they've made great use of Symmetra. Stalker continues to demonstrate the depth of hero pool that he's able to command. And I think for San Francisco, this might be the kind of 3-0 you come out of as a shock, and people still feel pretty good. If you can really level up and evolve through the play-ins into the playoffs, then you're always in with a shot. No one's counting out the San Francisco shock at this point.
What do you think about the Genji versus the Sim here? I think the Sim is going to give you obviously like great mobility here on Flashpoint where the maps are so massive. And then also like as the longer the fights go, I think it's definitely going to pay off.
Yeah, look, I think we've seen the Symmetra probably look a little bit better. Numbani definitely required it though. I think just based on that first point, you couldn't go without it. So proper switch to the Genji and unfortunately get caught, but I don't think that's an indictment of playing the Genji instead of the Symmetra here. But you've got to have way more flexibility. And if you're good and coordinated, you can make use of it, then you're probably going to come out on top.
It's just the amount of damage down here.
Sorry?
Why not? Challenge. Don't be scared.
Talk about stand and deliver. This is like the old school fight, like 12 paces apart, like lines of riflemen just firing until there's none left.
Somewhere Taimu is nodding his head and he's like, yeah, I like that. That was nice. Just stand there and fight.
Base, man. Okay. Atlanta Reign here, able to convert that kill into a first point takedown. The Amp Matrix is thrown out by Finn, who's done a lot of healing, as you probably might expect based on San Francisco's position that last fight. Gets it off first, and the Shock use it now. They're going to convert into a full fight once they take the point for themselves. There's a Sound Barrier that came up first for Chio, though, and Renko might be punished for not being able to build his quite quickly enough. It looks like the Reign will move back into control after conceding only about 22% over to the Shock.
Yes, it looks like Finn's still here as well, so he's going to get staggered out. So going to have to wait a little bit for Finn to get back in the action. But with how fast Flashpoint ticks up, not going to have a ton of time here. Yeah, I mean,
I think you're weaker to sim ult if you don't have one yourself. That could really shut Proby down now. Stalker's going to build that this next fight, and San Francisco don't have a way to sort of get around that. We'll see how well it's placed by Stalker. We'll open up here with Lip. Comes the artillery barrage. Proby takes a glancing hit. Chio's very low there. It's a sound barrier now coming out. The wall, it's okay, but it doesn't look like Atlanta are in a great place to really benefit from it. It allows them to disengage to some degree and do it proper, but fight is probably already lost here.
No, with the benefits of the sound barrier, you just kind of run straight through the wall, right? It doesn't really matter to you. So now the Shock have a little bit of an advantage, right? You have Blade, you have Rampage, you know there's no sound barrier on the other side here. You know, you're going to get about 60% before this next fight kicks off. You're in a spot where you can maybe steal this first point.
They're pretty cheaply 1-5 for San Francisco. Sound barrier and the artillery barrage looks like it got used there. They've got a ton to work with still. The Atlanta Rainer know better in that metric. Here we go. Rampage from Max. He's headed in, found Hawk and Fielder. And disengage here for Atlanta, something they've done so well throughout the course of the series. Probably going to hold the blade, wait for his chance to strike.
I think they're just waiting for this push to come in from the Rain, and
it's got to be now.
The Rain, are they just trying to farm up like an Ant Matrix here potentially? Oh, everybody goes to the high ground.
TP here, Fielder though, he's been spotted by Proper and he's out of position. He explodes, Proby gets the nade kill, but Proper's low and that turret almost claimed him. He has to spend a slash on getting rid of it, and Hawk will be able to get him down eventually, but it's just Hawk and Chio left and they lose the flashpoint in the meantime. Love that for San Francisco. They lose a fight on virtue of not having sound barrier, but it ends up being what wins them the point.
Yeah, I mean, they end up kind of like backing out there for a period of time, but not able to make it their way back in, as the Shock played that perfectly, had the right amount of ultimates, in the right ultimates to flip that first point, which looked like it was going to go Atlanta's way.
All right, very quickly, Atlanta in position to contest this flashpoint in a couple seconds. Chio and Fielder both with ultimates in hand here. San Francisco had to spend. How do you ration these out to hold the point for its duration? That's the question. Proby being vaporized at the start of this fight means it's all but done. Proper though saw Fielder a little overextended, gets in with a free kill, and those matter here. Those really matter. It's a long walk back to the point. San Francisco, what business do they have winning that fight?
Yeah, I mean, they have looked quite impressive throughout the series, and especially here on Flashpoint off the rip is, that is a stagger there on the Hawk. So just getting even better here for the Shock is, what do you even have for the Rain to go in here and make a play? I mean, you have the sound barrier, it's going to get answered right away. That's about it. I mean, you have to bash an ultimate, but we said it's not really going to do much, but we've seen it do some.
Proper is so good at identifying situations where he can secure guaranteed kills and get out alive. That was incredible. No ultimates for San Francisco in that last fight. They faced an Ant Matrix from the Rain. And they've got themselves 60% as a result. Well deserved, I'd say. Max a little low here. TP now might be headed for the soft underbelly of the San Francisco Shock. Ooh, okay. Renko's able to get everybody affected by that, despite the sim wall being in the way. Here comes the artillery barrage, but that'll be shrugged off by the sound barrier of the Atlanta Rain. Now that wall will dissipate. And Stalker is left bare as it comes down. Still a player advantage for Atlanta Rain to work with now as Hawk deals with that immortality field, but can't quite push up yet. That's a pretty scary Proby there, firing off in wheels mode. Grenade also thrown in, but eventually San Francisco are stopped. Atlanta now need to hold this point for the duration.
Yeah, it's a Bastion ultimate and an Ant Matrix used there, and then the Rain counter with a sound barrier and just push right into it. Be able to take it. Whoa, this is interesting. So I'm going to move away from the Batiste and play Kariko here. So you also bring in Proby on the sim now. So this is a comp that really wants to get aggressive. I think probably just try and collapse on a lip.
Yeah, nothing specifically for the Suzu, I guess, unless they're tracking an ultimate from Hawk here. Maybe they want something to answer the anti-heal. Fielder, though, gets flanked. Able to duck into the TP, though, and skeet himself away. See some turrets being set up there by Proby. Slowly trying to put some architecture together as Max also trying to clear them himself.
Blade could be big.
Here he comes, Max. He got someone with that. Who was it? Looks like Hawk got dragged in, and here's the Rampage. It's a 5-player Rampage, and the Rain didn't switch to Kiriko. They don't have that to work with. Proper Blade is good for one, and then the dash gets him a second. That is spectacular from the San Francisco Shock, and they go up 2-0 in flashpoints.
And because the Rain had backed off of the point, the Shock had already flipped it there, so the Shock just win an OT fight rather quickly, as now it is a long trek here for both teams to the next flashpoint.
We are rapidly approaching the proper God Kill event horizon because he has manufactured some incredible opportunities. I've got to say the knife from Max that drag Hawk out into the way. Everyone grouped up there. Finn also building a Kitsune Rush, which is a big deal. That cooldown reduction for a Junker Queen, that's pretty handy to have.
Yeah, I mean, they'll end up using it here. So, I mean, you're able to deal with Lip rather quickly with that. I mean, he just explodes. The shock have brought a really interesting comp to the table.
Yeah, been there dealing with Geo. Max in trouble here. San Francisco, are they on the way to sweeping this map away to stay alive in this series? What a way to plant your feet to stay alive here.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, this is a comp that maybe you can kind of carry forward, right, into the rest of the series, right? You have that crazy mobility with the Sim, but then also the really fast kind of kill potential with that Genji to just kind of collapse. And the Kariko can get in and out of the fights rather quickly as well.
Borg, a face full of damage, but he still wants to go in with his commanding shout. Lip trying to wrap around, but instead the Shocker bringing the fight to them. He will have no room to make use of that ultimate, but the sound barrier's been big for Atlanta. They're trading damage at length here, but Pro gets spotted by Stalker. He gets brought down. The blade from Prop, he's able to get rid of the immortality kill with the deflect and finds Fielder. That's pretty good. He'll find 2 and maybe more. Max gets in there and plucks Lip away, and San Francisco are showing no signs of slowing down. It has to be a back cap for Chio to keep Atlanta in it.
It's a back half from Stalker and Chio, and they end up actually getting out with their lives using the TP. So it actually could have been a map win pretty much for the Shock at this moment. Actually just buys Atlanta another fight.
Rampage from Max is big. Oh, Renko, he's done it! Where was Fielder? That's going to be the question here. Proper takes a bit of damage, but is able to avoid further scrutiny by climbing up the wall. And San Francisco have got this on lock. They will stay alive in the series now as Lip can only look on. Suravasa claimed by your Shock. And they get themselves a map in this series.
Yeah.
Starting to even things up here, and what a way to do it.
Once they won first point, I mean, it was all Shock. Using a really interesting comp that time with the Sim and the Genji in the mix. Bringing in Kariko there as well, right? Dropping the Baptiste, where at that point, hey, we are committed to winning these fights fast. No need for Immortality Fielder and Ant Matrix. We want to go, go, go. And it worked out for them in a big way.
So this is furthering the discussion, I think, about the Genji inclusion as opposed to just going with Sim Bastion. Yeah, you maybe lack that flexibility, the chance to pull off these kind of set plays. Who cares? Proper 12 final blows of 31 kills, so not down to territory, but really impressive stuff. Finn with 6 and 2. Really, really solid showing. Stalker having a quiet map, only the 3 final blows for him. The setups look very, very good. A lot of exciting Junker Queen play here. But hey, at the end of the day, San Francisco, they're alive and kicking, and they don't look like they're weakening either.
No, and they looked really good the first 2 maps. They obviously come in with a really nice look here and take Saravasa. Not out of the question that they get forced to game 5. I mean, this comp looks to really bother the Reign.
Absolutely. So, the Atlanta Reign on Esperance, we might see a pretty similar approach here. Junker Queen seems totally fine on this map. So stick around and let's see if San Francisco have found their stride or if the Reign can put these troubling upstarts to bed. San Francisco have found themselves a new gear and have showed us a different level to what we've seen over the first couple of maps in this series. Suravasa, it's high octane, it's in your face, it's brawl from start to finish. And this time, San Francisco ride the lightning straight to a dub.
Yeah, you see just a lot of damage here, from Lip. This is obviously per 10 minutes through the course of the entire match. Lots of damage, but look at all, the final blows, the grenade kills, even the ultimate ones, right? All favor Proper, and the damage is quite close. So these two players, obviously, at the top of the league in terms of damage dealers going head to head.
I love the name Tactical Grenade. You know what I mean? Yes, I will fire this large orb that does a ridiculous amount of damage, but it's extremely tactical. It's very nuanced, my approach to trying to win this fight. Those stats, really similar, right? You could throw a tissue over these two. They're that close together, I think. And, in my opinion, like the biggest differences have really come from the non-Bastion players maybe across this series. Both Proper and Lip are up to the task here of, being that key source of damage on their teams, but when we get to see Proper play with a Genji and Stalker to some degree, we start to see something a little bit special from both those players. I think these two teams are so well matched in this kind of metagame here to give us a great series and maybe, just maybe, a map 5 showdown.
Well, I think if you're the Shock, do you come out and try and run something that you just ran on Suravasa, right? With that Sim plus the Genji, right? Just drop the Bastion to begin with. They ran Finn on the Karika while doing that. So that's always a possibility here, where it definitely gave the Rain some troubles. The Rain can, maybe match something like that if need be, but I thought that comp was really interesting.
Well, let me throw this back a little bit. What do you think about the Mei on Esperanza? Because we've seen a few teams make use of it, and it's been noted by our experts that it's really kind of hard sometimes to get big blizzards because of the mobility of the opposing composition they're trying to capture inside that small space.
It feels like we're moving away from Mei, though. With everything we see kind of in terms of, what teams are, running, it seems like we're going towards a ton of the Genji, the Bastion, things along those lines.
That may be true. We saw the London Spitfire earlier find great success with Backbone piloting the Mei. And there's a chance that Esperanza is the kind of map, although it is long and in some parts quite wide open, there are a number of chokes where you might be able to find value with that Mei. But it's been discussed, we've seen some great Mei play in this sort of Junker Queen highly mobile setup, but it's been very hard to pull off. The bar is extremely high to get value out of that ultimate. And from what we've seen from both these teams so far, I don't see a huge reason that they would drastically change their approach here in terms of bringing a Mei in or changing their composition at all.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we haven't seen Mei from either of these teams, throughout at least this series. What I'll be interested in is obviously, we'll get into play-in soon. With the meta, right? Since we come back from the break, the first week was a ton of Illari, but now not really that much. What are we going to see going into play-ins?
Great question. We've almost dubbed the Illari Baptiste compositions as a little greedy on the basis of them not having a support ultimate, like a defensive, true support ultimate, like a Sound Barrier, Transcendence, or something like that. And we've seen it hurt teams as well in their lack of mobility. Some teams have tried to play those compositions on, Flashpoint, for example, and haven't been able to get enough fights. So maybe we're heading back in a Lucio direction. It's all happening right now in this series, and also the watch party out there in San Francisco kind of popping off there. It's good to see them getting behind their team, even if it was at the cost of the wrath towards Johnny, of course, on their desk. But he's not the only one. I want to point out that predicted a Atlanta Reign win here, but many of our experts were confident enough to feel like it was close. Let's go see what's going down in San Francisco at their watch party.
Going on Overwatch League, this is San Francisco, baby! SF Shock! 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 SF
course, San Francisco's partnership with the Academy of Art University, not only yielding facilities for the team to practice in, but also for fans to turn up and enjoy the show. And it looks like there might be a little bit more to it. Those attendees down there at the university maybe getting a little bit more than they expected. We're getting more than maybe we expected with San Francisco having such a great bounce back. But there's still a lot of road left to tread. Esperanza is going to be a very hotly contested map. Back in the Winston meta era earlier this year, Atlanta Reign were very, very strong on this map. They really had it locked down. They were able to play their style. They don't have to go in, cause problems. And then, of course, Lip on that Sombra was so hard to deal with. Times have changed a little bit now. The Junker Queen compositions have come to the fore. Lip's been on Bastia duty a lot of the time. The question of, is it Symmetra or Genji or Sojourn, will remain. Let's see what the Reign come out of the gates with here. Cassidy possibility, Cheer on the Lifeweaver. Maybe we're getting a little crazy.
I think there's probably a closer chance that it looks something like the Shocks in the end, right? Maybe Stalker on the Genji and Lip playing the Sojourn, but they'll actually come out with that Bastion comp yet again. So the Shock up to not play the Bastion here versus the Reign going with it again.
Sojourn here, Matt. What do you think about Proby making this decision? Because this DPS lineups are entirely different.
But we've seen this, from teams in the past, right? We saw it from the NYXL yesterday, right? Ended up running the Sojourn here, and actually, Fitz went crazy. They had a really large impact. So honestly, just about nailing those rail shots, right? Being able to connect with those. Finn actually playing the Kariko here, so quite interesting, right? You have that ability to get in, play a little bit closer with Max and Proper, but then also kind of get out.
Safe to say the high ground means much more to San Francisco because of their composition. And that's why they're actually happy to let Atlanta be the ones to play to that low ground to start with here. The bot had already pushed a fair way towards them, and you see they're keeping it contested right now with Proper.
Oh, but they TP, they get right to the high ground. They actually trade supports here, so not a clear win for the Reign, and it actually may end up being a loss.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. They lost Stalker after the fact here, and now San Francisco can alight from the bridge and start to advance towards this first choke here. Not having the Symmetra available meant the Atlanta Reign had to make an awkward decision to pull out of that fight midway through.
Yeah, they definitely seemed like they figured out, how to kind of circumvent this Bastion comp, right? Playing the Genji, playing with more speed, right? Kind of, collapsing right on top of that Bastion, being able to kind of, avoid some of that damage. So, Shock get a little bit of a lead here now. Not a huge one, right? It's just under the underpass, pretty much just one fight.
Disrupt the shot is so powerful here. Immediately, the Reign got forced to play the low ground because Proby sent that ability out into the choke. They will use the TP to regain the high ground here, but the first pick from the Sojourn, it's a big one for San Francisco. Now, leveraging that player advantage. As long as Proby can stay safe here from these Sim Orbs, it should be San Francisco being permitted to advance further. They're not convinced, though. They don't want to full dive onto Hawk here, and they're probably afraid of Lip and Stalker. So back to the high ground they go.
Yeah, and they have an Amp Matrix now here, too. I think they probably had an idea that they were building up towards these support ults, and with how much kind of poke damage was going down at the start, probably thought Fielder even had one going into that last fight, so maybe didn't want to run right into that.
Stalker again might be sending the Reign upstairs with a TP in a moment. Another disruptor shot thrown down there to force Fielder back a little bit. Okay, here's the wall. Oh, how interesting. Okay, so the pot's on the move. The Reign have stolen the push bot away under cover of the wall. And they're going to get back now towards San Francisco's choke, forcing the Shock to move to their defensive high ground. Here comes Lip's ultimate here. Artillery barrage comes in.
Oh, that's during overclock.
That's the perfect kill. They've gotten rid of Sojourn mid-ultimate, and here come the Atlanta Reign.
Oh, and they end up using the Kitsune rush here as well, right as Max falls, so...
It's a disaster.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess there for the Shock. That artillery strike kill was massive, right? It's also really interesting, they force them back with the sim wall, right? They get control of that bot, and then they use the artillery, which forces them off of the high ground.
And this will put the Atlanta Reign in the lead here. Getting through that choke now, forcing the Shock to play from a bit of an awkward position here. Max beckoned out of that hidey hole via the knife. Proper here clearing out those turrets as they're thrown in now. Proby getting Chio. This is a good start though for San Francisco to right the wrongs of the previous engagement. Proper wants to clear the turrets for now. Doesn't want to support at low health, backing up into those at all. Here's the blade. Looking first for Hawk now into the immortality field. To build upon the air matrix, Proper needs to be wary, but that sound barrier means he can be that more aggressive. And they're going to get the push pop back to the other side of the map. It's an awkward spot for Atlanta to be in. They'll need Chio to get him back into position.
Yeah, and interesting they don't end up using the sound barrier, the Rain. When that blade comes through, they just kind of like throw the immortality field at Hawk, and then they're just kind of like let him play in that space and see if he can maybe live on through it. Where it seemed like they were kind
afraid of Rampage?
Maybe. It seemed like also they were kind of like content of like, hey, now they have the lead, they can kind of play from this like advantageous position.
Proper trying to nudge the bot forward. Proby just working the high ground here with a rail prepared, sliding away from that TP with Hawk who appeared in his midst. Thank God he can't telefrag people in this game. That would have been ugly. But it's Chio getting caught by the rail there. San Francisco being rewarded with the disengagement, the slow play, setting the Sojourn up to find these picks at length. Max able to hide around the corner and get back to health as the ultimate comes in from Lip, but this time finds no purchase. Fielder used up that immortality field already, and the Atlanta Reign are in far from a commanding position now as that wall comes down.
No, and because Chio dies first, right? I mean, you've held on to the sound barrier for so long at this time. I mean, what, Renko's going to be on his second? You're still kind of like holding on to your first here, as it will be the Shock taking the lead, but not by much. Oh, that's a huge pick-off.
Proby doesn't expect so much damage coming his way there. Finn at least is able to equalize now, and as Max drops down, this goes straight into Assault Form. Gonna bring Finn down to the very least, and that air matrix means Proper has to be throwing up that deflect. It's not gonna be enough. And the Atlanta Reign get it moved back towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, now the Reign, they'll have their Rampage here for this next fight. Really looking at, I mean, what? You have the cleanse, you have sound barrier, right? A lot of different ways you can actually kind of counter this. So don't exactly have to use that sound barrier off the rip. You could just group up, just cleanse that.
All right, checkpoint achieved now for both teams. Atlanta still behind pace by a few meters. What is going on here? Okay, the Raiden, they used the TP to disengage. They know what the Shock are cooking here. Now they're on the other side of the map. But Hawk is able to play behind that barricade here. Max wants to push up, though. It's going to be Renko popping the sound barrier now. Hawk with the Rampage coming in later. This could hurt San Francisco. Look at those health bars dwindling, but they've done the damage already. Ultimately, it's only Renko that succumbs. Proby in a bit of danger there. He has to get out. Proper's blade. Blunted somewhat by the boot series. Chio going to give him a real case of tinnitus. Proper won't be denied this kill, though. Had to think he wants to chase it. San Francisco back in the hot seats.
Yes, now some changes here for the Reign. So they're actually going to have Stalker play that Genji and then bring it in Lip on the Sojourn. So really, I mean, this kind of tells you that the Shock, like, they've really troubled them with this composition. Now they feel the only way to really fight it is to match.
Okay, I'm here for it. Stalker, Genji, Lip, Sojourn. These are still very good fits for the DPS of the Atlanta Reign. Hawk's a little low here. Yeah, that's a compromising spot to be caught in as the Kitsune Rush came down. The Reign were outstripped entirely by the Shock, but what a crack from Lip across the map. Proby gets flattened by that. And at least it puts the Atlanta Reign in a decent fighting form, but without Hawk in position, they're going to have to wait.
Yeah, you can't exactly take a full fight, right, while you're waiting for Hawk. I mean, you have to just, back up. But it looks like the Shock, they don't actually want to fight in that area of the map, right? They want to, like, force... Yeah, they want to force the Reign in, because the Reign also now, they don't have that Sim TP, right? So they don't have that extra mobility to access the high ground.
San Francisco want to play the high ground. They probably care about it even more now, because not only does it benefit them to have Proby up there, they're denying it from Lip and Stalker. Now it's with these mirror comps, it means much more to control this bridge, and that's why San Francisco don't look like they really want to push that hard. They want to win fights from here and incrementally push the bot forward, then retreat back to this location and do it again.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact kind of like gameplay pattern they want to force here. Is they actually drop Kitsune Rush here, used for the Reign, just trying to keep everybody up, and now Proby with the overclock goes to challenge Lip. It's going to be Finn who finishes him off, but the bot's actually moving the other direction.
Yeah, the Atlanta Reign sending this one over. And Finn there, of course, on the Kiriko are able to assist in that regard. That's maybe another thing that really offers you. And maybe they're checking the Rampage here from Max, because he is using that to bully the Atlanta Reign back. Chio bleeding, Fielder also down. San Francisco very quickly going to swing the pendulum in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, that is both supports hit with that Rampage there from Max and not able to get it cleansed off there. So now with 1:20 on the clock, 20 meter lead almost here for the Shock, looking to force that game 5.
Unbelievable stuff. They have looked the better team, albeit only by a short margin on this map, but that's enough. They have looked to be the better of these two competitors on Esperanza. We're forcing us to a 5th and final map. If things keep going this way, we have 1 minute left in the round. Finn is a Kitsune rush. San Francisco have all the tools they need to rush and force an engagement that should arguably favor them, and they're going to go for it here. Renko holds a sound barrier, as does Gio, as Stalker wants to jockey back away from that Kiriko ultimate. San Francisco trade that skill for a bit of extra push.
Yeah, I mean, how much extra can you give away here if you're the Rain? I mean, they're going to sound barrier here. They're both going to trade it.
Proper comes out with a blade. Chio responds with the beat. Renko has one of his own now. It's going to be Stalker going with a blade of his own. He's found Proper. It's Chio, in fact. But Renko's going to fall soon after. The Atlanta Rain spring to life here as they have the later blade as the sound barriers dissipate. The timing works out in their favor, but they can't leave the bot for any reason. Not now.
So how many fights are you looking at having to win here? 3, probably, right? Like 1 here at this choke, probably another one. Kind of like as you're mounting that, rounding the corner.
Depends how far they get the bot in this pre-fight.
Yeah.
But you're probably correct. He's coming back towards the checkpoint now. He might be able to do it in 2. With how far they've got around the corner. We'll see how it plays out. No support ultimates except for Fielder. He's encroaching rapidly. Oh, Proper! That's a big kill. Chio is down. Fielder's going to have to use a Kitsune Rush immediately and almost gives up his life to do so. In fact, he'll eventually be felled. Stalker at least gets Proby, but it's a 3 versus 4. Not a great look here for the Atlanta Rain. Proper see Stalker coming, but San Francisco are happy to take their time here. They have the advantage and Proper knows it. He smells blood and he's thirsty. He'll see Lip in the distance and claim him with a shuriken, and Hawk is surrounded. The San Francisco Shock push us to a decider map in our final match of the regular season.
Yeah, it'll be one map here for the Shock, and that will determine, 5 or 7th seed here, depending on a win or a loss, as they have taken the Rain the distance. As since they've started, dropping the Bash and playing, a little bit faster around this Genji, they've definitely been the better team.
No doubt about it. They look just a little better. They even entice Atlanta into matching the Sojourn Genji, a composition that you think Atlanta should be extremely, extremely powerful on. But Proby and Proper are leading the way. Renko's looked fantastic here on the Lucio. Finn with the Kiriko pick, right? Getting involved in many of these kill opportunities. And the Kitsune Rush just gives that octane boost to San Francisco when they really want to start a fight.
Yeah, I mean, once the Shock got that lead, it was really just, perfectly executed play, right? They just kind of kept backing out, going towards that high ground, playing from that area, and the Rain, they had nothing for it, to the point that they ended up having to just kind of concede and mirror in this composition.
I mean, we couldn't have asked for much more. We got our money's worth and some here, everybody. San Francisco threatening the reverse sweep against a prospective league leader in the Atlanta Rain. Route 66 is where it all goes down right after this. The stage is set for the most successful franchise in Overwatch League history, taking this year's, I mean, disputedly, but probably the strongest team for 2023, the Atlanta Reign, to task and to a map 5. San Francisco are the better team on push. There's no other way around it. They open up with the Sojourn Genji combo, and they make use of that map architecture better than the Reign can handle. Proper on your screen once again, back on the Genji. He was more than just a thorn in the side of the Reign.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was tremendous there on Esperanza. Take a look at some of his stats. Really not relying on those Dragon Blades, right? Really just being able to get in that last fight, being able to get that pick off, I believe, on the Chio right at the start. Sealed the deal for the shot.
Great showing for San Francisco. Eventually, or the Atlanta Reign rather, started on this Bastion Symmetra composition, right? And a couple of times, they tried to make use of the Simtaris to get on that high ground, to force their way in there. But they were repelled multiple times. San Francisco showed, we don't want to drop off this high ground. We're going to play from our high ground, win the fight, move the bot, take your high ground, win the fight, move the bot, and then just rinse and repeat this strategy. This is something we've seen more teams do. They don't want to push into disadvantageous circumstances, but beta fight, where they have the advantage based on the composition and the map setup. They really played that win condition to perfection.
And it seems like now that the Shock have all of the momentum here, heading into our 5th and final map. So, man, this is a huge match for them too, right? In terms of like seeding, going obviously from, the potentially losing and being the 7th seed all the way up to 5. I mean, that is a big difference.
Route 66 is up next. The Atlanta Reign have been a standout team for 80% of this year. They ran into a really rough patch where they just frankly got pitted against the best other teams in the league, one after another. Those are weeks where you're playing both Houston and Florida, if I'm not mistaken. Preparing for that is a nightmare. They came out of that phase worse for wear, and that's put them in a position now where they have to win here to reclaim the #1 seed in the league, something they probably arguably think belongs to them. But they have to prove it now against the San Francisco Shock that is playing at a higher level than we've seen them all year.
Yeah, and they're playing a little bit differently than what we've seen, right? We've seen Lucamino get him out. We've seen, Junbin, obviously, in terms of the tanks. And now we're seeing Max and Renko in, which is a little bit of a different look, as they will be on defense. They will also not play the Bastion here. They will play the Sojourn plus the Genji. So definitely, I think they feel like that Genji is a huge impact.
How can you blame them? It's proper at the wheel. Probably feels a little bit better than the Bastion, where the Bastion definitely requires a little bit of setup, a little bit of support. Immortality field or playing sort of behind the team. Proper has a maximum amount of agency here on the Genji. This is not even a composition that requires nano boost, like nano blade setups. Proper can really decide how he wants to play this, and he's let off the least by the Shock. Allowed to express his skill in whatever way he chooses. So far it's paid off. But there's one more hurdle to get past here, and the Atlanta Reign are not messing around. No more Bastion sim for them. They want to go toe-to-toe.
No, as they match outside of supports, right? So they'll play the Kiriko here on offense, which kind of makes some sense, right? Able to access that high ground as Chio get that first pick. Able to access the high ground, like with, just naturally like wall climbing, and then also being able to follow up any teammates. Just a little bit like better suited towards offense here, where you don't really need that immortality field.
Good start here for the Reign. They're happy to brawl things out here. San Francisco able to shave about 50 seconds off the clock in total. Not too bad to take an early fight, come back, have a chance to re-engage. Proby may be switching here for just getting back to the fight quicker. Maybe he feels like Symmetra is the answer now.
Yeah, maybe. I think with the sim in the mix, right? Like, this is a really aggressive comp, and I think they feel like it's probably the answer because they also switch off of the Baptiste, right? If you're going to play the Sojourn, you may as well keep the Bat, but I mean, they take a ton of damage going to do that TP.
Into the car wash we go. Hawk looking squeaky clean as he opts to back on out of that now. Stalker gonna be burnt down. Proby trying to stick around to deal with the Genji, and so they do. Proper chiming in there to secure the kill. Hawk, though, really trying to assert himself now, but not getting a lot of attention as the Shock are trying to work around him. They've lost their Junkie Queen, though, and they're unlikely to have a leg to stand on here for now.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to defend from this point now, right? Where you don't have your Junkie Queen. Hawk just waiting to try and, like, maybe grab Proper on in as Shock's doing a nice job kiting this. They're going to get another fight.
Max is going to come out, but Hawk already has this built up, this rampage. The billboard might make it a bit hard to get good ultimate. Perch is here, instead he's going to go for a carnage. He's going to take Max pretty low, but there's going to be a Kitsune rush in play. Renko trying to stay alive, trying to build a sound barrier. He gets it just in time, but it's not quick enough to save Max or Proper. And the latter falls with a Dragon Blade in hand. San Francisco were ready to throw down for that fight, but the clock works against them.
Oh, I mean, just a second or two earlier, if you're able to get that sound barrier, and that could be a different fight, right? Max then would be coming up on Rampage. You'd have Proper with his blade. It's just Renko, I mean, you could see it when he gets hit with a Rampage from Hawk. He's ticking down and so close to that ultimate. So they'll actually now bring the Sojourn back. So I think this is more because you just want to control high ground. I think the Sojourn just better at range, obviously, in controlling that high ground here. So it feels like it's almost a must pick.
The strategy for San Francisco, though, really centered around playing inside Big Earls with that Symmetra. You can see how it almost paid off for them. Now back over towards the Sojourn. Lip, a very scary prospect on any day of the week in any year that we've seen him in the league. That overclock will be a key factor in this next fight, you have to think. Chio has no sound barrier for the blade and Proper's going to go for it right now. Stalker doing the same. He's stymied, though. Here comes a Rampage in, it's just Lip getting caught, but he has an overclock and he's not going to be able to get away with that one. San Francisco spent heavily here for just the one kill, but as always, it snowballs. And San Francisco Shock now can establish themselves defensively.
It feels like it's worth it though, right? Like not allowing them to kind of snowball with the game, right? Win that fight there, you know, get close to taking that second checkpoint, right? Feels like it's almost a little bit of a necessity there as Lip, you know, we'll see now if he's able to kind of build back up, you know, towards that overclock, maybe find like a railgun shot at range, right? Because just used it in that last fight, didn't get anything with it.
San Francisco again want to play positionally just like they did on Esperanza. Use that high ground, make sure Proby here can free fire into these fights. But Hawk baits him into the small room. Still it seems to favor San Francisco now as they find those first couple of picks. Stalker those in a position to ruin the day for San Francisco.
What?
It's just Max. Stalker found 3. Max gets Hawk on the way out, but Stalker still gets to nudge this baby forward.
Yeah, I mean, he gets like at least 2 dash resets there and just kind of slicing the dice and through. Shock, yeah, let's take a check at this. I mean, and with Genji in the mix, right, in this close quarters. Oh, the deflect, that's clean stuff. I mean, with these comps though, I mean, with how good, you know, Genji is with some of these compositions and playing inside these close quarter areas with these Jungler Queens, you're probably going to see a ton of clips like that if this is what the meta ends up being.
Both teams have sound barriers here. Yeah, reminiscent of last year in many ways. So with Kiriko being such a priority here, looks like both teams really favor her right now as well. Command and shout here with a bit of extra durability for San Francisco as they bear the brunt of this Kitsune rush assault. Finn's going to use his, but it's too late. Renko has already fallen, his Lip finds the mark there with that railgun shot. San Francisco spent ultimates, lose the fight. It's going to sting. They're going to have to regroup now.
So you're going to have another, well, actually, no. I mean, so the checkpoint gets taken here, right? So 2 minutes, 45 seconds to complete the map. That's actually not a ton of time. I mean, pretty good on defense if you think about it from the Shock's view.
You're kidding. No!
Oh, that's always a tough one to watch there.
The Railjacks. Brutal.
Yep, the Railjacks. Not a ton of time here for the Rain, though, right? I mean, this is, like, historically one of the hardest ones to take at the end, but it's going to be Lip opening things up with an overclock, just running right down this hallway and connects with Proby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lip has decided it's time to play now. He's done with the kiddie pool, and he's going up a notch. Well, now we're reminded of exactly what the ceiling
I talked about how difficult it is to take this last point. Maybe not as much now, right? I mean, you look at how much progress they made.
They're snowballing. Atlanta Rain now with a blade. They can continue to go from strength to strength here as they only have the commanding shout to try and protect themselves from this ultimate, but Proper has a blade of his own and a plan to boot. His is the one that wins out in the battle of wits. Lip trying to power slide across the point, found Finn, but that's it. What an important fight to win for San Francisco. Proper feels like he bails them out there.
I mean, this is the type of meta that Proper wants, right? Individual DPS skill where, hey, Genji, go get us 3, right? And he's able to do so because you know, that is a huge fight. They needed to go their way there, the Shock. I mean, that would have been a tremendous time for the Rain.
Oh, my goodness. That is a big connection. And Finn, with his best efforts, the Suzu able to cleanse a couple of players, but that's far from enough. Hawk there, straight into the bunch of them with that rampage. And sets Atlanta Reign up here to finish with about a minute remaining. Renko, the struggler, picked off here, and Atlanta finished 1:05 to play.
And I tell you what, I mean, considering, you know, Lip coming out with that overclock and getting those huge kills at the start, I mean, that time could have been, you know, even better for the Reign. So quite fortunate, I guess, for the Shock. But still, you know, this map has a lot of really tough chokes where teams get, you know, just stalled for a long period of time before, you know, completing them. So to complete it with 1 minute and 5 in the time bank is really good for the Atlanta Reign.
San Francisco there finding a couple of spots, right, where they can get a big fight win and slow things down, but it never seemed like it was more than one. Yes, they're able to slow the Atlanta Reign down, crucially, putting this time bank within the range of 1 minute. But I tell you what, the snowball that we saw occur at the end of the map, mostly led by Lip and then Hawk with a gigantic rampage that even Finn wasn't able to stop, that hurt them. Do we see a move to Ilari here for San Francisco? That would be an odd decision given healing throughput requirements in these compositions. I'd be shocked.
I would be really shocked because I also just don't think you can keep a team alive, right, with like Ilari, Lucio. I mean, maybe that's not the point. Maybe it's just the Ilari here for the start, right, to put down some damage. Yeah, but this makes way more sense, right? You're not going to be seeing the Ilari come through.
Baptiste here, unlike Kiriko, a little bit more susceptible to being dived, but definitely with more healing output, as San Francisco have a different approach on attack to the Reign in terms of that last support player. Oh, they're going back to the Simbastian. What is this game of chess?
I wonder if it's just for the start.
Quite possibly, Matt. They want to take a fight up close here. Proper, though, went very low early, but their immortality field is having an outsized impact on the survivability of San Francisco. And even with that, it's a trade of best. Stalker eventually falls to a silly little turret there from Proby. San Francisco trading evenly. That favors them moving out of spawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably just for the start, but I think one of the, you know, one of the more interesting things is like, what would you? I mean, you're not gonna Proper would play the Genji here, right? So you're gonna play like Genji Sim. You're probably gonna stay on the Bastion for at least a little bit.
Okay, make use of it here. I suppose having that turret to deny the high ground position from Atlanta, or the TP rather, could be powerful. But you notice that the San Francisco Shock are not trying to establish themselves too heavily at Big Earls, lest they walk into line of sight of Lip, fall too low and have Stalker snap them up. They're more than happy to give that high ground up, which is a scary prospect, I feel like, if you're San Francisco. Punish out there, Proper instantly going down. Yeah, Lip using the high ground perfectly. And it feels like it's hard to see San Francisco like having a great fight from that position with that composition.
No. Yeah, I mean, but I think they want to move off of this. Yeah, so Proper now goes over to Genji. I wonder if Proby will end up picking up the Sojourn, or do you decide to stay on this? Because, yeah, I mean, if you're going to stay on the Bastion, right, you would have, like, set up for high ground and whatnot. They're probably just trying at that point, like, build some ultimates on some other players, right? And if you win the fight, great. You know, maybe trying to bait them into the Bastion, and then you get that immortality field, keep him alive, but it didn't work out. Atlanta wins a really fast fight.
San Francisco hoping to outposition the Atlanta Reign with this Symmetra as opposed to out-aim them. But that's pretty nice. Good fighting grenade there from Fielder, who quietly switches over to Ana, by the way. Still, the Shock survived an initial onslaught. Renko, though, well, won't be able to outlast this. Immortality field here, prolonging Finn's life, but he is in an awful position. And the Atlanta Reign starting to figure this out.
Yeah, so now with the Ana in the mix, it's a little bit of a different wrinkle, right? They kind of go up towards that high ground. They get hit with a huge bio grenade going through the TP. So is that like a realistic option at this point, right? You know, now, I mean, you kind of look at minute 30 on the clock, use that nano there. You didn't even need to kind of pop the blade with it, right? So you have a blade, you have overclock, you're going to have your rampage here. So a pretty good spot, the Atlanta Reign. And this is what I was trying to like talk about, where on Route 66, right, you finish with 1 minute and 5 in the bank. But you have so much time here. Oh, that's a nasty shot there. Just saw the clip. That's with the sim barrier in the mix as well.
Finn popped Air Matrix and instantly got killed there. I love that from Lit to start the fight up. They have to have tracked Renko's sound barrier. And no, that would be the best answer to like both Atlanta Reign DPS popping their ults at the same time. He didn't have it in time. Atlanta took the initiative there and punished Shock badly. Finn switching off to the Kiriko now.
And because you finished with that 1 minute and 5, like there's not even like a huge, you're not like dying to win this, point here, right? Like just drag this out as long as possible, which you definitely can do. A few players get hit by that rampage, and Stalker's now going to play.
He can end this. Stalker able to find a kill. Okay, Max ain't too bad. He already found Proby before the fact, and Proper's only able to found the one himself. Hawk needs to be a little bit careful, but he knows that Chio is close by. He wants a bit of Renko, who's healed up. Commanding shout even used by Hawk here to make sure we get some purchase with that Carnage swing.
They're having a difficult time getting Hawk and Chio out of here.
But at the same time, Hawk's doing too much in terms of fighting these eliminations here. The healing's been pretty good for San Francisco. Chio fell.
They're not going to be, they're not going to get it right now, yeah.
Okay, Max gets hooked in there, still going into the back line. Yeah, he found Proby. That is perfect. He
get the nano.
The perfect opportunity to get rid of the Sojourner now. Lip is going to make the most of it here. The Atlanta Reign able to fight back, and they come alive, reminding San Francisco who Daddy is. And that first spot in the playoffs reclaimed by your Atlanta Reign.
And it just seemed like with Chio and Hawk there on the point, like they obviously couldn't really deal with them with the amount of, just self-healing that Hawk was putting out, being able to kind of just stay alive for just a long period of time, just so sturdy on the point, to the point that once they lost Chio, Fielder and Stalker were already back in the fight, and Fielder had a Nano's lip on the point, and they didn't even really need it.
I wonder if Proby just doesn't want to play the Sojourn on the attacking side because he feels like his sightlines just aren't good enough. Maybe he wants to play the Symmetric here and try and pull off something that Atlanta Reign aren't ready for. But we saw the Reign all of a sudden say, okay, you guys want to play Genji Sojourn? Fine. We're more than happy to do that. And it's very clear to see now who overall the better team is in this series. The Atlanta Reign getting to reestablish their dominance here, get that really coveted top spot in the West. It's going to go a long way here. And frustration for San Francisco to get so close, but still, you have to be feeling pretty good about it. Let's talk player of the match here before we jump into that discussion, I think, because we definitely need to give our flowers over the Atlanta Reign. Hawk, I said get Hawk your W. He's going to get more than that. Not only does he play every map in this series, but he turns up on the Junk Queen. Looks fantastic doing so. What a great look at a key pivot for this franchise at an important moment in the season.
Yeah, I mean, huge there, right at the end, being able to stay alive for such a long period of time. Some huge rampages. I mean, this is one of them as well. Connects with 4 players. And look, if this is where the meta goes, which, we've had 2 weeks, right? Where last week it was very much like a lot of like Iliaris and, other types of comps. Now we're seeing just like Rush make it way back in. If this is where it kind of settles, you're going to need him to be huge going into playoffs.
Yeah, it's crazy. Getting a call up for this part of the season, the business end, the most important part of it. But Hawk delivers. He's ready. He's been waiting for this opportunity, and he looked fantastic here with Atlanta Reign on the Chad Mountain. He is the avalanche on that Junker Queen. And it's great looks in general. We should at least take a moment here to say San Francisco are in good stead going forward. How many teams can match them? Yeah, they might be 7th seed now, failing to get a win here. But you've got to be filled with confidence about their prospects in the postseason too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to want to play them in play-ins, right? After seeing how far they pushed the Atlanta Reign, which hasn't really been pushed far by anybody outside of like Florida and Houston, right? I know those are the 2 teams that have really given them trouble. So to see the Shock come in here and do it today and really give them some trouble and, really on the brink of winning the entire series, not a team you're going to want to see in play-ins.
What a way to end the regular season. It has been an absolute blast. I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be. So thanks for sticking with us so far on the broadcast side of things. We're going to head now over towards the experts to wrap the day up and set our sights ahead at what promises to be an epic postseason.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. One last time for regular season play. We have a match to discuss. Shock making this a lot closer than I would think many of us would have guessed. Was this a matter of Shock playing up or Atlanta playing down?
I think Shock played well this series. I think that Queen comp definitely allowed players like Proper and Proby to shine on DPS. It was just a solid team play and a little bit even better comp picks in the end from Atlanta that won it out.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, it's good signs for the Shock. I mean, you're competing with Atlanta Reign like this. There are tons of individual skill being put on display throughout this entire match. I mean, you got Proper on the Genji, for example. Lip popped off on the Sojourn. So promising signs for both teams. I mean, this was the very final match of the regular season, and it was a 5-map banger. So at the end of the day, Atlanta Reign secured the #1 seed, but I don't think there was too much, playoff tension going into this one either. Obviously trying stuff out here, like Renko and Lucio, for example, before the play-ins begin.
Somewhere Mayhem out there flipping a tiny table, like, this close to getting that #1 seed. Alas, they are going to be second. Atlanta Reign is clutching the first, and we have a winner's interview ready with Danny Lim.
Thank you, Zoe. And for the post-match interview, we got none other than Lip on the line. Lip, big congratulations on getting the win and also securing that #1 seed spot as well. Now, because this was the final, match of the whole regular season, I want to ask, if you could summarize the whole regular season for the Atlanta Reign in one word, what would it be and why? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 그리고 또 이제 정규 시즌을 마지막으로 끝마친 것도 축하드리면서 오늘 일단 아무래도 마지막 경기였기 때문에 이번 정규 시즌에 이 정규 시즌을 어떻게 보면 이제 한 단어로 요약을 할 수 있다면 립 선수가 어떻게 설명하시고 싶으신가요? 그리고 이유.
약간 한 2% 부족했다. 네, 그 음료수 중에서도 2%라고 음료수 있거든요.
아, 그죠.
네. 2%가 부족했다? 네, 이유는 이제 잘 하다가 이제 한 번씩 미끄러지는 경우가 좀 있었어가지고 이번 시즌 정규 시즌 동안에는 그래서 네, 2%라 생각해요.
All right, I would like to say, if I could summarize it in one word, 2% lacking. There's a Korean drink called 2%. He was referring to that, and the reason is because they were on the rise. They were doing very good, and then there were times that they had a little bit of slip-ups. So they were missing that 2%, and that is how Lip wants to summarize the whole regular season for the Atlanta Reign. Now, the next time we're going to see you guys is going to be in Toronto for the playoffs. Lip, is there a team that you guys are sort of afraid to play against in the playoffs? 자, 다음번에 이제 립 선수를 보게 될 때는 저희가 토론토에서 뵙게 될 텐데요. 프롬에서 어떻게 보면 아틀란타가 이 팀은 좀 겨루기 좀 힘들겠다, 아니면 좀 걱정이 된다라고 좀 생각하는 팀이 있을까요?
걱정되는 팀보다는 이제 저희를 정규 시즌에 이겼던 이제 메이엠이나 이제 휴스턴을 그냥 다시 한번 이겨서 그때 이긴 건 이제 실력이 아니라 운으로 이긴 거라고 다시 말해주고 싶어요. 네.
Right, so I mean, I don't think there's any team that really worries us. I think, if I have to choose, it'll be sort of Mayhem or the Houston Outlaws, the teams that sort of gave us a defeat in the regular season. I want to beat them in the playoffs and to show them that the last time that they won against us was because of luck, not skill. All right, Liv, that is it for the interview. We will see you in Toronto. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 토론토에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Lip from the Atlanta Reign. Thank you so much, Danny. Yeah, I hope you would somehow, drag it out of him who they may be sending to the other bracket. Alas, just like we expected, Mayhem or Houston Outlaws, the obvious threats. But he also kind of made it sound like we just want to beat them. So maybe you just keep them in your bracket. Like, roll up with some alpha energy.
If the meta settles, surely one of them will be, right?
One has to be.
Like you would think. But if the meta does settle, I like that Matt brought this up on the cast. I think it was great because if the meta settles on Queen, think about this meta for the Atlanta Reign. We've got Chio and Fielder, who were champions last season playing Lucio Kiriko, incredibly consistent on those heroes. Hawk, one of the best mechanical off-tanks around, perfectly suited for Junker Queen. Lip, arguably the best Sojourn, easily in the conversation. There's a lot of good hit scans, but Lip can hang with any one of them. And Stalker on the Genji. I think this is a really terrifying look if this is where the meta settles. I think other teams are really hoping that either the dive or the Ryan style or Orisa poke, something else can beat this Queen, because I don't think many teams are going to be able to go toe-to-toe once Atlanta is fully practicing this meta. Even though Shock brought them close, I feel like this was early days of the Queen meta.
Chiller and Fielder are pretty much running it back from last year.
Yeah,
they literally won the championship, except now they have Lip playing the Sojourn instead of Edison. So, the Atlanta Reign are looking really good in this meta. But I do think that there are a couple of teams around the league as well that, I wouldn't even say are on the same level, but definitely has the individual skill to challenge a team like the Atlanta Reign. And I think that is why it's going to be very interesting. Again, like seeing all these pop-off moments is just incredible. San Francisco Shock, at the end of the day, they do go down in this one. They lose 3-2. But San Francisco Shock, I mean, they're looking good. Going into the play-ins, we now have teams like the Boston Uprising, for example. London Spitfire looked good earlier. So there are plenty of teams with actually a really good chance of making playoffs now through play-ins. It's going to be a very competitive play-ins over the course of the next 2 weeks.
Which are going to be the weakest links? I mean, after seeing Shock and London Spitfire perform like this against the top teams in the league, which of the teams in the play-ins actually have to worry?
I mean, if you're Washington, just like Zoe, why would you ask that, Zoe? Washington,
twisting the knife. I mean, it's got to be Washington and New York looking at the rest of the teams as like, okay, there is some terrifying threats in this bracket. And so, yeah, it's as you expect, right? It's the bottom teams that barely slipped in, that barely qualified. Yeah. They're worried right now, and they should be, because there's too many amazing teams that they're going to be great teams that don't make it to playoffs. That's the reality here. So if you're not in that category as a great team, you're done.
I'd add Gladiators to that mix too.
I mean, they don't have to worry about anything anymore.
No worries anymore. Everything is over. Let's take a look at the standings, actually, to know exactly how that midfield is looking like. Atlanta Reign, Florida Mayhem, and the Houston Outlaws all already qualified for the playoffs, whereas the middle of the pack has to battle it out, and that one is going to be hotly contested. Boston Uprising, Vancouver Titans, Toronto Defiant, and the Shock, London Spitfire. I mean, those are all teams which have been looking incredible the last 2 weeks. Washington Justice, New York Excelsior, there might be the two teams who have to worry about something, and one of them is not even going to make it past the first round, as they will be facing off against one another in that first round. Here is our West Plain bracket. It's a double elimination bracket, so there are second chances, of course, in case you're dropping out in the first round. No worries. You can still fight and claw your way back up.
You have some worries if you drop out.
No, you can claw back in.
You have some worries.
I mean, one thing I know for sure is you don't want to miss any of those matches. I expect some bangers, and to make sure that you're not missing out on any of that, make sure to sync your calendars. Just scan the QR code you're seeing on your screens right now, and then you get notifications. Easy.
Easy peasy.
Right?
Lemon squeezy.
Speaking of easy, there were another attempt was made by all the people in production to get the belt. That's right. Where is the belt? I gave you guys this belt away. I'm sorry about that. There it is. It's here. Don't worry. Each week, our crew members look into the crystal ball and try to predict the script. That's right. Not everyone has a script. Now, the script nobody can actually predict, or so we thought. Our crew pick'ems winner this week is...
Drum roll.
Drum roll. It's Alex. Alex did it. Against all odds. He predicted.
He won. I think he had the clutch. He called the 3-2 Atlanta there, which we couldn't. So well done.
No one thought it can be done, and
I don't want to call you out, Alex, but you were kind of freaking out in the green.
He won. I was definitely freaking out.
That was a sweaty win I've ever seen one, but well deserved. You can take the belt home, I guess, for a week, and then it's back here in the studio. Now, of course, what better way to end our regular season than with another little game. That's right. We have fun here. I came prepared. Let's glitter it up. That's right. We're gonna be dashing for this
The glitz, the glamour.
The glitz, the glamour. This is really important. Get the shoes to match it all as well. That's right, because we will be playing Watch Point! Exclamation point.
What point?
Watch point! Exclamation point!
Or is it exclamation mark?
I'm
not
sure.
That's
the official title.
That's the official title. No work in progress. That's right. I mean, You got the right idea.
We have buttons.
I feel like we know what game we're playing, so no real explaining.
Stand
up. Yeah.
Let's bring some intensity, guys. This is our last game of the regular season.
Here we go. This is it.
Now you finally know how tall the gentleman on the side actually is.
It's really, there's not really that
he's coming
much
in with those intimidation
this is
tactics.
how tall I am normally at all. I'm on flat.
I mean, the rules are simple. In order to figure out who of you has to... Danny, that looks really dangerous. Please don't do that. I don't think we have insurance for this.
He's like climbing on a swivel chair. There's a book about this.
End of the season, everything goes. I think the rules we all know, right? So let's kick things off by figuring out who gets to pick first. I'm gonna think of a number. Down the line, you guys just give me a number, and whoever is closest gets to first.
Like 58 million or what?
Between 1 and 20.
Okay.
1 and 20.
Okay.
11.
10.
10.
9.
Why?
Perfectly mid. It was like,
Come on.
It was 11.
Yes! There you go!
All right.
Come on. All right.
Okay. Right, so you get to
Okay.
pick first. We have 3 categories: nerd stuff, candid camera, and the talent is there.
This is an easy choice for me. If you know me, this is an easy choice, okay? I'm going nerd stuff, 100.
100.
All right.
Weak, but okay. Right, this team, yeah, you can't buzz before I read.
What is this rule?
It's a rule now. I've just been informed. This team won the most maps in the regular season. Okay, who was first? I don't see anything. So production has to tell me.
All right, production says I was first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, who is the Atlanta Raid?
That's wrong.
What? Who is the Florida Man? What? Okay, it's Danny apparently.
Who is Florida Mayhem?
Did you just steal his homework? Is that correct? Yes, that is correct.
Oh my God!
They won.
What is going on?
They won with 46.
Really?
What are you doing?
46.
Ben!
Oh my!
It feels a little rigged, but I guess you get 100 points.
Nice.
Congratulations.
I'm
It's just
still
100
confused,
points. It's not
actually.
very much. I'm not making the rules. I think production is actually making those up as we go.
I'm a Giga Chad. I don't do 100 points. I only go for the hardest ones. I'm gonna go with Candid Camera, 400.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. All right. This player cried on camera after a hard-fought qualifier stage match this season.
Oh my God, I'm having trouble.
Who is Vigilante?
No.
That was in the playoffs.
Oh, we're in the playoffs.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Qualifier stage match?
Oh.
Come on, guys. I know you know it. Who cried?
Come on, brain.
What works?
I don't have it.
Wait. It's qualifier stage.
Come on, brain.
We gotta let this one go. We're not having it.
Are we letting it go?
At this point, we gotta walk away.
Yeah.
All right. Am I just giving the answer then? It was OG.
Oh, it's OG.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
emotions
have that.
running high. That's what we love to see.
What's on my tongue?
Do I?
We actually have a clip of it.
Okay.
Let's
No,
watch
do
it.
we need to show OG
Yes.
crying?
We love people crying.
Really?
We love emotions.
You guys remember this? I don't remember this.
Oh, tears of happiness. Yeah, I would never have thought that.
No,
That's too hard to predict.
All
I
right.
don't think he's crying. I don't see tears.
Okay.
This
That's
is-
worth showing. That's great. That was a good win, I guess.
Wait, so do I get
Tears of
negative points
happiness.
now if I?
I think so, right?
I'm in the
Yes.
lead.
If you guess wrong.
So negative 300.
Zero. Nice.
Leading with
We are
0.
professionals.
Good job. Johnny, I guess you picked
I
the
have a
next one.
strategy now.
All right. Candid camera, 100.
100. You are weak. This player spilled his drink all over the keyboard mid-match.
What?
We don't even see their keyboard.
Who is Hydron?
No.
You're minus again.
Minus 200.
I'm not
I'm not
Sorry, I'm not touching.
I'm not answering anything.
Come
I
on.
have no idea.
Come. Okay, well,
All
we have a
right.
clip of it. It was actually caught on camera.
Who was it?
Involved in the game were feeling it as I believe Kalios spilled his entire drink, getting excited for the rest of his teammates here. That's why he is set up.
Yeah, he's going to be in the next game, so may impact it. But you got Hydron coming back in here.
Yeah, that gets you
should give
no
me some
points.
bonus.
So Kalios. Okay, I don't remember that.
Yeah,
That was a sixth map
that's
of this
I think we should stay away from Candid Camera. I think we're.
All right. I'm picking the talent is there for 300.
Okay. Right. This talent would benefit
What?
from an ironing board.
Ironing.
Who is reinforced?
No.
Yes.
Who is knife?
What?
Talent.
I mean, he's got talent. He's got talent.
All right,
They're
minus
just
you guys.
dropping
You guys both
points. This is
put your
not going
minuses
well.
in.
What was it?
I'm gonna take a little bit. Take a moment.
Okay.
Oh, talent.
I don't actually agree with the answer. Just saying. Can I veto
This
the
is
answer?
like-
I think
I
the answer.
don't agree with
I feel like the
benefit
answer is wrong.
Was
No.
my answer?
Oh no, I know.
I would have given you points for that.
I know.
All right, guys. I'm in the lead, and so I will pass.
No, can I just go?
No, you got it wrong.
Can I just go?
Yeah. What is it?
Who is Costa?
Nah.
Another minus.
Okay. The answer.
Another minus.
Here's the thing, though. The answer is Matt Morello. But what would you don't iron a hoodie.
No,
his t-shirts are wrinkled.
Dude, custom.
I don't know about that prediction.
All right.
I don't know about that. This game is going really well.
If I say nothing for the rest of the game, -200 might be a winning score.
I need 100, please.
All right, I want to see.
Going really well.
I'm not afraid.
Jake gets to pick.
I'll pick again because no one got that one, and I passed, therefore I'm winning still. So nerd stuff for 300.
Okay.
It's my lucky number.
This damage player has the most total playtime on Junkrat this
Who could
season.
it be?
Oh, it was an icon. Oh.
A few people have played it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It was an icon on the 3rd point.
Who is Pelican?
No.
Oh, I'm in the lead! I'm in the lead! I'm not saying anything!
The minus point. The minus point lead. You should be so proud.
Yeah, I am very, very proud in this moment. I am ecstatic. I am peaking.
Okay, well, the answer, you all passed on this one. Kai is the right answer.
What? I never guessed
Yeah,
Kai.
6.5 minutes. Actually, 6 minutes and 36.
Okay.
Ben, that's right.
I'm in the lead.
All right, Johnny, you pick.
I don't know all this.
All right. Nerd stuff, 200. Let's keep going with the same category.
Yeah, no, that's great. Among supports, this player has scored the most final blows in the summer qualifiers with 157 blows.
Who is Violet?
Nope.
I just swing.
Who is Shu?
No, it's not an obvious answer.
I'm still winning. I'm still winning.
We're not getting any of these. It's unironic. We should have not spoke.
I mean, is it an Ilari player? I mean, probably. Yeah, probably, right? Or Baptiste?
That's only like a couple games, though,
It's a
right?
London player. Am I giving you hints now? It's a London player.
Hold on, that is a ridiculous hint. That is like a coin flip hint. That is so unfair.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Who is Landon?
Yes.
That is the most.
200.
All right, if we just don't talk and wait for Zoe's hint, is that the meta?
I am officially leading with -100.
Wow. Popping off over there.
Nerd
Johnny
stuff 400. This is my category.
Florida Tank, someone has the most total deaths on this hero in the regular season.
Wow.
Who is Reinhardt?
Oh, Danny, stop talking.
Who was first between me and Johnny? I think it was me, but
It's
I
gonna
need
be
a call.
Jake. It's gonna be Johnny, actually. I wanna hear Johnny. I want
maybe
to
this benefits me. This might benefit me. Like how this game is going, go for it.
Who is Ramatra?
That's correct.
That was my guess. Dang it, I should have.
Oh my God.
Positive.
Oh my God, Johnny's tearing us apart.
Nerd stuff carrying me. All right. Candid camera 200. Let's
Oh God.
Candid camera 200. Let's go.
Candid camera 200.
This player fell to the floor under the weight of the team's celebration after an important Map 5 win.
I know the team. I know the team.
What's the team?
That's not good enough.
No, I'm not saying the team. Not for these
If I get it right, can I
dudes.
get double points? I'll
Sure.
stop being the negative.
Sure.
Yeah?
No, I don't make the rules. No.
Who is someone?
Yes, but not double
okay.
points. You just get regular points. Let's roll the
That's a
clip.
good
Let's
guess
take a
even if
look
you
at
didn't
it.
know.
There he goes. Yeah, this was the match. I remember this.
Oh my God, he's
He
popping
popped
off.
off.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was intense. We were slightly worried if he may have gotten her.
I didn't think it was someone though, but yeah, it was.
I mean, it was kind of a hustle. They all just like
Tiny
What is it? How many points was that?
That was 200.
200.
So now you're only minus 1,300.
Hey, I'm catching up. I'm catching up.
Danny, you picked up.
All right, we're all going down together. The talent is there. 400.
Nice.
Oh goodness
Nice.
gracious.
That's right. Zoe has reached the highest rank in this martial art. That's actually incorrect. That's not correct.
What is kendo?
I mean, yes, that's
But
correct.
I know you haven't. But
I'm
like,
just-
this is the
I'm
reasonable
a
answer.
second dan. That's not the highest rank. That's. But yeah,
It's
you get
pretty
the
high.
points.
So
you get the points
for-
because you get the martial arts
For
correct.
what?
What?
For what?
For what?
It's pretty high. Kendo.
Kendo. I did kendo. I have a second dan in kendo,
Oh,
so I
didn't
can
even
kill you
know
with a
Kendo was thing.
broomstick.
Cool.
Cool. Cool.
All right, I'm gonna
That's
pick.
great.
I got the last one, so I'm gonna pick. The talent is there for 100. Safe pick.
This talent broke it down on our dance floor.
Who is Rich Rat?
Yes.
Oh.
He's actually.
Was that
He's actually
200?
rolling you
They
guys.
weren't there.
Here we go. It was. I mean, it was something.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Damn. Okay.
Respect.
That
Respect.
is sick. That is sick.
John, you
Extra
can do better.
push.
Show him.
What was that, 200? No.
100.
Johnny, you have to replicate the dance to get the points. I heard
100.
it in my ear.
100.
No, that's not. How much was it?
100.
100.
You get double points if you try to replicate.
Yeah, actually.
I'm good.
I will give you all
Okay,
my
fine.
points.
Just I thought I'd
Johnny,
offer
I'll
it.
give you all my points.
Keep
My
going.
point score.
Talent 200.
I mean, I say
Talent
yes.
is there 200. Let's
Okay,
go.
talent is there 200. Mitch Leslie had this profession before moving into esports casting.
I have no idea.
What is plumber?
Why?
I just want it to be 15 again. I don't like 13.
You just didn't like his number.
Wait. I mean,
You have to
I know,
guess, Johnny.
I know he
You have
worked
to
this
guess.
profession, but this is not going to be the right answer because
But you have to
well,
guess,
then,
Johnny.
then you shouldn't have pressed that buzzer.
shouldn't have
I
buzzed.
guess.
all right,
now.
good. He worked in a wine store.
Minus.
Well, I'm
coming back.
correct. It's not what I'm supposed to say on air, but it's correct.
Doesn't matter. It's not right answer. Minus.
I guess it's not the right answer.
I know.
Ah.
Engineer.
I mean, we give it
No,
to
that's
you.
his degree.
Well, he was working as a petroleum pipeline engineer.
Oh,
A plumber. Okay.
It's almost like in a winery.
It's almost like.
well, he did. I mean,
Familiar.
It's like, well,
I realize that's probably not what he said for broadcast.
Actually, to be fair,
You know.
Danny got plumber and engineer. I mean, that's like,
Actually, yeah.
Pipeline.
Yeah. You get points for that.
Get some points,
You get
Danny.
Well,
Get
you
some
guys
points,
are
get them home.
guaranteed the negative.
All right,
You-
Danny, what question should we do next?
There's only one left. Can't count with
I
200.
guess you take that
Wait,
one
this is
then.
a double point one?
Oh, it's
Must
double
be.
point?
Oh my goodness!
I could go down to minus 900 points.
It's not rigged.
Yo, let's go.
Okay, smiley face.
What is this? Huh?
What's the question? What's the question?
What's happening?
What? Are we being trolled?
Am I
a
being
troll?
trolled? Am I losing the game as a host because I don't know the question? Who is this? Who is this? I guess. Who that?
Who is Renko?
What?
Bam! I am. I am a champion.
You're the best.
Well, actually, not. Well, I guess maybe.
The only player to ever smile on a camera in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, there's not many of them.
He just played as well. He was so happy when
Wow.
they won Flashpoint. He was ecstatic when they took the Flashpoint just earlier.
Was he smiling after the loss? Let's play that player cam.
Oh, maybe. He's playing video games for a living. Why wouldn't you smile?
Losing sucks, Johnny.
He's not a petroleum
All
something.
right.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay,
That's a good
guys.
point.
Everyone in the minors, you get 1,000 points or whatever.
What?
It's time to
1,000 points,
bet.
baby.
It's time to bet
And now
now.
I'm going straight up into
Sure.
the lead.
Yeah.
15,000 points.
Johnny, you get 1,000
Johnny has
too.
1,000.
You get 1,000 too.
I get 1,000.
Everyone gets 1,000.
All right, minus 500, baby. Let's go.
I don't think we understand the rules to this game.
This is looking rough.
this
I'm
is,
pretty sure Johnny has already won.
Yeah,
but-
you can outwager your
Take a risk,
your
Johnny.
earnings.
Take a risk, all right?
500
Yes.
I'm all in. I'm pushing it all to the center of the table.
All right.
Me too. I'm all in. I'm all in. Negative 500.
Okay, for
600.
this final
Pushing it.
question, you have to write it on your whiteboard.
Okay.
By the way, I'm
Okay.
betting
Coming back.
200.
I'm
betting
coming back.
200.
All right.
No, come on.
This is watch point.
Oh, you're
Exclamation
guaranteeing
point.
the win,
Final.
Johnny.
Mercy's Resurrect has been used exactly this many times this
it's who's
season.
closest. Okay.
Ooh.
What's it gonna be?
Successfully?
How many times?
Like, did the red
Like
go
actual
We don't-
res or tried to res?
I guess
Because you can
it's
use
been
the skill
used.
and it goes on cooldown if you get booped. But I'm
Well,
gonna
would it
assume it's
matter? Did you
successful
keep
reses.
track of those?
Yeah, I'm assuming
let's
it's
pretend.
not counting.
It's really soothing music. Dig it. How much time do we have? 'Cause I'm just vibing.
All right. Danny, that guess is insane. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, one at a time, starting with Danny.
Because we got 99.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Okay.
20? It has to be more than 20.
20?
Are you kidding me?
This entire season?
This entire season you said
I
20.
bet 200 on 18 times.
What is? I mean, the closest wins, right? So Danny is the closest, 102 times.
Wow, that was really close.
Oh, it's APAC for Mercy. I think Danny should win. I think Danny should win. That's how I feel about this.
Wow. Okay. So the math. Oh, what? I literally won,
Guys,
Jake.
if Danny bet a negative point value and he's right, maybe he super loses. That's like. Does he win a negative point value?
Because I bet it, now I get minus 10,000, back to minus 1,000.
Wow.
Because I
Incredible
waited
stuff.
negative 500.
I wasn't thinking APAC. That's what got me.
Yeah,
man.
I don't really
do I
feel like
get
any of you.
$1,300?
I don't think any
Yes,
of you
it's
like
for cash.
won. I feel like we're all losers
We're
after
all
what we
losers
just
today, that's for
witnessed.
sure.
But it was fun. We had fun. We had fun along the
I
way.
was thinking West.
Before we end the season on that tragic note, I got something more uplifting. We have some more fan art we want to show because all of you have been sending in so many incredible pieces, such as this beautiful piece of art from Ready Red Tunes displaying all of the Owl crew and Booper, of course, can't miss out on Booper, Ready Red Tunes, and so many more of our talented artists have been sending in incredible stuff, not just this season, but for the past 6 wonderful years. This is the end of the regular season, and while we are sad that it is over, we are so very excited as well for the play-ins and the playoffs, and of course the grand finals in Toronto, where we hope to see all of you in person. For now, we're going to say good night and goodbye. We see you next week for the play-ins, but Overwatch is not over for the night. No, we have Calling All Heroes coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Watching right now.
Can someone
If you're at home,
change segment?
he's gonna change segment. It's not that easy. You can't just. Well, I'm kind of committed to this bit now, honestly. Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna ruin your makeup?
Are you serious?
That's pretty good, actually.
Pain
This
right
is
now?
crazy.
Are you holding your breath?
Pain right
What is happening?
How does he do
You're
it?
not gonna go?
No.
This is an MVP performance right here.
You're built different.
Pain looking at
Wow. Incredible things.